Well, good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing? Hope you're excited for the Challenger 650 stream. Who have we got in the chat so far? YPOC92, good to see you again. It's been a while since I streamed, so always nice to see a familiar name at the top of the chat there. The Booze, good to see you. Rossalo, thanks very much for joining. RJB4000, first time chat, thanks for joining the stream. The Sneaky Danish, welcome aboard. Nevada Rocks, another first time chat, and Flying Zemo, good to see you. ID Bound, thanks very much for joining the stream. We'll have more news about some offers later. iTwitch Forever, good to see you. How's it going? Thanks very much. Legend, I don't know about that. Legendary for some things. Dobby93, good afternoon. And Captain Waza, hey, looking forward to seeing the aircraft, eh? Kurigoran, story time. I don't know about story time. And Kamenor, hello, how's it going? Sure, have a look at the aircraft. I think that's why you came here. So this is the Hot Start Challenger 650. I'm sure you've seen it before already a few times in the Discord and in Toto's fantastic demo streams so far. Sparker and VR, good to see you. And Mattia B77, hello from Dublin. Yeah, lovely city Dublin. It's been a while since I was there. So this is a fresh build, hot off the press. So compared to what you saw in Toto streams, we've got some covers on the pitot tubes, and they'd hoped to have the Avatab integration operational in the cockpit as well, but it's been causing just a couple of issues for integration. But Toto's working on that as we speak, so who knows what the release product will have. I'm sure it'll have it up and running for then. There's been a lot of chat about the FBO feature with the aircraft as well in the Discord. Some people really like the FBO. I think it's a great idea. I think it's fantastic. If you just want to skip all the way through the FBO, you can just put your quick look keys and jump straight into the aircraft. That's completely possible. And you can obviously clip outside the aircraft if you want and go to the FO leaving the doors closed. So it's a standard X-plane aircraft in that respect. We've got the walk mode to allow us to WASD around the aircraft. If that's what you prefer, you can just move the camera around in every normal sense. So don't think that the FBO mode takes over your camera or stops the aircraft from working like any normal X-plane aircraft if that's what you want to do. Toto, Leading Edge Simulations, thanks so much for joining the stream. Super happy to see you both here, especially as you're super busy today. I'm very grateful for you to joining with whatever time you have there. So let's go back into the FBO and we'll set the aircraft up for the flight. All we got to do is, rather than walking backwards, we can't walk backwards into the FBO, but we can walk as far back as we can, just turn around and walk forwards. And then we're into the FBO. You'll notice that when I come into the FBO, I'm at the opposite end. If I've been at the aircraft, I'm obviously at the aircraft door. When if I start from cold and dark, obviously we come in at this door here. So the FBO, it's basically to provide a mechanism to avoid having to interact with the aircraft in an unrealistic manner. It's not necessary to use the FBO. It's just a feature that's been added to aid the immersion, to take away some of the unrealistic stuff that you've got. So it's got this lovely gnome rotary engine here, which has been animated. You can click the button and watch it spin round. That's maybe a story for another day. I'm conscious of the fact that we're running a little bit late at the moment as well. But it just demonstrates that, in X-Plane, the detail on an object doesn't have to be limited by the simulator. It's basically limited by your imagination and the skill of the developer, the skill of the coder. Hey Winston, good to see you. Yeah, that would be it would be an awesome thing to have, the flight generator. I should mention as well, if you're watching this on video on demand later, maybe on YouTube, I've turned off the chat overlay in the stream because it can get a bit busy in the cockpit on my little monitor. So chat overlay is turned off at the moment. I'll try and if there's anything really important comes up in the chat, I may reiterate it just so that you can see that if you're watching it again. Although who's going to watch a 7-hour stream again on YouTube, really? So basically, rather than using an EFB or using the menus to get everything set up, we're just going to click the button here, click the desk.
How can we help you today?
We'll put the tail number in. So my aircraft is Kate. She's ready to go from Montreal here. Time of departure. Let me just make one change. I may not have set that as we loaded into the sim. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set that back to, you know what I did there. You can see what I did, can't you? I set it to 1400 local as opposed to 1400 Zulu. Rookie mistake. There we go. Let's make the change. We'll go back in. Mattia, probably going to buy at least 3 copies of this. That's very generous. It's a fantastic aircraft, isn't it? I think it's really enjoyable. I should probably point out that I've been testing the aircraft for a while, so I'm maybe not the most impartial when it comes to it. I try and maintain a little bit of integrity in that I'll show you things that I don't like with an aircraft. I'll show you things that I like with an aircraft. Typically, I'll not try and sell you an aircraft on stream. That's not the reason for the streams. I just want you to show you the aircraft and enjoy it. But when you're judging the impartiality of this particular stream, maybe consider it a little bit more like a developer promotional stream than a normal stream that you'd see from me, just to give yourself the, you know, an accurate impression of what my level of emotion is for this aircraft, shall we say. I'll say that we've got 2 crew and 1 passenger. I'm going to need some fuel. I don't need GPU. I don't need any of that stuff. We're just going to put a signature on it and we'll walk out.
Of course, Captain. I'll get that organized for you right away.
Good morning, Iron Condor. Good to see you in the stream. Hey, Amy, thanks for joining. Much appreciated. Amy has got new moderator powers. It's a little bit early in the day for Pilsner to be here, so Amy will keep the spammers at bay today, I hope. Let me just look away from that just now, because I reloaded unnecessarily. Sneak peek there. Hey, Kimo, how's it going? So yeah, there's hopefully the aircraft should have at least 1 community livery included in the package now. There we go. That's back to the right aircraft. So that was caused by me using X-Plane to reload the times, and I'd been messing around with it before. The sheriff is here. Amy's in town. Right. So this is basically the default livery you get with the aircraft. You can reposition the tail number. You can put it on the nacelles. You can put it on the aft fuselage. You can basically customize the tail number on any compatible livery with the aircraft. As it ships, you'll have the ability to put your tail number anywhere on this aircraft, any tail number on this aircraft. People asked about the Canadian flag. That's baked into the livery. Basically, it's a Canadian aircraft. It's shipping with a Canadian flag on the livery. If you don't want that, it's an easy fix to remove it again. But you can't do that in the UI. So let's take these probe covers off before we get too excited. I've told my passengers to be here about 10 to 2. Obviously, we're running about half an hour difference on real time compared to the simulator. I think that's all the probes we've got. Let's have a look. I quite like the flag being on there, leading edge simulations. I think it's appropriate given the amount of work that's gone into this aircraft to recognise our Canadian friends that have helped out with it. Doesn't she look beautiful? Hey Dipper Dolphin, good to see you. I mean, bearing in mind that I'm running on a GTX 1060, my simulator, my streams are not streams to look at to see the total beauty that X-Plane can deliver, because I'm running on very basic GPU. So I tend to run a stock simulator, but good grief, would you look at this model. It is, every time I see it, it gets better, and it is just absolutely stunning. Cajun Joss, very glad they changed the name of the training state. Yeah, so that's an interesting one. We can talk about that a little bit later. Can everybody hear the simulator okay? Can you hear the steps, first and foremost? Intel FX, you didn't miss anything. Good evening, good afternoon, good to see you. 5x5, awesome. So if you can hear the steps, I'll be quiet for a second while I pop the door and watch the little flap animation up here as well. There we go. And we'll turn the handle, make sure that we don't drop the door on our head, and open the door. Awesome. Let's get on board. So this is going to be a delivery flight from Montreal to Glasgow. It's going to take us about 6.5 hours, I think, to fly over there. Has everybody seen the cabin in Toto Streams? I've got my were asking in the developer streams about the sit down and the text overlays. I've got those turned off because I'm quite familiar with the aircraft, so I don't need reminding that those features are there. The overlays are really to aid with feature discovery, so when you first get it, you know that there's an option to sit in the seats by clicking on them. Once you're familiar with it, you can turn them off. And it's the same with the checklist hint images as well. Dipper Dolphin, I'm not using real weather because personally I'm not a fan of how X-Plane real weather reloads, and the added randomness makes it a bit difficult in some streams to deal with that. But I've set an appropriate tailwind to get us there, so it should have about 95 knots average wind component. So let's jump on board. And what I want to show you is the reason the stream was delayed a little bit is because Goran has added these fantastic iPad textures here, iPad models here that have Avatab integrated in them. Now, unfortunately, it's not showing Avatab on the build that I've got, and I literally installed this about 3 minutes before the stream started. So I did a tiny little bit of troubleshooting with Toserico, see if we can get it to display the Avatab in there, but it's not to be. Toto's working on that right now, but for the stream, we'll have Avatab in a pop-up instead. But it'll be there for launch, no problem at all. What we want to do is look at the checklists. So the aircraft comes with quite a bit of checklist documentation. I think I showed this on the Discord, a little Discord informal stream that I did. But basically, you've got the printable checklist, which is what I'll be using today. It's expanded normal procedures. It's something you can print out or read on your computer, as are checklists. But printable, it's really designed to be printed or used on the tablet. There's only 4 pages. And all we really need from it, to be quite honest, is the flight compartment safety check, and then down towards the APU generator on. Because once the APU generator's on, we've got the avionics checklist there instead. So, am I using real weather? Yeah, the refresh is rubbish, Dipper Dolphin. I really hope they smooth that out in X-Plane 12. Pancake, good to see you. Don't be talking much, don't be crashing much, that's the most important thing. Cool, so let's get it switched on. The circuit breakers, first of all, the circuit breakers are all modelled, as you'd expect in one of Toto's aircraft. Let's stand up, just give yourself a little bit better view. You can see all the circuit breakers, both on the right-hand side and on the left-hand side, and also down beside the seats as well. So we've got circuit breakers down here and circuit breakers down here. Check that they're all in the correct position. Master disconnect switches. At the moment, this is the only thing you'd have to use the simulator menu for. I believe that you've got APU and main battery connections in the menu there. Make sure that they're connected. Overhead switches, really we're looking at the hydraulics being switched off, the generators being switched off, the lights being switched off, everything else being in a fairly sensible location. Landing gear lever, it's down. I've got some hardware now that's driving that, so I need to keep in mind that I double check my hardware position is set correctly. Flaps are set to where we saw on the ground landing gear manual release is stowed. That's down here. ADG, manual release is stowed, and do a lamp test. Make sure the little green light comes on the ADG. This is basically the air-driven generator or ram air turbine. Having done that, logbooks, safety equipment, not really relevant at the moment, and external checks complete. Well, we've pretty much done that. We can have a quick look, make sure that I took the probe covers off. And again, this is the first build that I've had with probe covers, so I just want to double check there's nothing else hiding in there that I haven't spotted. I think we've got everything. Hey there, Mattium. Good to see you. Glad you can see some of the aircraft tonight. Excellent. So external check, that's complete. Battery master goes on. Let's flick that on up here. And one of the things I like to do is pop out the MFD for my checks. So we're looking for battery volts, minimum 22 volts. So what we can do is, as well as popping out the MFD, I'll pop out the DCP and the CCP. That's basically the display control panel, cursor control panel. This one's primarily even the PFD. This one is the MFD. So make sure that we've got 22 volts. It's on the DC elect page. We've got more than 22. That's fine. FireX monitor. We'll just do the squib test here. Done. Squib test here. Done. Fire detector.
Jet pipe overheat.
There we go. And
All right,
fail.
Captain. Fuel truck is hooked up. Just let me know how much fuel you need. Or
Let's
would
see.
you like to go tanks full today?
Do you know what? I think I'm going to go tanks full
All
today.
right, I'm gonna go start up the pump.
Excellent. While he's doing that, he's starting up the pump, but that means we need to switch the refueling panel on as well. So we'll go to fuel, and I'm going to open the wing tanks only. I'm going to open the wing tanks first, and then once the wing tanks are full, we'll do the aux and the tail tank. This aircraft model's refueling and fuel use in exquisite detail. So there we go. The valves are open when he's running the pump. I'll do the shut-off test, release the shut-off test, and make sure the valves open again. Once these get to about 2.2 tons each, the tanks will close and the fueler's going to complain. He'll come back up the stairs. So we've done the FireX detection and monitor test. Then we're just going to fire up the APU and put the APU gen on. So up here, APU, put power fuel, make sure we get the APU indications, and then we'll push start. Yeah, the pitot covers will have the correct effect, as Toto says there, ITGBus. There'll be plenty of time to chat in the cruise. If you've got any questions about the aircraft or the avionics or flying in general or life in general, we can have a chat about that in the cruise. What I'm trying to do at the moment is get the aircraft ready to get her off the stand and take our VIP over to Glasgow. Yeah, the fueler shows up when he's ready, and you can see the external door. That tells you the fueler's got the fueling connection door open. So APU comes up to speed. See, it's at 99%. If I bring on the AC page here, you see the generator is in yellow. That means it's available, but it's not connected. APU gen off is what we're waiting for, and then we'll just flick the switch, and she comes to life. We've got about 35 minutes to reach you off, so all should be good. Captain Was, it looks like X-Plane is an add-on for the hot start. It could be. Certainly I've been flying this a lot more than other aircraft recently. Will it fill the main tanks before the wings? There is some logic or some plumbing built into the system to control the fueling rate, but it's best practice to open the wing tanks first and then do the tail tanks. Excellent. So now we've got the avionics powered up, I can run the checklist. There were some questions about the first officer and the checklist. So let's look in the user settings for the FO assists. You can see I can tell the FO not to speak the response and not to do the checklist actions. We can control where the hints show up, we can change the hint size, and we can turn off the FO actions. So it's customizable for what you want it to do. I've got my first officer doing everything so that you can basically experience the full capability of the aircraft. So here we go. I want to show you the bindings as well, because that's not that button there, this one here. There were some questions about that as well. In the joystick, confirm checklist item is all I'm using. It's this little button down here for me. And that's the only, when I say confirm checklist, it's just me pushing that button.
Flight compartment checklist. AC and DC electrics.
So I've got to basically do these actions. Because we're at cockpit prep, this is the first officer reading the checklist, and I say the first officer, it's the pilot on the right hand side reading the checklist, and the pilot on the left hand side doing the actions. If I say captain and first officer, that's because that's what I'm used to in the airline environment. It's very common for these aircraft to fly with captain qualified pilots in both seats, and it's very common for pilot flying to always be in the left hand seat and pilot monitoring to always be in the right hand seat, so they will swap seats as they swap roles, which airline pilots don't typically do. Right, so that's not what I'm doing, is it? I'm ahead of myself. I'm checking the buses. Let's just check the buses. There we go. I was one checklist ahead.
Checked. Nav lights, logo light.
Nav lights, logo lights on.
On. Cockpit lights.
Cockpit lights, I always like a little bit of integral lighting just to make it a little bit easier to see. You can see it's persisted that from the previous state that I had loaded, which is fine.
Set. Lamp test.
Now you see on the checklist here and on the hint image we've got the little sun symbol or the asterisk on here. That is basically telling you it's a first flight of the day check. Basically, if you're doing a second flight, you don't have to worry about it. I've got key bindings for this. The lamp test button is down here, but I've got key bindings just to make it a little bit easier to pan around.
Do you need anything else?
So he's telling me refueling's complete because the pump stopped. But yes, I certainly do need something else. Continue pumping till it's full.
Alright, I'm gonna go start up the pump.
Wait for him to go down the stairs. And then I'll switch on the tail and the aux tank. And what I'm waiting to see is the aux tank pressure valve open. And when it opens, I'll do the shut-off test again. So you get the sense now, there we go. I'll do the shut-off and then I'll release the shut-off and it's fueling again. This will take a lot longer to fill up this tank. You get the sense now that the fueler has interrupted your flow. He's come in and he's done something that has distracted you from what you were doing previously. And that's exactly correct. That is what the real life experience is being on an aircraft flight deck. Because you're sitting here doing stuff, the people that come up the stairs, they don't listen to you, they just barge in and start talking. So it can be distracting. Checking the lights, System 1, you see the left hand lights are illuminated on the FCP, and System 2, and then on the overhead, check all the lights again. So that's done.
Tested. Duct monitor.
Duct monitor, it's up here, let me bring my item back again. Test.
Bleed air duct.
That's as expected. And then loop A. Loop A test OK. Loop B test OK.
Tested. FMS database status.
So this is an interesting one. I talked about this a little bit before. It'll catch a few people out. So if you're watching this stream for the first time, this is the first time you've seen the aircraft, note that we've got two databases, the active database and the secondary database. This aircraft has access to the stock X-plane nav data and any updated Navigraph or other nav data that you've got installed, and it has access to them both simultaneously. What was that? That's fine. So one of the things that you'll get is when you change your Navigraph data, the why is it pinging at me? Is it the shut off? Let's have a look. No, it's not that. That's fine. The Navigraph data, when you change it, it'll go back in this aircraft to use the stock nav data. You always have to cycle it. Every time you power it up, cycle it from one data set to the other data set, and that's basically how you clear out the previous flight plan and some other parameters. It's the inboard brake pressure. That makes sense. That's because I relocated the aircraft here and it's just bleeding some pressure. That's not an issue. So always cycle the nav data if you want to do things correctly.
Cycled, checked. FMS flight plan uplink.
So we'll get the flight plan from SimBrief. I'll do a flight plan recall. I just need to put my tail number in according to the SimBrief plan. I'm Tango Echo, and send that. We can also get ETOPS if we're in the US as well.
Initiated. Anti-skid.
So it takes a little bit of time to go through this the first couple of times. When you get the aircraft and you're running through all the checks, it seems like it takes forever.
Nose door.
In actual fact,
Clear.
you can run through these in about 10 minutes. So hydraulic 3A pump. This will get rid of the bings that we've got happening at the moment. You can see that you know, there's very little hydraulic pressure at the moment. I'm going to run the 3A pump. So 3A pump comes on, it pressurizes the system.
On. Brake pressure.
And I'm looking for 3000 psi in the brakes, which I've got.
Checked. Parking brake.
So to set the parking brake, I'm going to hold the toe brakes, set the parking brake, and release the toe brakes. If you don't hold those toe brakes and just toggle the parking brake, it won't activate the brakes for you, and you'll roll away. So parking brake set.
Set. Nose door.
Excuse me 1 second. I've got auto mod switched on my chat as well. Sometimes it gets a little bit enthusiastic about things like the word noob. So just one of these things. Right, so parking brake is set. Nose door is not on the flag here, it's closed.
Hydraulic panel and pumps.
Up here, again, it's a functional check of the hydraulic system. If you just want to go fly, just switch them all to auto and on, and you're good. What I'm going to do is switch that one off and that one on. You see 3A is switched off and 3B now powers the brakes. We'll run 1B and 2B. Get all the hydraulic systems powered up. Make sure they're generating the required pressure. All the indications go white, and then we'll switch the systems back to auto and on. So you see we've got 6 hydraulic pumps. 1A and 2A are engine-driven pumps. The B pumps are electric pumps, and 3A is an electric pump as well.
Checked. Auto. 3A on. Electric panel.
They are switched off.
Checked. AC/DC utility switch.
So this is like the cabin information system and other stuff in the cabin. Watch the utility buses come on. And you'll also see, if you go back, let's do that just now. Now that the utility bus is switched on, you see the cabin entertainment information system powers up, loads the map data, that sort of thing. Yeah, Dipper Dolphin, you specify on the SimBrief plan. I'll have a look at the SimBrief plan in just a second. So AC/DC utility switch is on.
Start ignition panel.
Now we're into the doing it a little bit quicker. That's checked.
Fuel panel.
The double smiley. Basically, you just go round the switches once and twice. Once to switch them on, once to switch them off. So, left boost pump, that should generate both lights. That's on. Left to aux, it should go on. Gravity should go open. Right to aux, that will turn this one off because it's an interlink. So when they're both switched on, it won't work. Right on and left off, make sure all the lights stay on. Left to aux goes off, that switches off the interlink, and right to aux is able to open. Gravity, right to aux, that. So basically all you're doing, the sequence is this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and again. That's all you do, double smiley check.
Checked. APU LCV.
So this is opening the APU bleed valve.
Open. 10th stage isolation valve.
There you go.
Open. Packs. On. Air conditioning panel.
Checked.
Checked. Pressurization panel.
So pressurization, we're going to check the landing field elevation is set. We're going to switch it on to manual and then back. Make sure the fault light comes on and goes off as it goes into manual. Make sure that your rate selector here, the R, the little pip, is set to the index there. And check your landing elevation set.
Checked. Set. Bleed air panel.
Just check that the switches lights here look the same as the picture.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel switch.
That's down here. It's a little bit out of sequence, out of place, but we're just making sure the switch is switched on.
Out. Cal anti-ice switches.
We're going to switch those on. Make sure there's no caution message comes up, and then switch them off
On or
again.
off. Anti-ice panel.
Again, working through the rest of this panel now. Make sure all these switches are set to off and out. We'll put the windshield heat on. Now, on some other aircraft, you'd have to drag these switches individually because you want to switch them both. In actual fact, Toto's put these little click spots, so just click there, switch them both on, push and hold test, check that we get all the indications, and then up here, switch them both off again. We'll then do the ice detector test. We get the ice cast message up here and the wing overheat.
Wing overheat.
Done.
Checked. Tested. Emergency lights.
So you can see here on the CAS, we've got emergency lights off as the caution message. If I switch it to on, which is an abnormal condition, I now get a white indication saying, well, your emergency lights are on. It's white because it's not a bad thing necessarily, but it's just something that's a little bit out of the ordinary. Red is a bad thing. Amber or yellow is you should probably be aware of this. Green is, hey, that's okay. And white is like, are you sure? So switch them on and then go to arm. And when we go to arm, the off message in yellow disappears and the on message in white disappears.
Checked. Armed. Passenger signs.
We'll switch those on just now. On an airliner, you wouldn't put the seatbelt signs on when you're fueling typically, but we know we've got no passengers, so no big deal. 11 hours remaining, Necamam, and yeah, it's very close now. Can almost feel it. And first time chat as well. Thanks for joining. Edfly, sorry, I didn't acknowledge you when you joined there as well. LCV, is it load control valve? Yeah, Toto's got you there already. I'll try and catch up with the chat once we get flying here.
On or auto. ELT.
That's armed.
Armed. Glare shield panel.
So on the glare shield panel, all we're looking for is master caution, and what the real aircraft pilots do as well as they operate the AP disconnect bar here, just to make sure that it hasn't stuck in place. These switches are never used on a day-to-day basis, so just manipulate it to make sure that it's able to operate freely.
Checked. Crew and passenger oxygen.
So left pilot oxygen check, and the right pilot oxygen check. And double check that the passenger oxygen is set to normal and therapeutic oxygen's off.
Checked. On. DCU warning panel.
Checked.
Checked. CVR.
Just hold it for 5 seconds, make sure the green light comes on.
Tested. Audio panels.
So my audio panels are set to synchronize between sides. If I can get the view in a appropriate position, you might be able to just about see that. So my audio panel, you see I move it on the left hand side, it moves on the right hand side as well. You can turn that off and have them move individually, but what you need to know is the audio being fed from the aircraft will then depend on which seat you're sitting in. So if you're in the left hand seat, you're going to get the left audio panel selection, and then the right hand seat, the right audio panel selection. So if you're not syncing and you're flying on VATSIM or Pilot Edge and the radio hasn't been selected correctly on this side, then you'll lose contact with air traffic. One sip. Do you need some black magic playing with the pumps to transfer fuel from the tail? The plane does it automatically, and you can override it, Aster. There's fuel control systems up here, tail tank transfer, but basically leave it auto and that'll work.
Set. SPS system.
Stall protection system. That's a fun one. So let's do that check, because sometimes we just yada through these, and we've got plenty of time. We've got 20 minutes till the passengers get here. So I'm going to bring up the flight control page here, and I'm going to try and operate the trim. Now you see my trim control on the joystick here. I'll get rid of that display momentarily. If I zoom out again, where are we? Can I get both of them in the view? I might be able to just about get them in sight. Watch as I operate my trim on the left hand side. See, it's not moving on the right hand side. But I can also operate it with mouse manipulation when I'm close enough. It might be blocked by some geometry at the moment, but you can operate those by the mouse. But when I sit in the seat, my trim control will work that side, but not this side. And when I sit in this side, but not that side. So when we're doing the trim system check, we've got to change, or when we're doing the trim check, we've got to change seats. For the stall protection system, what I'm going to do is push this button here to turn on the stab trim. That basically makes these switches work, and then I'm going to push the stab trim all the way forward. This is to do with basically relieving pressure on the springs that provide the flight control feel on the aircraft. So, trims fully forward, and then disconnect the trims again. And then I'm going to actuate the stall protection system. There's a mouse spot down here between these switches to test left and right together. And that's what we're going to do. As I do that, look at the angle of attack indicator come up, the stick shaker and the stick pusher. We get stall fail, and we get ignition A and B. That's as expected. I push my disconnect button, ATP disconnect, and make sure I can still move the stick. But if I don't push disconnect, I've got very limited ability to override the flight controls. I do the same on this side. Push disconnect, move the stick, and I'm making sure that it's moving on the flight control page. And then finally, the G switch as well. Make sure that releases some of the stick push, and then release it. And then the noise goes away. So that's about the noisiest check you can do on the aircraft, but we've done the stall protection system test.
Checked. On. Integrated standby instrument.
So integrated standby, you've got hectopascals there, and you've got inches of mercury there. And if you're flying in Europe, you'll notice that the pressurization panel it's only inches of mercury. So having the standby set to your landing field elevation is the easiest way to get that value for the pressurization system. Yeah, do it with the passengers on board for maximum effect. They're going to love that. I once made the mistake of doing a GPWS system test with the cockpit door open. There were some concerned looks.
Checked. Set. Clock.
That's set.
Reset. EFIS ICAS.
So EFIS ICAS, I'll just show you that we can minimize the flight controls or make them smaller so that they're not in the way there. In real life, obviously it's very easy in real life due to the fact that your eyes are set slightly apart on your face for one thing to look around the control column, but also it's a lot more natural than moving the camera view around in X-Plane. So all we do is shrink the yoke down a little bit, and that keeps all the yoke functionality available, but it doesn't get in the way. So what I'm looking for in this EFIS ICAS check is just to make sure it's set up correctly for what I want to do. So notice that we're in Canada, but I'm on hectopascals. So let's change. I'm also on, am I in hectopascal? Yeah, I'm not on standard. So use the menu on the DCP here, scroll down, config, scroll down, not scroll down, sorry, just there, change it to inches of mercury, and then make sure that it's set correctly. I'm going to be 2992 today. If you want a V-bar pointer, you can do it on that screen as well. Basically what you're doing is checking the EFIS panel is set up correctly. People are going to confuse the yoke isn't centered. Yeah, it's different. I think it's basically the big panels have to be inset a little bit to fit where they are.
Checked. Main landing gear bay overheat.
Right, now we're down to pushing some more switches down here, so overheat test.
Viewer bay overheat.
And fail. You're going to ask me why the overheat and fail are on separate switches, where the ice detector, it's got detect and test on the same switch. That's one for Canadair. I've got no idea.
Checked. TOS warning switches.
They're out, and we'll test. I'll let the test run. Yeah, I've had that a few times, Amy. I'll move on.
Testing. Pitch and roll disconnects.
These are fully functional in the aircraft. You can change seats and decide which side you want to fly it from. Like I said before, the pitch and roll disconnects are operative for that. We'll check they're in.
In stow. Ground spoilers.
Are auto.
Auto. Thrust reversers.
We'll set them to armed and make sure the emergency stow button's not pressed.
Checked. Armed. Thrust
Hey, Rusty.
levers.
Spoilers are fully retracted. I'll make sure my hardware is aligned as well. Yeah, it's been a while since I streamed, Rusty. I hope you enjoy the 650 stream here. Thrust levers, I'll move them out the shut-off detent. These are not FADEC engines. These thrust levers are mechanically connected to the fuel control unit. So we're going to move the thrust levers and make sure that we get a full range of motion. There's actually cables underneath here. It's not like an Airbus. So we just want to make sure there's nothing hindering the motion of the thrust levers.
Checked. Shut off. Engine speed switches.
Engine speed switches are down here. They're on.
On. Engine vibration check.
So keep an eye on the vibration levels up here on the MFD and the vibe warning. Notice the vibe levels come up, goes yellow, and then we get vibe warning on N2.
Tested. Oral warning.
Oral warning. This is a fascinating part of the Challenger. It's got two separate channels for the audio controls, for the audio warnings. We can test them both, and we can test them both simultaneously. So there's the first channel, and there's the second channel. These are both running simultaneously. You can listen to all of them. You switch them off in the same way as you switch them on again. Spadtrap, good to see you. First time chat, much appreciated. It should be on video on demand as well, and I'll upload it to YouTube when I get an opportunity to. So audio systems, you can run through all of those.
Checked. Smoke detector.
Here we go. Smoke.
Smoke. Smoke.
Done.
Tested. Trims. Mock trim.
So this is one of the biggest tests that you do. This is one of the most involving tests that you do. And I'll talk you through it because it makes a little bit of sense. It helps you understand the aircraft. I want you to keep an eye on the stab trim setting here, or the stab trim warning, and later the yaw damper warning. So I'm going to switch on the left-hand stab trim only, channel 1, and the Mach trim. So notice I get stab channel 2 in op. so it's only running on one side. There's no mechanical trim wheel on this aircraft. The only way you control the trim is through the switches, and that's why we're doing it. If it was a 737, you could fix the trim position by just moving the crank handle and, you know, some bits of machinery down the back of the aircraft move. This is all electrically controlled. So I'm going to operate my hardware trim switch. You'll see I go trim full up, and I'll check for full motion of the trim. So it was full down for the SPS test. I'm now going to go, sorry, it was full, yeah. Nose down, and I'm going full nose up. So we go all the way to the far end, and then I move it nose down again. Make sure that we get the clacker at least. And then what I do is I move over to the other side of the flight deck, still on channel 1, and we continue the test. We do the same thing. So we're making the first officer drive the trim system through channel 1. And then we operate the disconnect, so make sure that the right hand side can disconnect channel 1. We then put channel 2 back in again. So channel 2 this time, make sure channel 1's in up, and we repeat the test. So again, first officer driving on channel 2. Down and up, and then go back over to the left hand side, and down, and then up. And you can see hopefully here that this is why having the control column minimized rather than hidden is useful. I'll push the trim disconnect on the captain's side now, so making sure the number 1 switch can disconnect the number 2 channel. Having done that, we switch all of the stab trim and mach trims on. We should technically check the aileron trim and the rudder trim by running them full left and full right together, but we'll move on from that because it's a fairly involved test already. I think you get the idea.
Tested. Set. Yaw dampers.
Again, yaw damper 1 comes on, we'll get a warning about the yaw damper channel 2 in op, and then put channel 2 on. So you're basically making sure both channels come to life.
Engaged. Reversionary inhibit switches.
So the inhibit switches are important if you have a CDU failure. The reversion switches are important to move things around in the case of failures. And you can move the ICAS to the other MFD if you want. You can move it to the right hand side, or move it to a kind of composite mode on the PFD. I tend to just leave it left MFD, but some SOPs have it moved around quite a bit.
Norm out. IRS.
Now we're to the business end of things. Index, IRS control, enabled, and they're all aligned.
CPDLC. Logged on. TCAS.
TCAS, we're doing the chin page here. So I've got the pop-up here just so you can see what I'm doing. I will do it from the 3D as much as possible. TCAS test. There's the TCAS target.
System test OK.
Done.
Tested. ATIS and clearance.
Yeah, we'll consider, well, what would we normally do for the clearance? Well, we get the transponder code. So let's put my favourite transponder code in, and that'll be a good indication we've got the clearance. So 4651.
Copied. FMS flight plan. Wind update. Perf.
So this is a big item. You notice the checklist is taking us through everything we need to do. So let's get the FMS set up. I've got the flight plan via data link, but that hasn't done anything with it other than load it into the secondary. See, my flight plan is still blank here. Let's go to secondary and then activate the secondary and execute. So I've now got a flight plan from Montreal through to Glasgow. In the same way as you would do with a 737, we're going to load the departure. It's going to be runway 24 left. I'm going to fly the Montreal 1 departure. I'm going to execute. The arrival is going to be the ILS runway 23. It's going to be via Blaca. Execute. And then what we're going to do is step through the legs. There's a vectors leg, so we'll check the charts out in a second. That discontinuity is fine, let's leave that. Check that I've got the waypoints that I expected. You see there's a discontinuity. That's the end of the en route flight plan and the start of the arrival. So all I'm going to do is clear the disco, and it links Blaca to Gerva, which is what I expected. And then Lanark, that's the holding fix down to the ILS. So that all looks fairly sensible. I'm going to pop up the other MFD just now, and what I'm going to do is use my memory functions. I've got some memory states saved for the MFD, and one of them is a full screen map. I'm going to zoom the map out a little bit.
Refueling is complete, Captain. Do you need anything else?
Have we got enough fuel? Yeah, we've got enough fuel. Go ahead and disconnect.
Okay, just one quick signature on here, and I'll
Blah,
be
blah,
on
blah,
my
blah,
way.
blah. He's gone.
Here's a copy for your
13,500.
reference.
I should have
Have a
signed
nice
that
day.
as... Who would I have signed that as? Sign that as total. Maybe we'll sign that as Cam. Eh? Right, so once we're finished fueling, I'll switch these fuel valves off. Refueling panel. So make sure the refueling panel's dead after you've signed for the fuel. Right, what I was talking about was the flight plan. So, I've got the MFD here in plan mode. I'm going to use this button here called MFD Advance. I'm going to change it from the left side to the right side, telling the CDU to control the right hand side MFD, and then all I'm going to do is use it to step through my waypoints. Double check the waypoints that I've got loaded. So this is how you can preview your flight plan, in the same way as you'd switch an Airbus MFD to plan mode. Once we've done that, back to the left hand side, back to plan. So the FMS flight plan looks appropriate. Don't look at the fuel bill until after you're home and have a drink. Just don't look at the fuel bill. Just close your eyes and swipe the card. That's the easiest way to do it. Right, so the flight plan is set. It asked for performance as well. So let's have a look at the performance here. I know the outside temperature in my sim is 15 degrees. I'll click perf again, and we'll go to perf init. I'm going to cruise initially at flight level 350, so F for FL 350. Don't mistakenly tell it you're going to cruise at 350 feet, because that won't end well. I've got one passenger who's 85 kilograms, I'll put that on there. 0 cargo, and the fuel, well, I've got 9 tons, it's full tanks. So let's just clear out the calculated figure, and it's going to sense 9.5. Now, if you're still fueling, and you want to calculate the performance, then you can bring up your Avatab, if you've got the flight plan. So here's the flight plan. And let's say that I want to use the Avatab figure, the block figure is 8140. So instead of doing the 9, I'll do 8140. I'll put it in there, execute, and it'll use that. It'll show me how much fuel I'd have remaining if I had that amount of fuel loaded in the aircraft. So you don't necessarily need to wait till fueling's complete. You can put the values in there. There we go. So full tanks. So we've got the passenger weight, the fuel weight. If you want to put the zero fuel weight in directly, you can do that. All is good. The last thing it wanted was the winds. We can get those from the route menu and flight plan wind update. That's going to go over the data link, and it'll take it a little bit of time. So I'll do that.
Programmed. Takeoff data.
Takeoff data. Rather than using an EFB or an external app to calculate your takeoff perf, you can do it directly on the system here. Perf twice, go to takeoff. Yeah, let's speak to them.
Hello, Captain. It's Jenny from Hot Start Flight Support. Your passengers have arrived. Shall I have them brought to the plane?
I've got 6 more items to do in the checklist, but I think we'll be ready. Yeah, bring them over.
Understood. They'll be there in a couple of minutes. Anything else?
No, we're good, thank you.
Always a pleasure. Take care.
Excellent. Dipper Dolphin, I've got it on my spacebar. It's this button down here, toggle all pop-up panels. I'm only on a 23-inch monitor running at 1080, so I find it useful to be able to pop the 2D in and out. Jenny's very nice, she's very helpful, isn't she? Right, takeoff perf. Again, that's another interruption that we would really have to have considered, you know, these things happen. If you want to do an intersection, I've got 2,900 meters on runway 24 left. I can override that as required. I can put in 2,500 meters. No problem at all. Make sure the runway condition is set appropriately. It doesn't necessarily need to know the wind. As long as it's got the temperature, it's good. On the next page, the CG, this is just like the Airbus. It doesn't actually do anything. You don't have to worry about that. We just need the speeds. We click send. It tells us the takeoff field length required is 1,800 meters. So 2,500 is no problem at all. So we've done the takeoff performance. What I would also tie into the takeoff performance is just double checking the charts and the FMS set up there because we've got everything loaded now. So on this screen here, let's bring up the charts. It automatically loads the airfield that you're at and the departure that you've got loaded on the FMS. You see the departure track is 237 degrees, and I can use the right mouse to pan around. It's actually this little joystick here that does it, but on the 2D panel you can pan with your right mouse to make it a lot easier. So 237 up to an altitude of 5,000 feet with no speed restriction. So let's set that on here as well. Altitude 5,000 feet. You know what, if I bring up the heads up display now, you can see it on there as well. There's 5,000 feet. Heading is 237. Scroll it down. And speed. This is the one that will always get forgotten on your first few flights in the Challenger, and it just makes things hard when you get airborne. So adjust your speed target to 200 knots. 200 knots is below the flap limiting speed for takeoff, and it's below the FAA and Canadian Class C,
Hello,
Class D
Captain.
speed limits.
Hope you are doing well today. Great. There's nobody else coming along today, so as far as we're concerned, we're all good to go.
Sick. Let's go sit down. Let's go make sure they sit down, make sure that their display is turned on here, and we'll give the takeoff briefing to them as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we may please have your attention.
Just give me some privacy while I'm finishing the checks, guys. We'll be alright.
Welcome you aboard this Challenger 650 for your flight today. We would like to take a moment to review the safety.
There you go. You don't have to listen to the demo once you've done that. Right, so we've got 200 knots set. I'm going to push the toga button, and I'm going to make sure that it goes into nav as well. So I've got my chart set as a function of doing that through the takeoff data.
Set. Avionics and charts.
All I'm going to do here is make sure that the modes are set correctly on my avionics. So I'm going to change my left-hand side AFD to rose mode. That's on the map, that's fine, that's on the map. And the right-hand side, that can go to rose mode as well. This is just convention. I recommend you stick to one methodology and kind of work with it. But you can set up the avionics to your preference every time. It's asking for a flight plan mod. That's going to be the wind uplink as well. So Dipper Dolphin's probably interested in this. Let's have a look at the wind that we've loaded. I'm guessing that's what we've got. If I look at index, flight plan, wind update, yeah, it'll be that one, download wind. So we just push execute and look at my time and the fuel burn. This is it putting the tailwind in for us. And that's using real world winds. So although I'm flying with a fixed wind in the simulator, I can upload the real world winds as well using the flight plan recall. And it's very accurate calculation. We'll have a look at that as we go through.
Set. Flight instruments.
So this is a little check. Sorry, one thing to watch out for when you're using this aircraft is the little flashing blue light here. That's telling you the keyboard is captured onto the CDU. So if your view buttons aren't working, it's because you've got them captured on the CDU. So what I'm looking at is the flight plan, the horizon, sorry, is level with a course of 149, or heading of 149 on the compass. I've got FMS selected for navigation, going to 520 feet is the first waypoint. It is on a course that matches the heading bug of 237, V1 speed, 136, rotate 140, V2 147, VT 177, so flaps up at 182, 200 knots is the target, takeoff, with LNAV 1 and ALT-S selected, 5,000 feet, 29092 for the altimeter, the VSI stable, and takeoff target N1 90.3.
Checked and set. Departure briefing.
We've pretty much done that.
Completed. Emergency procedures.
And yes.
Reviewed. Pins, covers, chocks.
So chocks, this is a delivery flight. Bombardier have very kindly given me chocks, so I'm going to take my own chocks with me rather than just leave them to the ground crew. I'll have that one and that one and that one, and we'll jump on board and close the door. I'm just going to double check. Yes, my passengers are on the plane, because I've fallen into that trap before. Let's close the door. So pull the assist handle. latch the door, lift the flap, pull the handle here to close the external handle and close the flap again. Open the door for these people down.
Fully extended and
PA is still
equipped.
going.
Their
It's a very
headrests
involved
still
PA, this
cushions
takeoff one.
in place. All
And we'll close the
storage
curtains.
compartments and tables must be stowed for taxi, takeoff,
Excellent.
and landing. The use of portable electronic
Right.
devices,
Pins, shots, covers removed.
Removed.
takeoff, and landing.
Cabin lights.
Done.
Set.
Aircraft takes off.
Flight compartment checklist complete.
Excellent.
Engine
We're
start
at
checklist
1453, which is kind of what we're aiming for.
To be used.
Where's the aircraft getting the maps from?
Safety instructions. Please
Red Grable Tarek.
enjoy.
I think it's been answered in the chat. Maybe it's coming from Navigraph in my case. You can get them from Autorouter or from the FAA charts as well. Yeah, so that passenger, it's basically a debug, or not a debug screen, Dipper Dolphin. If you're making content, sometimes it's useful to know how the automation or how the ground services are working there. I've just got a key binding for that, and you can get it from the menu as well. There's like a show service status down there. Right, checklist is complete. Let's get the aircraft. We all ready? I think we're ready. Who wants to start the engines? Should we go fly? Let's do it. So we're going to do everything from the checklist for the engine start.
Engine start checklist. Doors. Closed.
The
Parking
difference
brake and
here
pressure.
is I'm not acknowledging the
Checked and
items.
set.
Because it's a
Fuel
start
quantity and
checklist,
balance.
the first officer's checking the items by himself. When it says confirm up here in the top right, that's an action that I have to confirm. So I'm pushing my joystick button for that. But otherwise, I'm letting it do what it needs to do.
Checked. Beacon.
Where it says one action, that's something that I need to do. So I'm going to turn the beacon on, and the first officer's going to check that and move on.
On. Fuel boost pumps.
Again, an action I have to do.
On. Ignition.
Same thing.
Armed. Engine 2 start.
So let's ask the ground crew if we can start the engines. I'm going to say, is it okay to start number 2? I'll give them the hand signals. They're actually going to check. He doesn't just automatically give you the thumbs up. He checks you've closed the doors and the covers are off and that sort of thing. Gives you the thumbs up. And then we're going to start the engine. So up here, engine 2 start. You can read through this and do it. I kind of know what I'm doing with that so far. So, engine start. So, we've got oil pressure. N2 is increasing. We've got 20% on N2, less than 120. N1's turning. Fuel on. We get oil pressure. I've got ITT and fuel flow. Once it gets up to 55%, I'm going to pop out again so we can have a look in the overhead panel. When it gets to 55%, you'll see the start valve closes and the system goes back into ARM. Now it's asking us to check the fuel system. I've covered this in one of the previous little streams I did, but what we're checking is that the fuel system is behaving correctly. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch off the the right hand side boost pump switch, and you see the lights stay on. That's because the left switch is still in, it's monitoring the left hand side fuel system pressure. Because the left engine's not running, the fuel pressure is low, so the system stays on. I'll switch that off as well. Now both the pumps go off, right and left fuel pump caution, and then left fuel low pressure. What that tells me is the right engine fuel pump is not feeding into the left fuel system. So that's a good fuel system check. Excellent.
Checked. Engine 1 start.
Same for engine 1. So, oil pressure, N2 is increasing, 20%, less than 120, N1's turning, fuel on. Fuel flow, ITT, oil pressure. Just watch the engine come up.
Engine start checklist complete.
So yeah, as soon as the engines are up and stabilised, we're just going to check. Mine's a metric aircraft, so I'm checking. It's like basically 2, 4, 6 and 2 on the engines there. It'd be 2, 4, 6, 4 if it was in pounds. Engine start checklist is complete.
After start checklist. Generator 1 and 2.
Generator 1 and 2, again, one action, so the first officer's calling the checklist, I'm doing the actions.
On, checked AC and DC. Ignition. Disarmed. Packs. On. 14th stage. Open. COWL anti-ice.
I'll switch those on, and I've got a button on my keyboard to run the timer as well. So COWL
On.
and
check
timer.
45 seconds. Flight controls.
So we'll bring up the flight control page here, and I'll just do the full normal checks on the flight controls, make sure we've got full movement. You see the rudder's moving ever so slightly with aileron? That's what the 650 does, it's got a little bit of interlink there. I can freely check the rudders because the nose wheel steering isn't armed just yet.
Checked. Ground spoilers.
Ground spoilers, I'm going to move the switch to disarm, make sure they don't pop up. I'm going to move them to arm, make sure we do get the ground spoilers, and then back to auto.
Checked. Stowed. Auto. Flight spoilers.
So I've got hardware for this. I used a little thumb wheel on the T1600 to make sure I get full spoiler deployment. And then back. Just check the half position as well, and then back.
Checked. Stowed. COWL anti-ice.
So 50 seconds, we've got the message
Green
on.
advisory message on. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice.
I'll switch the
Test
timer
on.
on, the
Fuel
system
balance.
on. Fuel imbalance, yeah, that's fine.
Checked. Trims.
We've got 6 neutral and neutral.
3 set for takeoff. No steer. Arm.
That comes on.
APR.
You hear the shuttle valve for the nose wheel steering valve. APR down here. Test 1. Make sure we get APR and test 1 OK. This is the performance reserve. In the engines, Totorico can explain in detail how this works, but basically it just gives you an extra little bit of takeoff performance if you need it in an engine failure case. That's checked.
Checked. Armed. ADG unit.
So I hold the ADG to unit test, hold it there, make sure the light goes off again, release the switch.
Tested. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice.
So this is why the timer was running. I think Intel FX asked why we're running a timer. We're waiting for this test OK light after 1 minute 58, 2 minutes. There we go. Test OK, we can switch the system off.
Test OK. COWL anti-ice.
We're going to switch them out and make sure the indication goes off.
Off. Wing anti-ice.
I'll move that to normal.
Norm. 14th stage isolation valve.
We're going to cycle the isolation valve. This won't work if you don't have the wing anti-ice on because it's an air pressure driven valve. So cycle it, make sure it behaves.
Checked. Wing anti-ice.
Wing anti-ice is okay here. We've got yellow indications on N2 and that's okay. We can check standby as well if we're interested in that.
ATS. N1 TO. ATC TCAS.
ATC TCAS, it's still on standby. I'll just push my ATC button on the DC, CCP here,
After start checklist.
and we're good.
Taxi checklist next.
Excellent, let me get rid of that flight controls page. Taxi checklist, so basically we're ready to go, a little bit behind schedule, but I've been talking, there's been some questions. Let's get out of here. So as asked for the taxi checklist, the first officer changes to a different mode. On the taxi checklist, the first officer will, from the moment you start moving, he will flick any switches he can for you.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights. On. Wing and COWL anti-ice.
He doesn't know about the wing and COWL anti-ice condition, so that's still a confirm for me.
Norm. On or off. Brakes and steering.
So I'm going to release the brakes. Obviously we'd have air traffic clearance to move as well. Hold the toe brakes, check that the ground crew are out the way. Release the brakes, it's down here. And off we go. A little bit of power to get her moving. Hey Airfighter, good to see you in the chat. Yes, Toto's my FO. He can be my wingman anytime. And squeeze the brakes.
Checked. Reverse thrust.
So we have to cycle the reverse thrust on the first flight of the day. Ideally, we do it left system and then right system. I've got key bindings to do that. But if you don't want to use key bindings, you can obviously do the reversers together. What you normally do is wait till you're somewhere that you're not going to pick up any debris. So if you're taxiing off a busy ramp with people walking around, that's maybe not the time to do your thrust reverser check. In the simulator, there's reverser number 1, and I'll stow that. Reverser number 2, stow that. You see my ATS is flashing fail now? If I push my ATS disconnect button once, I get back to N1 takeoff.
Checked. If taxiing the de-ice, pause checklist here until paper de-ice checklist is complete.
So if you're an airline driver, you're going to know that taxiing without flaps in an airliner is generally not the done thing. Some companies, you'll get a flight data monitoring ping if you taxi without flaps. You might have to answer some questions, but getting off a busy GA ramp with the flaps up, that's fairly common. When I click confirm,
Flaps. 20.
the first officer's going to set the
Altimeter.
flaps for me. I don't have to do that.
Set and cross-check. Radar weather. On. Takeoff briefing.
That's confirmed.
Reviewed. Taxi checklist complete. Before
Excellent.
takeoff checklist next.
We're on our way out. I'll try and show you some views of the visual model once we're airborne as well, because it's just a magnificent looking thing. There's no nose gear disconnect on the Challenger Nevada rocks, so follow the procedure in the checklist to the letter and you'll be fine. Yeah, it needs a little bit of power to get moving because she's basically at maximum takeoff weight just now. At normal kind of short, at lighter weight, you know, fuel for 3 or 4 hours, it'll move with idle thrust. And in some cases it'll move with idle thrust and one of the reversers out. Again, when you're driving a bizjet, one thing to think about is you're on a busy ramp and your engines are fairly close to other aircraft, so keep that in mind as well. You want to see the flight control check from outside the... Let's see if we can do that. How about here? Here's the ailerons. There's the elevator. And there's the rudder. We've got rudder fine steering as well on the Challenger. Automod gets quite exciting, the booze. I don't understand. It errs on the side of being totally family friendly. So here we go, taxiing out. We've got everything set. Let's run the before takeoff checks.
Before takeoff checklist. Passenger signs. Advised on. Anti-collision light. On. Pros. On. Windshield heat. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
I need to confirm that.
Form on or off. Continuous ignition. On. ATC TCAS. TARA. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel. Checked. CAS. Takeoff config OK.
Checked.
Landing, pulse, recog lights. On. Before takeoff checklist complete.
Excellent.
After takeoff checklist next.
So as I enter the runway, it will automatically save the state. So if I screw up the departure, I've got another chance to try it over again. It's just a really useful feature that if you want to practice different departure scenarios, different methods of working the automation, you can do that straight away. So the takeoff in the Challenger, I'm going to show you my preferred method of doing it, which is using the pitch sync button. It's a little binding that I've got on my joystick and it's realistic to the aircraft, and it's also allowable within the SOP for the Challenger. What I'm trying to do, let's just set the brake for a second. So what I want to do in the departure is do as much of it hands-on throttle and stick as possible without messing with the FCP here. Now I've got hardware set up for the FCP. I'm using X-Touch Mini and Marco's fantastic X-MIDI plugin to drive it. It works really well with the Challenger, and you can basically drive the FCP through that little bit of hardware that's about $60. That being said, I like it to be as straightforward as possible to fly the aircraft, and I don't want to be making FCP inputs if I don't have to. So I'm going to use pitch sync. All I'm going to do is follow the pitch target, which is fixed on this aircraft. When I want to accelerate, I'm going to lower the nose to about 10 degrees and just leave the aircraft in pitch mode. And it really is as simple as that. So it's one button to push. I've already got the speed target set. All I'm going to do is fly the aircraft, fly it on the pitch, and put the autopilot in at some point. Checklist is complete. We've got the lights on. All the lights are on now. Let's go. Brakes off. So when you rotate the aircraft with the heads-up display, make sure you're actually looking at the real horizon, not the V-bar on the heads-up display. Always look at the real horizon, do it as a visual procedure. It's very heavy, this aircraft today. There's V1, rotate. You get positive rate of climb, gear up, and just follow that flight director pitch target there. See the caret symbol in the middle? Now it's gone into pitch mode. I've got the flight path vector, and I've got the little ring inside the flight path vector. I've also got those FDs. So I'm waiting for VT plus 5, bring the flaps up. 1,000 feet, so I'll hold sync, I'll just lower the nose to about 10 degrees. Release the sync, and now I can engage the autopilot. There we go. Sorry, carrots, the little box that appeared at the flight target speed there. Above the target speed, flaps up. I'll go into heading mode, simulate a radar heading onto 180 degrees. So basically on that departure, it was one button to push and hold and then bring the flaps up. Really straightforward. I don't know why I call it the caret symbol. Maybe somebody's told me that's what it's called on other aircraft, I don't know. But climbing away, 200 knots, flaps up, let's do the checklist.
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Up. Flaps. 0. Thrust reversers. Off. Ignition. Off. Pressurization. Checked. PAX transition.
So the first officer's doing all this. He's changing over from APU bleed to engine bleed.
Climb set. APU generator. Off. APU. Shut down. Passenger sides.
I'll leave them on just
On,
now.
off, or auto. CAS.
That's checked.
Clear. After takeoff checklist complete.
So after takeoff checklist complete, I'm going to wind the speed up to 250 knots, and I'm just going to leave it on that 10 degree pitch because it's flying quite happily at 10 degrees. I'll use the memory function there to bring my MFD back into the normal position, or the flight position, and I'll put the headset on to make it a bit quieter now as well. That noise is 1,000 feet to go. Push the middle of the alt selector, stop it flashing. Hey Sly 870, good to see you, first time chat. Thanks for contributing, thanks for getting involved. Hope you're liking what you see. I just let it level off at 5,000 feet. I'm going to bring up my FMS, and I'm now going to tell it I want to go direct to RABIC. For all you Airbus pilots out there, keep an eye on my FMAs. It's in heading mode. I click execute. It's still in heading mode. It doesn't change modes when you do direct. You have to rearm nav, goes into LNAV, and now it will turn and follow the track. So that's a little trap for you. VSync button is on the yoke flying gizmo. It's a binding I've got. I use it on the throttle because I've got limited buttons on the yoke. But it's, we can probably see it on this one a little bit clearer. There you go, that's the sync button there. Hey Yoss, how's it going? Long time no speak. Hope you're enjoying what you see with the 650. So the 650 has got auto thrust. It's not an integrated auto thrust like you have on an airliner. And when I say not integrated, I mean it just does what it's told to do, and the autopilot responds. It doesn't anticipate that action. So let's say I want to climb from 5,000 feet. I'm just going to do a very short one. 5,000 feet up to 8,000 feet. And I'm just going to mash flight level change and we'll see what happens. So flight level change, the autopilot comes up to climb thrust, or the auto thrust, sorry, comes up to climb thrust. The autopilot didn't know that was going to happen, so it lets the aircraft get fast. With that slow pitch response, the autopilot is going to pitch up and pitch up and pitch up to control that speed. And if you do a really high speed climb or a lightweight climb, you'll get an excessive pitch angle. It'll go up to 18-20 degrees. as we do that. So that's something to be aware of in the Challenger. It's not very passenger friendly. Now I can just about get away with it today because I'm basically at maximum takeoff weight. I'll show you another way of doing that climb entry. It makes it a little bit easier on the passengers. So there's 1,000 feet to go. We'll level off. Website's overloaded. Yeah, it's. I can imagine it will be. And now you can see the autothrust system. The autopilot is lowering the nose to capture the altitude, but the autothrust system didn't know the autopilot was going to do that. So as a result, it got a little bit fast again. Imagine that the autopilot and the autothrust are on two separate sides of the aircraft, not knowing what the other one's going to do. They just get instructions handed to them. They don't work together. They don't cooperate to make things nice and easy. So you have to basically treat them with a little bit of care sometimes. Let's have a look at the other way of doing it. I'm going to go up to my cruise altitude now. I'm going up to flight level 350. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to set 350. Before clicking flight level change, I'll click auto thrust disconnect and now flight level change. So now the thrust is under my control. I'll resynchronize my hardware and I'll just give it a little bit of thrust. I'll not give it all of the thrust, just a little bit. And then it'll start the climb. I'll set standard as well. VNAV for the departure isn't normally used by Birch. It's possible to use it, but there's little utility in using it. A VNAV it works as a modifier on the existing modes. We can have a talk about that once we get to the cruise. But see now, just by adding that power smoothly, I'm allowing the autopilot to keep up with what I'm doing, so I don't have that excessive speed build up there. It means that I've got a much more sensible nose up pitch attitude. And if you're doing that at light weights, you'll find that makes a huge difference. The reason why it's important, if we come back here just now, if I stand sideways in the cabin, you can see it indicates that we're quite nose up. You see the angle you're standing at, and if you sit down sideways, you know, you don't normally sit on an airliner sitting sideways. Imagine this thing being up at 20 degrees. It's going to feel like a roller coaster ride. So I'll put the autothrust back in, and through 10,000 feet I'll wind the speed up to 275 knots, and from this point onwards it's very straightforward on the departure. Synchronise the heading. You synchronise the heading by pushing the centre there, and all is well. Once it gets to 275 and stabilised, I'll take the seatbelts off. VS mode's an interesting one, Flying Gizmo. There's no reason not to use VS mode. The pitch mode is easier for the initial departure because it's a single button that I've got on my stick, but yeah, you can use vertical speed mode as required. There's limited protections available on the Challenger, and some operators are worried about the use of vertical speed mode in the climb. Some operators go so far as to prohibit vertical speed mode in the climb, but it's completely possible. It's not limited by the AFM. You can use that if you prefer. So there we go, 275 knots. We've got about 7.5 degrees nose up. We'll switch the seatbelts to auto. And we are on our way. Ensign Wesley Crusher, good morning, good to see you. Very scary mode for the VS. Yeah, it can be. So the vertical VNAV, see we've got flight level change up here. What I want you to think about with VNAV is it's really a modifier for the active mode. It's not a mode in its own right. So I put VNAV on, it now goes to VFLC. Okay? Now if I go from flight level change to VS, I've now got VS plus 2500. But VNAV in, I get VVS. Okay? And it's even in pitch mode. I've got pitch and I've got VPitch. So VNAV is a modifier. And all it does, that's back to flight level change 275. All VNAV does, really, in this aircraft, with one exception, all it does is tell the autopilot to level off at this altitude here, or we don't have one at the moment, the VNAV target. You see the blue magenta target The blue, that's not even a sentence, is it? The blue selected altitude and the magenta VNAV altitude. With VNAV on, it'll level off at the most restrictive altitude. Without VNAV, it goes for the blue. It's as simple as that. VNAV's got its own use on the approach as well, but for the departure, it simply modifies what the climb profile does. Optimum cruise level at this sort of weight, we are going to go up to about 3.5 today, and we'll climb up to 3.8 later. It doesn't have the ability to show you the optimum in the FMS, unfortunately. Did I sleep okay last night? I got a bit more sleep, Captain Crash, but some of the words will also be screwed up. Hey Tomasz, first time you've chatted in the stream as well, so good to see you here. At lightweight, she'll go straight up to 410. 3.5, it'll get at maximum takeoff weight most times. Excellent. So, one of the things we're going to look at on this flight, I'll pop it up just now, is the SimBrief plan. So I've got my plan in SimBrief. I've asked SimBrief for the step altitudes, and it's telling me 350 up to LCR, so get to LCR at 3.8, Zetbo going up to 3.9, and then Rotev back down again. So the SimBrief plans work really well with this aircraft. So after VNAV leveled off at restriction, does it resume climb after restriction automatically? It'll go into, let me think, yes, it should go into VALT mode, and then it'll climb again. So flight level 200. Yeah. So if there's any CRJ drivers out there, you'll have a couple of questions at the moment, I'm sure. First question is, why is my windshield heat on high? Simply because that's the way the checklists are written at the moment. They should possibly go to low. It's not a big deal. It's either low or high in flight, but at the moment it's set to go to high. Maybe we'll look at that. Maybe the developers will look at that. Maybe we'll change the plan. It doesn't make much difference. The other thing you might be wondering is why we took off with the APU on. So, it's normal in the Challenger SOP to take off and land with the APU providing the air conditioning systems, to drive the air conditioning systems. You don't necessarily need the APU to drive the air conditioning system. If you look on the takeoff performance, if I go to takeoff here, you can see that, where is it? Is it on this one here? I can ask for the engine bleed running the 10th stage, and that would be takeoff with the APU off. It's entirely possible to do that. The feedback we had from our subject matter experts on the Challenger is they're not flying it with the routine that airline pilots fly it with. They fly it for maybe a third as many hours as airline pilots fly. They also tend to fly different aircraft types, so the whole objective in the SOPs and the way the checklist is written is to keep everything straightforward and simple. Okay, and the cost of running the APU for another 10 minutes on the takeoff and 10 minutes on the landing is nothing compared to the cost of screwing it up. So we just run the APU on takeoff as a matter of course. It also means you don't have to consider packs off takeoffs. Your VIP passengers are quite happily getting air-conditioned air from the APU throughout the takeoff. So as the sim is written, as the checklists are written out the box, it's APU on for takeoff and landing every time. You can customize the checklists, you can change how the aircraft behaves. I believe, even the FO actions are in an XML file that you can modify and make it do it slightly differently if that's what you prefer. But as it's written, APU on all the time. And we're on our way. How far behind schedule are we? That's not too bad. We're going to be about 3 minutes late when we get to Glasgow. I can live with that. Plenty of power for the APU. We need a dedicated pancake checklist pack. It's interesting you mentioned that. So one of the things that we've been working on is this aircraft's got an extensive failures menu. There's lots of failures available in the aircraft. To the point, have a look at it. Is it going to pause my sim? It's not. There's your failures. If you're not familiar with airline sim training, these failures might be quite intimidating. You're like, what should I do? How can I use this to learn the aircraft? And I can understand that concern. So what we've got is, let me find it. Have I put the files in the directory? That is the question. I may not have done. I think I know where they are. Hang on a second. Can I do this? Does this work? Let's see. Can you see an overlay with the training scenario? Let me know if you can see it on the stream. I've got a little bit of latency. Yep, you can see it. Awesome stuff. So what we've got written here are some training scenarios, if you like. It tells you which failures to activate in the failure system, and it gives you some notes about how to handle that failure. Now, at the moment, there's only 5 scenarios in there, ranging from fairly easy things to fairly complex things. But it gives you enough to get started learning the failures. You've got a complex failure like an engine failure. You've got a hydraulic leak. In the docs it says, will you be able to complete the flight? Well, no, this is a return to departure. This one here, land at the nearest suitable airport, although you could continue. This one here, normal flight completion is possible. So I've tried to indicate in the documentation whether or not this particular scenario is appropriate on a regular, let's say a VATSIM flight, or whether or not you just want to launch off on a dedicated training flight, if you like. So basically that's to try and lead you through it. Captain Crash has also been working on taking some bits of the QRH, so I wrote these training notes here. Crash has been working on providing with excerpts from a QRH to basically work with those scenarios. So at the moment it's not the full QRH, it's enough of the QRH to work with the training scenarios that are that I'll make available for download once the product releases. So you've got a little bit there to lead you through the failures. Can you trigger them off during a flight? You can do them at any point, Winston. If I go back here, let me pick something that's inconsequential at the moment. What should we do that doesn't matter? Communication, COM3 radio failure. Yeah, I can basically trigger it now. You can do it at indicated airspeeds, trigger it at speed offsets, altitude, height, time, average time, rough time interval, after landing, after takeoff, sorry, after gear up. You've got all sorts of triggers. And you can do them directly from here. And on the electrical failure menu, you can pretty much fail everything electrical on the aircraft. It's all in there. So one of the really interesting things, some people have been asking for random failures on this aircraft, and I understand the thought process behind that, because that's what other sims have delivered. Okay? For me, the most interesting thing about this is to fly other people's failure scenarios, right? I want to see the XPilot download site filled up with scenario files for failures that people have created. Easy failures, difficult failures, nearly impossible failures. That's the really interesting thing for me, because I know what sort of failures I would create, but I think it's much more interesting. So, find somebody that flies a CRJ or find somebody that flies a 747, and whatever failures they've seen, they might try and recreate in this aircraft. People that fly Cessnas and have a COM failure in the Cessna, they might try and recreate that in the Challenger and see what the effect would be. And then take your scenario file, upload it to the XPilot download site with a few notes about what it is, and then just let people fly it. And you can load those scenarios in here. You can load and save scenarios. There's my 5 scenarios that I'll provide. And I really hope within a few weeks of the product launching that there's hundreds of scenarios available from the community, because that's the really fascinating bit about it. How does it do on a V1 cut? Yeah, you've got a lot of rudder. It's hard work in a failure, this aircraft. Is it possible to activate the failures via data refs? I actually don't know. That's maybe one for Totorico. It might be possible to. You can certainly script the scenarios to your heart's content. I don't know about activating individual failures via data refs. No, okay, no, so they're not exported for the time being. The thing to keep in mind about this product is, as I said at the very outset, I'll try and be impartial about the strengths and the weaknesses of this product, but I'm maybe a little bit too close to it to be completely impartial. If I say this is a genre-redefining aircraft, I don't think it's an exaggeration. This thing does things that other sim aircraft haven't done before. So I'm really keen to see what the emergent behaviour in the community will be like. You know, I realise what you're thinking about data refs triggering the failures. You want to build your own dynamic scenarios into the system and that sort of thing. And that's something that maybe Totorico will look at a little bit down the line. If we were to play the what if game before the product launches, what does the community want? What does the community need? How will they use it? It's quite difficult to play that game because there hasn't been an aircraft like this in the sim marketplace before. So a little bit of, you know, a few months after launch, when we see when Toto and Goran see what people are doing with the aircraft, then who knows what the future has in store. Just a bit of planning to do it. That's the kind of answer I like. Does the speed hold swap to Mach hold? That's a very pertinent question, Dobby93. The answer is yes. Yes, it does. But at a very specific point. It changes over at 33,600 feet every time. It doesn't care what speed you're flying. It doesn't care what your VNAV profile is set to. It will fly in speed mode up to, I'm 33.6, and then it changed over to Mach mode. So 275 is a touch on the fast side, or my final climb speed, but I'll leave it at 275 and you'll see it change over. We'll get to the cruise, we'll have a look at some avionics bits and pieces, we'll have a look at the other stuff the cabin's got as well. Is everybody liking what they see so far? It's a long stream, so if you've got anything that you've missed, anything you want to go back over again, we can have a look at. VNAV can switch it earlier, very good. Ah, interesting. But you're not allowed to use VNAV for Mach mode under the manuals. That's weird, isn't it? Ah, good news. Plane Mads, yeah, I think it's a great add-on. I think it really will give a lot of people a lot of entertainment. Here we go, 335. Check up here. Mach 7.9. I'm going to back it off a little bit to 7.7 just now. Yeah, so you know what's going to happen with the random failure, with your own failures. That's one of the things about it. So, I mean, obviously you don't have to look at the failures. When you download somebody else's failures, you can just apply the scenario, launch off and see what happens. But that's kind of how we train in the airline world. We train for specific scenarios and work through it. What's the reception on the cell phone? Have a look. The reception on the cell phone is flight mode. Just going to mute the microphone for 1 second, guys. There we go. So if any of our beta team or any of the developers want to come on the chat as well, just send me a message in this Twitch chat here. We'll bring you in on the audio. There's leveling at 3.5. I'll wind the speed target up to 0.8, and we'll basically get established in the cruise. Double check that the seatbelt signs are off. I should probably switch the lights off. That's me being a bad pilot chatting away. Off we go. Captain Crash has some time. Let's see if we can get Captain Crash on the chat. We've got some avionics stuff to do, which we can do as we go. We've got some ETOPS planning to do. But let me see if I can get Captain Crash on the audio as well. Hey Pilsnerish, I didn't spot you. You joined there, sorry about that. Thanks for joining. Having a family comes first, obviously. Hey Captain Crash, are you there?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. So I'm not restreaming the video to Captain Crash, so he's watching it on the live stream. There'll maybe be a little bit of latency on there, just something to be aware of. How are you liking it, Captain Crash? How are you enjoying testing it?
Testing it has actually been very informative from my perspective, as with my prior experience on the CRJ. It's been phenomenal to get the airplane and see what the Challenger is like and work with Toto.
Awesome. Yeah, you flew the CRJ for quite a while, and this must be like getting back in a familiar old friend that's had a bit of a facelift.
That is definitely putting it politely. Yeah, the CRJ is a veritable workhorse in the airline industry for the regional routes, and the Challenger is a much upgraded version of it. So it was nice. I hadn't flown the CRJ in a while, so coming into the Challenger, a lot of things were very, very familiar, and some things like the avionics were a bit on the newer side, but overall it felt like just strapping into the jet again.
Yeah. It's a fairly... The avionics on this airframe, the 650, the Proline 21 Advanced, is very sophisticated. It does a lot of stuff on there, and I quite like the fact that the systems themselves, it's fairly mechanical, the airplane. It's fairly old school as far as systems go, but when it comes to the avionics, it's entirely modern.
You know, it's interesting that you bring that up. I wholeheartedly agree. It's a bit of a multi-generational airplane, if you will, with the heritage of the aircraft being, in the 80s. So the CRJ typically comes with the Proline 4 avionics pack, and I actually had the opportunity when I was prior to flying CRJs, I was flying King Airs, and the King Air I flew had a Proline 21 system installed. So I kind of went backwards in time, avionics wise, and then so coming into this Challenger that has the Proline was kind of an interesting step.
Yeah, that must be. It must be quite a mashup, if you like, of your different experiences then.
Yeah, it definitely was.
So what's been your favourite bit flying the Challenger so far? What do you enjoy most about it?
It's very difficult for me to specifically just nail down the one feature about the aircraft, because I think the intent behind the aircraft is actually probably the best thing about the aircraft. Toto's dedication to looking at this and going, I don't want to just make something that looks like a Challenger 650 that kind of flies like a Challenger 650, but at the very core, by definition, is a Challenger 650 because the laws of physics say it is, because the logic level says it is. So the behavior of the aircraft is emergent from the physical properties that define it. That's, I think, my favorite part of the aircraft, if I really had to try and nail it down.
Yes, absolutely. It's one of these things that I love about it as well. That I've done a lot of sim flying and a lot of real world flying, and with some sim aircraft, it's very obvious that what you're flying is a facsimile, what you're simulating is a pretend aircraft. With this aircraft, it feels a lot more like the real thing for me. I can sit here in my computer room and, you know, for a moment in time, I'm a Challenger 650 pilot. I'm not somebody sitting at a desk with a joystick, but I become that Challenger 650 pilot. And it's not many add-ons give you that experience. And I think it's because I know that it's not faking things. I know it's not cheating. That the difference between a fake system, something where it looks at the input and gives you the correct output, or something that actually works it out by itself, something that uses the proper logic to do it. It's not necessarily saying that the fake system couldn't do something. It's just the fact that you know it's doing it that way, you know it's faking it that way, and that kind of takes away some of the enjoyment. Because your brain tells you that it's a facsimile.
You know, there's something very interesting psychologically that happens when you know that once that immersion is broken and that thread on that old sweater has shown itself. Being human psychologically, we're all very curious, I think, at heart, so we all try and pull at that thread a little bit, and we see and we know and we don't forget that it's not quite there. And so this airplane is there. It's there because it has to be, because if it wasn't, it wouldn't work.
Yes. I mean, we can take a look at that as well. Just before I launch into some more avionics chat, just to explain to those of you that have just joined the stream or that are been watching for a while and have just subscribed or followed me on Twitch, I've got the Twitch notifications and the chat on the video overlay turned off today, just because we're going to have a lot of avionics on screen and it can be a bit overwhelming on my little monitor here. So for those of you that have recently followed Sparker VR, Janik Fly, Mish Havel, Rain, Netherlands, Spadtrap, Clocon, Labin, I can't pronounce that, I'm sorry. Lab Itanera, thank you very much. Timothy and Maelstroms and Zulu Yankee, thanks very much for following the channel. There's some other videos on demand that hopefully you find interesting as well, including some stuff with the TBM that Sasha and Goran were also involved in. Shall we pop up the avionics, Crash? We can have a look at what's going on with this thing.
So, I love looking at avionics. So,
shall we start with the GPS system? Because I think that's the thing that is maybe quite familiar to people that have got handheld sat-navs, or, you know, maybe I'm showing my age a little bit now. People have got mobile phones with assisted GPS. They don't have Garmin's anymore. But let's have a look at the satellite position tracker first of all.
Yeah. Challenger 650, powered by TomTom.
Yes, exactly. Can we put a Darth Vader voice on the sat-nav? That's a very 90s thing to do. There we go. So there's the satellite position tracker overlay. Now, the avionics on this aircraft, they've got no secret knowledge of the X-plane world. When I say secret knowledge, what I mean is, well, X-plane has to know where it is because it has to draw the airplane in the world, okay? And the simulation behind this aircraft, it has to know where it is to build the simulation. But the avionics, the bits that are navigating the aircraft, they don't know where they are. So the Challenger simulation knows where it is in the world and essentially draws these real-world satellite positions. It's downloaded the current GPS satellite almanac. It knows where the satellites are. It knows where you are in the sky. So it knows where the satellites are relative to the aircraft. You see it's in a turn at the moment. You can see the satellites rotating around the aircraft. It knows the elevation angle. It knows the timings, most importantly, the GPS satellites. So rather than just basically saying to X-plane, hey X-plane, where am I? Okay, that's my location. It's saying to X-plane, okay, where am I? Right, let's use that to build the world around me. And it builds a satellite constellation. And from that constellation, we get the GPS units. I'll pop them both up.
And I may be stepping out on a ledge of knowledge here, but when I want to go back a little bit, if it's all right with you,
Yes.
to talk about kind of the world building that kind of happens in the sim, and maybe in the way I kind of think it happens, and maybe Toto will chime in. When we talk about, well, X-Plane has to know where the airplane is. X-Plane knows where the airplane is because it, like you said, it has to draw, it has to do all the things, but the airplane is where it is because of the forces applied to the airframe. And that sounds, I think, a bit rudimentary on the surface, but when you really think about it, right, you have two engines and the entire airframe doing the work of, applying forces and moving the aircraft. The engines push it forward, we're banking, we're pitching. So those things affect the physical position of the aircraft. So X-Plane knows that. But like you said, once that's happened, once all the forces have been applied, the avionics have to try and work out what just happened.
Yes.
And that's where the world building really, I think, comes into effect. And, so the airplane gets shoved through the air via the engine forces and all the other stuff. And then the avionics are like, okay, yeah, great. Where are we?
That's right, yeah. It makes it really quite compelling as well. I mean, there's a couple of examples of it you can see on the screen. You can see this flickering information here. That's the GPS position resolution on this GPS unit. And some people have commented on the synthetic vision appearing to dance around on one of the developer stream videos. Well, at that point, Totorico was in the valley at Sion or Geneva, and the satellite view wasn't exactly perfect. The aircraft didn't have a perfect view of the full satellite constellation. And as a result, the GPS position was moving around a little bit more than perhaps it would have done. And if you've tried to use a satellite navigation system on your phone in the city, certainly on an older mobile phone, you'd be very familiar with the fact that it loses its position very quickly because it can't see the sky. Well, an airplane satellite navigation system on the ground can have the same issues. If you're parked close to the terminal on a small airplane, or if you've got a jet bridge that's getting in the way, less of a challenge, I think, but if you've got a jet bridge in the way, that can affect your communications and your GPS. This aircraft does it with the terrain. So if the terrain is masking some of the GPS satellites, then you get a poorer position fix.
Yeah, and that's really one of the very interesting parts of seeing this kind of implementation. It takes into account all the physical principles and goes, okay, cool, this is all true, and works backwards from it.
Yes, exactly that. It is then very easy as a sim pilot to say, look, well, I now know that what I'm seeing it has for me, a greater level of authenticity, if that makes sense.
Exactly.
So it's not even just the GPS system that's simulated. I showed the GPS first because I think that's a good example of something that will be hopefully familiar to more people. But it's not just a GPS system. The aircraft has got the INS systems as well, the inertial reference units, and we've got 3 of them on board the aircraft. So here's INS number 1. And what you're basically looking at is a simulation of an inertial reference unit. And this could be done standalone. This could be a separate part of another aircraft. It is simply, and I say simply, there's nothing simple about it. It's a recreation of an inertial reference system in software form. And you see we've got hybrid GPS position here. So the inertial reference unit, it's a Honeywell laser ref unit. And if I hover over, you've got tips that pop up to tell you what all of these parameters are, where it's getting all the information from. This simulation of the IRS unit is updating its position, the hybrid GPS position, using the GPS position. And we can see that in the avionics. If I, excuse me, let me just get my pop-ups popped up correctly. If I bring this, let's move that up here. It's under index. Is it IRS control? I think, no, hang on. It's index. Ponrog. There we go. So DME, GPS1, IRS. So the IRSs are being updated from the GPS1 and also from the DME. So we can have a look at that happening as well. It's under radio, I think. Let's have a look. No, it's not. Let me find it. Where's the... It's been such a long time. FMS position. There we go. So, before the screen gets too messy, let's get rid of that one just now. We can see the IRS one. You can see where it's updating its DME position from. You can see the angles involved, the station. You can see the ident. So it's reading the ident to make sure it's on the correct frequency. It's looking at the correct station. You can see the different calculations that are being done. There's the, YFC's miles away. YQM is miles away. There's the IRS positions, the corrections being applied, the DME position, and the FMS position. If you want to use this aircraft to learn ATPL syllabus, you could get quite a lot of the navigation and system stuff done with this airframe alone, because it's got everything in these pop-ups to teach you what it's doing. But Captain Crash knows a lot more about inertial systems than I do.
Oh dear.
Shall I put you on the spot? Do you want to give us a 2-minute summary on how this inertial system works?
Sure. So the laser ref unit, not specifically, but a kind of a high-level overview of inertial units, generally speaking. The YouTube video, "The Missile Knows Where It Is Because It Knows Where It Isn't," comes to mind. But basically what you're looking at is, from a very simplified perspective, is you have what's called the inertial platform. It's a fixed orientation in space. And that platform has 3, you could call them accelerometers, X, Y, and Z. And you can kind of see them on the rates, accelerometer rates, X, Y, and Z on that IRU1 there. And what we do to figure out where we are is we look at the most measurable quantity that we know when we're flying through space. You can't make any assumptions about orientation. You just say, everything I know about the world around me comes through acceleration. And you know that as a person to be true. When you're in a car, you know that if you're accelerating forward, you're pushed back in your seat. If you're in elevators, you go up and you get pushed downward from the apparent forces that are being applied to you. So every small time step, inertial reference units take all the accelerations and do some math on them, and then say, okay, well, if that acceleration was that much in that direction, that summed total of X, Y, and Z, then over that span of time, I must have moved, using some trigonometry, in north. I must have moved north, and I must have moved 50 meters. So from there you say, okay, I knew what my acceleration was. So my acceleration over time, that gives me velocity. My velocity over time gives me distance. Okay, so now I know how hard I was being pushed. I know how fast I was going, and I know for how long all those occurred. So now I can figure out where I am in the world if I knew where I started.
Yes.
Each one of those systems has noise and error. You can see that in the angle random walk and the velocity random walk. These kinds of systems are prone to very, very small but not insignificant drift, because if you've ever used a calculator, you look and you go, okay, well, how many decimal points do I need to round off to? And that's what the system does too. It only knows to such a high degree of precision where it is, and so your new position has a little bit of error in it.
Mm-hmm.
It does the integration that we just talked about again, moves forward. There's a little bit of error in that one too, and so you get propagating error. In old systems, like the Carousel 4, they eventually put in a DME updater, but prior to that it was just, so long as the error is less than 2 nautical miles per flight hour, good enough. But hybrid GPS integration means the errors are minuscule now.
Yes. Yes, no, exactly that. It's a fascinating subject, and it's great to have that, exposed in the system as well. Did they reference GPS? Yes, for correction, they do. The laser ref systems themselves have got GPS input, and the GPS input also goes into the FMS. So you've got a pure GPS position being fed to the FMS, and the laser refs are updated from a hybrid GPS source as well.
And if you want to see what the effect of a GPS-aided navigation solution is versus a non-GPS integrated solution, you can pull the GPS circuit breakers behind your head and whoop, watch in that map screen that we saw earlier how quickly you drift.
Yes. Yeah, it really changes the scenario quite a bit when you're flying without the GPS. But then you can see the DME position updating come to life, and then you can see the if you're flying in an area where there's not a lot of nav aids, you can see the poorer position accuracy that you have, and you've got all that built into the simulation, which I find really fascinating. We're just coming up to the point where I want to have a look at some ETOPS stuff as well. But before we go too much further, just a little note on the price of the product for those of you that are watching the stream at the moment. I had a message earlier on today, and I want to share it with you basically. It's not from the developers. So basically, I know that there are a lot of people out there who love simming all over the world, right? And we know that regional pricing variations in the sim world just doesn't happen at the moment. You don't have regional pricing like you do on Steam. So on the Hot Start Discord, we've got a member who's very generously offered to donate a copy of the aircraft to somebody. They're looking to gift the product to somebody who genuinely cannot and most likely will not ever be able to afford the product. So if you're in a part of the world where the product costs more than what a nice family meal would cost, or more than a night out with a few beers with friends would cost, then get in touch with us on the Hot Start Discord and we'll put you in touch. So this is going to be a gift that's allocated at random to one person, and I want to make clear that it's a personal donation from a member on the Hot Start Discord, from one sim enthusiast to another. It's not a freebie giveaway, it's a genuine, generous offer. So if you kind of fit that description, you know, somebody that will not genuinely be able to afford this aircraft, get in touch on the Hot Start Discord and we'll make sure that you're entered into a draw for receiving a gifted copy of the product. I want to be clear that it is not funded, sponsored or endorsed by Reflect Reality Simulations, Hotstar or X Aviation. It's a community member supporting another community member who may not ever be able to afford this product otherwise. So get in touch on the Hot Start Discord. If you prefer to remain anonymous because of the conditions that I've described, send me a message on the Hot Start Discord, just at Graham Golf Romeo Alpha Echo Mike Echo, and we'll put you in touch. There's going to be a deadline on this to be entered into the draw, January the 14th at 1300 Zulu. So make sure that you've got in touch by then. January 14th, 1300 UK time.
Wow.
I know, they're sorting out. So I thought it was very generous, Crasha. I was amazed to get that message earlier on today.
That is astounding.
Yeah.
And really heartwarming to hear that someone would be willing to do that.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I mean, it compared to some other products out there, it's a little bit more expensive than what X-Plane's seen for other add-ons. But you get so much with this that it will repay that investment. So if you're not able to afford it, and you won't ever be able to afford it, then there's a draw that maybe we'll be able to get a copy of it. So get in touch on the Discord. Yeah. Awesome stuff. And that's, for me, that's flight simulation. This is why I do the videos. This is why I don't ask for donations on Twitch. There's a little bit of ad revenue that funds other add-ons that I purchase on YouTube, but it's minimal. There's no channel subscriptions, there's nothing like that. It's just sim enthusiasts helping out other sim enthusiasts. That's how it goes.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah. What else we got in the chat? Let's see. It really is generous, Marco. Yeah, virtual CPT. I was, as I said, I was amazed by that. Yeah, it's a very in-depth number, 8242. The FMS is a direct, almost one-to-one recreation of the FMS on the real thing. If you zoom in closely on the 3D, you see it's basically pixel level accurate of the real thing. All the column alignments, all the spacings, it's all done exactly as per the real thing. This is not in any way related to the X-Plane FMS. Cool. Where are we? We are still in northeastern Canada.
It looks like.
Yeah, well, there's still Nova Scotia, I think, to go. But what we want to do, I think, is have a look at the data link first of all. So what I'm going to do is just bring up the number 3 CDU here, and we'll get some weather for some of the airfields. I'm going to ask it for weather for, let's have a think, CYQX, that's going to be Gander. Let's have a look at Keflavik, BIKF. Let's have a look at Shannon. So they're going to be our ETOPS fields. Let's have some other fields just in case they're not great. CYYT, that's going to be St. John's. Keflavik, if you can't go to Iceland, then let's go to the Azores. It's probably more pleasant there. And if you can't go to Dublin, let's go to Derry, Londonderry, Eglinton, whichever one you prefer. Then.
So we just had a question come in. Do the METARs come from active sky, sim weather, etc., or is that real world weather too?
So this is coming from real world sources. It will also, I believe, works with VATSIM. Toto can maybe correct me. I've not flown this one on VATSIM myself, but I believe it gets VATSIM ATIS if you're connected to VATSIM.
That was my understanding, based off of conversations that we've had and seeing streamers do it as well. The METARs will come from the provider that you're currently using. If that's VATSIM and they have a DATIS up, it'll come from there. If it's Pilot Edge, it'll pull up the Pilot Edge ATIS. But the actual SIGMETs and all the in-route and terminal weather that comes from that isn't tied to those providers will come from the real world.
Excellent. Toto's giving you the definitive answer in the chat there as well. Pilsner's reminding me, I missed a question from Jet Jazz Junkie as well, so sorry about that. What are the... Sorry,
there are two black dots under the aircraft.
I noticed that as I was panning around, so as I said, I updated this build maybe a minute or so before the stream started. It looks like there's maybe a little bit of geometry's crept in there on the build, so I'm sure that Goran and Total will be aware of that, and they'll get that sorted out for the release. It's basically, it's a beta product that you're looking at. This isn't a release candidate product. Just to be extra clear on that. Cool. You'll notice that the data link is taking an absolute age here. It's not just gone off over my internet. I'm streaming to you guys. I've got a data link, an internet connection that's running 18 megabits per second upstream and 70 megabits per second downstream. But it can't transfer this metadata at that rate. It is limited by what the real world data link is able to do. And yes, it's arrived just now. I know other aircraft have simulated data link before. They've simulated CPDLC and been able to retrieve meta information. I don't think anything has actually simulated the ACARS ground stations.
Yeah, if you're over the middle of the Atlantic, you can still pull a bunch of data.
That's it.
How?
So at the moment, we are using VHF data link. It's connected to YQM. Pilsner will tell me where YQM is. Is that Halifax? No, that's Halifax down there. It's somewhere in New Brunswick, I'm guessing. Oh, this is Nova Scotia. I'm rubbish with Canada geography. I'm really sorry, Canadians. New Brunswick, Moncton, that's where it is. You can see I'm a European short-haul pilot, Get to Ireland and things fall apart. But yeah, so data's coming from YQM, and you can see the bandwidth on the channel is calculated. It looks at the terrain profile down towards Moncton here, and it works out the best data rate you've got available. But not only that, it looks at the type of station as well. So VHF data link mode A, that's plain old ACARS, and VHF data link mode 2, that's a slightly faster connection. it's also service provider is either CETA or ARINC. ARINC were the original provider and CETA are a newer provider. It's got the frequency, it's got the list of frequencies it needs to connect to, and it's basically constantly polling to make sure it's got a valid data link. So when we go out over the Atlantic, there won't be a data link via VHF, and we'll have a look at that later. It'll revert to satellite data link, and we've got 2 satellite data link capabilities on this aircraft. So when you're in the chat and you're asking, does it have CPDLC to send messages on the Hoppy network to VATSIM? It's not implemented at the moment. But the background for this aircraft, the data link simulation this aircraft is capable of providing is fantastic. You've got data link at the moment for flight plan uplink from SimBrief. So your SimBrief flight plan is downloaded over the internet, obviously, at the data rate that your data link network can provide. The winds aloft, same thing. So anything that uses the data link uses the underlying data link simulation behind it. It doesn't just go to the internet and grab the data. So it's basically a fully implemented VHF and satellite data link.
Yeah, that's amazing. It really is. When Toto came to us and was like, hey, by the way, I have the list of all the stations.
Exactly.
What?
So looking at the weather here, so I'm obviously flying in fairly plain weather conditions next plane, but real world, Gander, it's looking alright, that's not too bad. Keflavik's probably windy over in Keflavik. 11 knots, I'll take that. 2 degrees, showers of rain, but it's usable. And it's going to be usable all day. Shannon, straight down the runway at Shannon at the moment, 12 knots. And yeah, it's going to be a bit breezy later, fairly typical Irish January weather. The other airfields, where did I say that was? CYYT, that's not Gander, that is St John's. Yeah, it's alright. Azores, 17 degrees, that's a better diversion. And Eglinton, that's alright, isn't it?
Goran's got a question for you when you have a moment.
Oh, Goran wants to see the mesh. Sure, let's have a look at that. Let's see. Oh, it's placards. There you go. Awesome. Thanks, Goran. So there we go. Fixed dynamically, ready to go.
Customer service at its best.
That's it. So yeah, so now we've looked at the weather conditions at our airfields. We want to build... we want to know how to operate under ETOPS conditions. So the first thing is business jets operating privately don't strictly need to follow ETOPS rules because it's a private operation. That being said, being 5 miles from anywhere on one engine in a little business jet is perhaps not the best place to be. So I like the idea of operating the ETOPS rules. Let me just grab Avatab so I can bring Avatab into the... keep it on screen as well. Let's see if this is the flight plan. So I've told SimBrief to generate a ETOPS flight plan for me. And as a function of that, it's given me 2 equal time points. Now, as a service to the community, a couple of days ago, Captain Crash got in touch with SimBrief and said, hey SimBrief, your ETOPS ETP calculations are totally wrong. And they said, oh yeah, we'll fix them. So it's been fixed. It was basically for a limited number of airframes, they said, but the Challenger was affected by it. So SimBrief have since fixed their ETP calculations to a certain extent. What is an equal time point? Well, that's an interesting question. Let me see if I can just swap over onto my other browser momentarily. Can everybody see... Can you see the
Yes.
the full screen flight plan there? Excellent. So let's scroll down to the maps. Zoom in. And let me see if this works. Cool. So basically we are around about here just now. Okay. The routing takes us out directly across the Atlantic. And what you're seeing here is a 1 hour circle in still air drawn around Gander and Shannon and Keflavik up here. If we were to operate the flight and stay within those circles, we wouldn't need to worry about ETOPS. So if I was ferrying an old 737 to the boneyard and it didn't have long-range navigation equipment, I would have to take a northerly route. I could go from Northern Ireland here, go on what they call the Blue Spruce routes up to Keflavik, probably refueling Keflavik, and then back down. We could use, I've forgotten the name, Narsarsuaq in Greenland, Bluey West 1, if you've read any of the Ernest Gann books.
Yep.
We could fly that way and we would stay within that 60-minute range. But we're outside that. Now, I've asked SimBrief for a 120-minute plan, and this is what these other rings are here. If I change the colour on my highlighter, these are the 120-minute ranges here. Okay? And you can see that this is still air. It's not wind corrected. But my flight plan, by virtue of being just far enough north, it's within 120 minutes of Keflavik. The Azores, LPLA, is down here. So if I was in
we noticed that we can't see your mouse pointer anymore.
Oh, is it gone?
It seems to have...
Oh, interesting. Let's have a look.
Okay, there's... that's weird.
Yeah,
I
that's
can see
interesting.
a pencil, yeah. Pencil's on now.
Let me try that again. 1 second. I think I know what's going on here.
Okay. Yeah, it's drawing over the X-plane.
Oh, I see what I've done.
broadcasting,
I've been an idiot. Let's do it that way. There we go. Is that any better? Can you see highlights now?
Yes, there we go.
Cool. Do I need to draw all of that again? Right, the blue circle here, that's the 60-minute ring, and the magenta circle here, that is the 120-minute ring. Excellent. 5x5 on the highlights. I just added edge into my OBS setup, and I got edge above Epic Pen rather than below Epic Pen, so my bad on that one here. But you'll see we've got the Azores down here, and we're basically staying within the 120-minute ring on those three airports. So basically the flight plan is ETOPS safe. It's operating, planned to operate within the ETOPS area for the aircraft. A European bizjet would operate to 120 minutes ETOPS typically. US aircraft could go up to 180 minutes ETOPS. For the Challenger, you can do 180 minutes if you want to. Okay.
Yeah, and do you mind if I talk a little bit about the operational side of the regulations?
Mm-hmm.
So in the United States, for those of you interested in flying, I apologize if you hear any background noise. Got someone working in the garden today. But if you're flying in the United States under an N number and you have and you're simulating a Part 91 flight, meaning you've got the principal owner in the back, legally you're not required to demonstrate ETOPS that you've met the ETOPS criteria. There is no requirement for ETOPS in Part 91 operations. You're on your own. Have fun. See ya. The moment you step into the 135 or 121 world, more specifically 135 for the Challenger, the United States Federal Aviation Administration has identified that you can operate up to 180 minutes from any diversionary airport. And so the common operating philosophy is that so long you're never actually technically ETOPS, but so long as you run an ETOPS 180 flight plan and you never exceed that, you're good to go. And so that's why we always joke we're all ETOPS 180 certified. We're not certified at all for ETOPS, but the FAA has said so long as you're 179.9 minutes from an airport, you're fine. But the moment you hit 180 or above, now you have to be ETOPS certified. Are ETOPS given to airlines and not the aircraft itself? Yes, it's an operational specification or op spec that goes into your operational requirements. And there's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah, the aircraft themselves, the airframes have got to be ETOPS operated as well. So you'll see some of the US fleets that operated 767s. Some of the aircraft will be transcontinental aircraft, and some of them will be transatlantic aircraft. And the transcontinental may not be ETOPS, and the transatlantic are ETOPS. So you see a lot of American operators will have ETOPS written on the nose gear doors to remind the crew that they're flying an ETOPS airframe. And there's additional checks that go along with an ETOPS aircraft on a daily basis as well. So you've got different requirements for servicing. You've got different deferments. So you can take an MEL deferment on some aircraft. If you're not operating ETOPS, you wouldn't be allowed to if you are ETOPS. It depends on the airframe and the technical status of the airframe, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I read something the other day as I was going through with SimBrief about the requirements. There's some crazy requirements, and they're like 2 maintenance operators have to confirm that one does the maintenance action, the other one confirms it and validates that it was done correctly. It's a whole thing.
Yes. Yeah, it's a fascinating subject in its own right. So what we need to do is we need to transfer that information into the FMS so that we can actually use it. So I'm going to use my little CDU here. I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger because I'm conscious some of you might be watching on mobile phones and not able to see it quite as clearly. So my ETP points here, I want to pop those into the system as pilot waypoints. So index, next page, database, pilot waypoints list. You see I've done this before. It saves those from the previous flights I've carried out. So let's, let me go back to that. Index, database, pilot waypoint list, and let's clear these ones out. So clear ETP1 and clear ETP2. Let's define a new one, and I'm going to call it ETP1. Now sometimes you'll have different ETPs depending on the case, whether it's an engine failure or a depressurization or medical. In this case, we're doing it airline style with a blended ETP. That is the most restrictive ETP. And all I do is I type in the Latin long as we see on here. So north 51 18.7 and then west 037 41.4. We just stick it in there and double check it. 51 18.7 37 41.4 store waypoint. Then we do ETP2. ETP2, I'll put it in here. I'm going to say north 51 45.3 and west 033 27.9, and we'll store that. So we've now got 2 custom waypoints built that replicate what the ETP points are from the flight plan. We saw from the map that our ETP points, let me see, I think there's another page on here that might help us out with that. Let me see if I can find it. It's not the clearest in this format. There we go. So ETP1, before we get to ETP1, we would go either back to Gander or on to Keflavik, and then ETP2 is the equal time point between Keflavik and Shannon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put those onto the fix page so we can see them on the flight plan. We're going index and we go fix, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them in an order that makes sense in my head. So the first thing we're going to encounter is CYQX. I'll put that on the fix, and it is 246 miles ahead. After CYQX, it's going to be ETP1. After ETP1, we can go on to Keflavik. And once we're going to Keflavik, we have to consider ETP2. And then after ETP2, we can continue on to Shannon. Okay? And if I close those screens just now, get rid of Avitab, and we'll come down here, you can see that I've got a ring drawn around Gander. Pop that out. Can everybody see the pop-up okay here? If I do MFD Advanced now, scroll to the next waypoints. There's the ETP points, equal time point 1, equal time point 2, and then it'll draw Shannon as the diversion as well. So basically we can draw the ETPs on the chart, and we can see how long it's going to take us to get there. Now, when I say how long it's going to take us to get there from the fixed page, it's important at this point to realise that on the fixed page we are dealing with the all engines cruise speed, right? So that's assuming staying at 350, flight level 350, doing Mach decimal 0.8, 25 minutes to Gander. ETP is 1 hour 35 away, and then Keflavik is 2 hours 46. So that all kind of makes sense, hopefully, at the moment. We've got an equal time point calculated by SimBrief, and we're going to draw them on the FMS. But the other thing we can do is we can use both FMSs together. So if I just get this pop-up set now. So in the cruise, on a long cruise, I have my pop-up set in a manner that I have everything that I need on the screen. You see my data links available here as well. I've got everything I need, and I just basically look at the 3D cockpit for the view, for the general flying, and I've got the pop-ups to do cockpit functions. For me, that's just because I've got a small screen and I don't have a lot of hardware. I've got the X-Touch controller able to be used on the DCP and the CCP, but for the purposes of the stream, we'll have them popped up so they can work through it. So look, as well as using the fixed information pages, I want to look at the fuel burn as well. I want to find out how long it's going to take me to get from my equal time point all the way back to Gander. Does that make sense, what I said there? I'm thinking if that makes sense. I'm not sure that makes sense. Let me step through it and we'll have a look on the flight plan. So, let me just step. Right.
Hey,
here.
Graham, do you mind if I make a quick recommendation?
Yes, go ahead.
Would you mind turning off the geopolitical map? The blues are getting compressed in the video stream. They're a little harder to see.
All right, okay, yeah, we can do that. Let's do that. So it's menu. Not that one. This one. Map symbols. Geopol off. There we go. Is that better?
It's coming through now. Yes.
Excellent. So let me see if I can get my pointer to work this time. Hopefully this will work. So here's Gander. Here's ETP1. And up here is Keflavik. Do you see the overlays this time?
Yes.
Excellent. So what we've got to do is we have to calculate the flight time from the all the way towards the ETP, the equal time point, and then we have to calculate the flight time back to Gander or up to Keflavik. We can do this part here with 2 engines running at the cruise altitude, but this diversion here might be caused because we've gone down to 1 engine, or it might be caused because we've had to depressurize the aircraft. If we've lost pressurization, we've descended down to flight level 100. So this is going to be done at Mach decimal 0.8. That's not an 8, that's an 8. This here is going to be done at a more reasonable, what would you say, Crash, about 280 knots?
Yeah, I think that was somewhere in the range of what we're looking at. If you need the actual number, I can run it for you.
So something approximating 280 knots. The ETOPS plan that we created is nil wind. Okay, that means that you have to be within 120 or 60 minutes, whatever, at the planning point, without considering the airport wind, the actual winds. But when we're flying, we really need to consider the winds as well, because the winds are significant. Let me bring my other pop-up back again. Let's see if we can get Edge back in. Hopefully you can see the browser window now. Shout if you can't. We're going to scroll down and we're going to have a look at the winds. So these are basically winds at different cruise levels. But not Navigraph, sorry, SimBrief provide this useful page here as well that shows you the winds at the different levels. So here's our transatlantic crossing. We're going to go up to 380 as we approach Elsier, which I need to keep an eye on. We're 200 miles away. If I lose pressurization and I descend down to flight level 100, I've got, what, 40 knots, 65 knots, 85 knots, 75 knots. Sorry, that's 65. Up here, 135 knots. What's the biggest number there? That's 140. The tailwind could be a real issue, and we need to try and calculate the equal time point based on those winds. And that's something that at the moment SimBrief can't do for us. So we need to...
Actually, it can. The equal time points that you have...
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're absolutely correct. SimBrief can't give us isn't giving us a single engine or depressurization values. That's correct.
No, that's right. So we'll go back to the aircraft and we'll have a look at the FMS because we can work it out this way. So I mean, this is super nerdy airline pilot ETOPS kind of planning here, but this aircraft gives you the capability to do it. And remember, I'm a trot haul continental airline pilot. I don't typically do ETOPS stuff. In fact, my fleet, by and large, are not ETOPS capable. So I've been using this simulator as a method of learning about it and thinking about, well, what would I do in this particular scenario? And Toto says there's 5 hours in the cruise. What else would we do? Work it out by hand. Well, fortunately, because Toto's a coding wizard, and because the Collins FMS is actually pretty clever, we can do it on the fuel management page here. I'm going to bring up fuel management page 3.
This was so impressive when we were talking about this, and I saw you do it the first time.
It's pretty clever, isn't it? This is a very flexible page. So let's say we're flying with our principal owner on board, and he comes forward at this point and says, "Hey Graham, change of plans. We're not going to Glasgow anymore. I'm going to London." Like, oh great, that's exciting. How much fuel is it going to take to get from Glasgow to London? Well, we can ask it. We can say, if I want to go from Glasgow, which is EGPF, and I want to go to, well, where in London are we going to go? Let's go to Luton because they might accept us at short notice. It's 280 miles. It's going to cost us another 500 kilos. Do we have the fuel to get to Luton? Well, we're going to land with 2.7. So yeah, we've got the fuel to get to Luton. No problem at all. But one of the other things we can do is use it to help us with our ETP calculation. So I can say I want to go from the current aircraft position where I am just now. So we are 200 miles short of Gander. Present position, I want to go to CYQX. And now it says, oh, actually that's only 160 miles. It's only going to take you 17 minutes. And you say, aha, but what if I want to do it at flight level 100? How much fuel? And how long is it going to take me to get there? And this is where you have to help it out a little bit. So we said that at flight level 100 we've got about 50 knots of wind pushing us along. Once we turn around and fly back from the ETP towards Gander, that's going to be a headwind. So rather than doing 280 knots, we're going to be doing 230 knots. So let's tell it that our ground speed for that leg is going to be 230 knots. It's possibly not going to be the same fuel burn as well. So single engine at flight level 100 is not actually that bad. 2 engines at flight level 100, that's got the highest fuel flow per mile covered. So that'll be the worst case for the fuel. And it's around about 850, I think we said, 850 kilograms per hour. And now it tells me,
I think so, yeah.
Now it tells me that rather than the 17 minutes from here, it would take 39 minutes. This calculation isn't accurate because we're on the wrong side of Gander, but once we get to the other side, this calculation's accurate. So this is telling me how much fuel it's going to take to get from here back to Gander. And now you're thinking, yeah Graham, but you said equal time points. What about the equal time? Where does that come into it? So because this aircraft has got 3 separate computers, 3 separate CDUs, 2 separate FMSs, 3 separate FMSs, because you've got the full fit, we can use the right hand side to do something different, I go to fuel management, go to page 3 on fuel management, and I say, actually, rather than going to Gander, I want to go to Keflavik, BIKF. And we're not going into a headwind at Keflavik, but we're going to be flying crosswind. So let's say that we can probably do 280 knots ground speed going to Keflavik. Put that in here. And the fuel flow, well, it's going to be the same, 850. Now we've got a time, 36 minutes to get to Gander, and 5 hours and 16 minutes to get to Keflavik. But the most important thing right now is that fuel flow, that fuel required, 4.4 tons. We've got 7 tons on board. So that means if I lost an engine now, or had lost pressurization now, I could get to Keflavik if I really wanted to, down at flight level 100. And if I don't want to go to Keflavik, I want to go to Shannon instead. I've got the third unit here, fuel management, page 3, EPOS. We're going to go to Shannon, EINN. We've got the full tailwind going to Shannon, so it's going to be doing probably closer to 320 knots, and the same fuel flow. So there we go, Shannon. It's only going to take 5 tons of fuel to get to Shannon if we're depressurized at flight level 100. That is just about achievable with the fuel we've got on board. So now we've got the calculation for the equal time points between CDU 1 and 2 and CDU 2 and 3. We can actually look at the time it's going to take and see what happens. And if you're flying this aircraft transatlantic on VATSIM or by yourself, rather than going to watch the TV for 4 hours in the cruise, or going to do something else, shut one of the engines down and practice a diversion. Because you've got the capability in the aircraft to look at it, see how well it performs, see how close to the figures that SimBrief gives you the aircraft performs, and take it from there. And it's fascinating. Yeah,
So
it'll be on a video on demand Spad Trap, and I'll try and put chapter indexes on as well, because there's going to be a fair bit of waffle as we cross the Atlantic, but I'll try and put chapter indexes on for bits that actually might be interesting, and I'll try and cover that sort of stuff in a more structured tutorial format as well. Yeah.
So
Go ahead, Christian.
ITG just had a question about flight level 100 if the aircraft is depressurized, correct? Yes. When you are flying an ETOPS route or over water route, you have a couple considerations for points that you need to consider. They are all engines operative, and we call that the medical scenario. All engines operative depressurization scenario, you're down at flight level 100 with full pressure, no pressure in the cabin, so everyone's on O2 for an emergency descent. Then you have one engine operative, pressurized, so you just lost an engine, but you can still maintain pressurization. Or what you'd consider the worst case scenario, one engine operative, depress, and that's called the dual scenario. And generally speaking, the dual scenario is the most restrictive in terms of fuel, because you've lost an engine, so you've lost more than 50% of your performance, so you're going to drift down to a lower altitude. But now you can't maintain that 20,000 foot drift down altitude that you would have in a single engine pressurized environment. You're now stuck going all the way down on one engine to flight level 100, and so you're super slow, very high power on one engine, and that's generally the most restrictive, and that's why like SimBrief will generally calculate what's called the dual scenario.
Yeah, so DX, this is the condition it's showing here. This is the standard Lido format from SimBrief, and DX is the depress scenario. So some operators will work with different ETPs. You'll have an engine failure ETP and the medical ETP, and other operators will work with a combined, the most restrictive one. SimBrief gives you, in theory, the most restrictive one. Now, what I will say is that the SimBrief profile at the moment for the Challenger thinks the aircraft is capable of a lot faster performance on single engine than it actually really is. So you'll notice that as we get closer and closer to the ETP, our diversion times are closer to 3 hours than 2 hours. And that's because, I mean, look at it here. It says the equal time point is 1 hour. Where's my highlighter? Like 1 hour and 58 minutes. And in 1 hour 50 minutes, so basically 2 hours, into the wind, I'm going to cover 664 miles. That's a ground speed of 330 knots. And with the tailwind, nearly 900 miles, that's 450 knots. You're not going to be doing 450 knots ground speed at flight level 100 on one engine or 2 engines depressurized. You know, you'll be maybe doing 300 indicated with 100 knots on the tail. Even then, it's a bit ambitious. So these times here, these distances here, is something that we'll try and work with SimBrief to get sorted out for the Challenger profile. But what I've showed you with the FMS should be completely accurate. And Iron Condor, those figures, those speeds, we'll try and put something in documentation or in an FAQ for the ETOPS planning for the aircraft, so you can have some rules of thumb if it's something you want to explore. The best thing to do with all that stuff is come on the Hot Start Discord and chat to the developers and chat to the members there, because we've got a lot of people that know stuff about this kind of thing on there.
Yeah. I think currently I just ran the number. SimBrief thinks you're going to be doing 416 knots true airspeed.
Yes. Yeah, there you go. So 34 wind component on the tail, 84 on the head. So it's a bit optimistic. If you only want to program the waypoints in and sit here fat, dumb and happy, then that's fine. You can do that as well. Not a problem at all. Let's go up to flight level 380. So we're still in radar contact with Gander at the moment. What I'll do is I'll just wind up to 3.8, and because we're at high altitude it shouldn't be an issue. I'll go flight level change and it'll bring the power on, and up she goes. Awesome. Jeebus. Yeah, it's the Hot Start Discord's a bit crazy at the moment because there's a huge amount of release hype around this aircraft from, you know, for very obvious reasons. When it gets a little bit quieter, it's a fascinating place, and try and spend a lot of time there. The community support, I expect community support for this aircraft to be very strong as well. You know, a lot of people have been waiting for aircraft of this caliber in the simulator, so people want to get involved and help out and make it, do what they can to make it a little bit better as well. Winston, if you're still in the voice chat, still in the Discord chat, can you just clarify the message you sent me on Discord, please? Privately's fine. Excellent. Hey Toto, enjoy yourself. All the bugs to sort out. We can have a chat later. Do I need to change cruise level in the FMC winds and perfs? So, Tomasz, no, it has. I've told it I'm going up to 3.8 on the FCU, so let me pop that back up again. In fact, let me zoom in. You can see it clear if I zoom in. On the Parafinit page now, my cruise altitude, once it gets there, it'll go up to 380 by itself, I think. And it's got the wind forecast in as well, so if I look at the legs, if I look at the leg wind, you can see it's got the winds available for each of the flight legs. We can update it in the cruise if necessary as well. But these are the real world winds. I've given X-Plane 95 knots on the tail, so we're going to be a little bit slower in the mid-Atlantic, and then we'll make up some time as we get to the Irish coast. Make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Oh, good news. I'm always a bit worried when stuff doesn't make sense. I'm like, wow, did I say that? Did that make sense? 3 hours into stream and I'm talking rubbish already. We've got another 4 hours to go. It is what it is. Have we got 95 viewers at the moment? That's not bad. If anybody's got anything they want to ask about the Challenger, we've got plenty of time. We can do detailed stuff. We can go back over old stuff. What we can't do is do some repositioning, because that would upset the point of the stream to a certain degree, but we could maybe have a quick look at that at the end, if that's what you're interested in. And for all the new followers in the past hour as well, thanks so much for following the channel. I don't have notifications turned on because the screen's a little bit cluttered, and you know, I don't I don't ask for subscriptions, I don't ask for donations or any of that stuff. Basically, I'm a sim enthusiast who happens to be an airline pilot. I'm sharing what I enjoy about flying and what I enjoy about this aircraft with you guys. Yet CYUL was a departure, Montreal.
Aviation artist, yes, it will. If you go into the CDU and you say at a certain waypoint you want to be at a certain altitude, if on the FCP, which is Bombardier's way of saying the autopilot panel, you dial up your new altitude and hit VNAV, it will perform the climb for you.
Yeah, it's very complete. The only thing it can't do is I don't think it can do step climb fuel planning by itself. I'm not 100% sure on that, to be honest.
You can't. Well, yeah. So the kind of limitation of this FMS and not through any coding trickery that Toto has done at all, just the actual unit itself is incapable of doing any kind of planning that isn't at its current altitude. So if you did like go into the CDU and say, okay, well at whatever your next waypoint is, I want 50-50 north, I'm going to be flight level 390. It can do that forward-looking computation at that altitude, but you can't. There's no allocation for planning a step climb in the way that you would in like a 777, where it says, your current optimum is this, your current maximum is this, your recommended altitude is this, and there's no like VNAV step climb intelligence to it. It's just you have to do it yourself as the pilot, tell the airplane where it's going to do it, and then do it there.
Excellent. So Flyer, thanks for joining the chat. Good to see you, and thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. So yeah, we're making reasonable progress now. One of the things I haven't showed you so far is how the SimBrief performance, the fuel planning, compares with what the aircraft's actually doing. So we'll have a look at that when we level off. It's important to know that before we cross over the water that we've got enough gas to make it to the other side. I'm just keeping a very careful eye on the aircraft because I'm asking it to do a 0.8 climb. It's quite close to its maximum. So just keep an eye that it's making the required climb rate. Those of you that are only used to simulated aircraft that haven't got this level of fidelity, you might wonder sometimes why you are not able to achieve the rated N2 or the N1. You might wonder why the aircraft isn't performing quite like the publicly available information for the jet has. And that's because, as well as simulating the avionics and simulating the entire satellite network for the GPS constellation, the Iridium constellation, and the Inmarsat constellation, as well as all that, you've got an atmospheric simulation as well that X-Plane doesn't have by itself. And basically, it's looking at the cruise altitude temperature, the temperature gradient, the position of the tropopause, and it is doing altitude errors, if you like, altimeter errors. So although it's saying I'm at flight level 380, in every other X-Plane aircraft that is going to correspond to 38,000 feet typically. In this aircraft, it's temperature aware, and that feeds into the cruise performance as well. So what that means is if you're flying with real world weather, quite apart from the winds, some days you'll be able to cruise at 0.83, some days you'll be able to cruise at 0.85. Some days you'll be able to make flight level 350 without any issues. Some days it'll be a little bit sluggish getting up there. You've got all that built into the atmospheric simulation. Now, the only thing to be aware of that is if you're flying on VATSIM or you're flying on Pilot Edge, the fact that your aircraft isn't at the altitude it says it is at will be a problem for those networks. So as a result, the temperature compensation effects should be automatically disabled when you're flying online to make it play friendly with VATSIM and Pilot Edge. Of course, in the real world, every other aircraft would have the same altimeter error that you have, so it wouldn't be a problem.
So, Iron Condor asks, was that a SKU-T log P chart? No. Well, it's a simplified version of a SKU-T log P. When Toto was talking while this airplane was in development with us about how to get an atmospheric simulation that would accurately reproduce the atmospheric inaccuracies, not inaccuracies, but the atmospheric properties of flying through a vertical profile of an atmosphere, we in the group found the GFS data and sent him that, and he was able to implement this entire debug. I think, what was it, Graham, in like a day or two?
It was very quick, yeah. Right.
Yeah, it was insanely fast. But he, instead of doing a SKU-T log P, it's just a temperature versus T versus P plot. But yeah, it takes a look at your vertical, it integrates the vertical profile of the atmosphere and computes the non-standard temperature and pressure errors that would be sensed by the system, because remember, the airplane has no idea where it is. It needs to be able to find out where it is, and in order to do that, it has to know temperature and pressure, and there may be an error in there because the temperature isn't standard.
Yes, exactly that. You also asked if I'd set a radius for the ETP or the ETOPS entry point. I have now, yes, but I forgot to do that. So there was a mention about the altimeter, not the altimeter, the standby horizon as well. That's a known issue that Toto's working on today to resolve. It affects longer flights and it starts to drift a little bit. So if that becomes an issue, you can cage it and uncage it. So it is something that Toto will get fixed. Personally, I don't think that's enough of an issue to delay the release. But I know that both Toto and Goran are fanatical about getting things right, so that should be sorted out.
I think when we were in testing, we looked at it, and it was predominantly affecting east-west flights.
Yes.
So Toto thinks it's a precession issue.
Yes, it looks like it.
Can you explain how airframe icing works in persistent states? As in, would the aircraft accumulate ice if you left it at an airport that has snow overnight? Or would it simply accumulate ice based off of conditions when you will launch the sim? Oh, Bucktail, that's a very fun question. Graham?
Yes, I don't know the specifics on it. Toto, if you're still here and Toto gets back, then we can go into the specifics of it. Or maybe Pilsner in the chat has got some information he can post as well. But it does do calculations for the aircraft. We'll get the answer from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Yeah, I would offer, if Toto could come on, I'd offer what I know, but listening to Toto talk about this specific system is fascinating to me, and really highlights what he's done with it.
Good afternoon, Totarico. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. The horse's mouth has arrived.
That's a term of endearment in British English, just to be clear. It's not a criticism.
I know.
So what about the other end?
Oh, well. Yes.
That's where the code comes from.
Yeah, no, that's me.
So the way it works is we do estimate overnight stay or overnight icing. Works as follows. When you initially load up the airframe, it looks at when it was last loaded, and if it basically looks at the amount of time that has passed and caps it up to 24 hours. So basically it simulates up to a full day of weather, essentially. We don't look at historical weather. You can get icing without there being precipitation. What we instead look at is we look at the current humidity. And humidity, or rather the dew point. Dew point generally doesn't change very quickly. Over the course of several days it will, but it generally changes fairly slowly. So what we look at is we estimate the day-night temperature variation, and then we look at whether the nighttime temperatures drop below the dew point and below freezing temperatures. If they have, for that time, we do it in half-hour intervals. For that time, we pile on ice onto the airframe, And then when it again gets above the dew point, we stop the piling on of the ice. And when it gets above freezing, we slowly start removing ice. And it's again done in like half-hour increments, so up to 48 steps basically of simulation. And so when you come back to the airplane, even though it might be above 0 degrees Celsius, it might be no precipitation at all, it might have gotten sufficiently below icing overnight that you might still have frost and or ice on the aircraft itself. So hope that answers the question.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had my microphone off there. Thanks very much, Toto, for that. It makes a lot of sense. It's just another indication that, you know, for the people in the chat, you can hopefully hear that Toto has thought what you want the aircraft to do. If this is a real aircraft, what would happen to it overnight? Well, let's try and simulate that, and let's try not try and fake it. Let's just make it happen for the aircraft. That's what drives the de-icing simulation, and that's what drives the overnight stuff. Even not picking up ice when it's in the hangar, that sort of thing, or when it's towed out of the hangar. It's just another indication of that detail. Excellent. Jonesy Crew, thanks for the follow, and thanks for participating in the chat. Max Salisbury and everybody else, thank you for following the channel. Really appreciate it. Jos, if you're about and you want to come on, I know you're a bit more experienced on the actual operation of the ETOPS stuff. If you're about, I'm happy to bring you into the voice chat. We can have a discussion about it. There's no pressure there whatsoever. We are, well, let's find out where we are. Should we pop back and find out how things are going? So if you ever get lost, you've obviously got this as well. You'll notice that it's driven from the FMS indications. People were asking, can you make it metric? Can you make it freedom units, nautical miles? It basically cycles through them. It zooms in and out, cycles through them, changes the speed units, the temperature units, and the altitude units, just like the real thing does. So if you're, you know, the next time you're on a transatlantic crossing or a long-haul flight, look at the in-flight map, watch it scroll through the pages, and that's what this thing does as well. You'll see the speed is fluctuating at the moment, and that's because if I go into the simulation here, you can see the ground speed is varying a little bit. And when that goes into a kilometre, obviously the values change by a bigger amount. And that's partially down to how X-Plane is applying the wind behind us, and partially down to how the avionics simulation works, because you expect sim experience might tell you that aircraft are perfect, when in actual fact aircraft are so far from perfect that you just get used to seeing these little things. Yeah, so I've got the noise cancelling headsets on. If I take the headset off, I'll get the same sound, one or the other. Let me just put the headset back on so I don't forget when I come back. When I get to here, a lot of that noise is coming from the doors, so hopefully just got quieter for everybody now.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So you see some other add-ons that do these as animations, and you know, I'm not going to be critical. Lots of add-ons have got really nice animations, but what it's really doing in this aircraft is changing the sound environment to reflect the fact that the aircraft itself has changed.
Toto, does the thermodynamic simulation for the cabin change when you close the door?
Yes, it does. Yeah. When you we have two cabin zones, so the forward cabin, or basically the galley cockpit, and then the main cabin, and the rest of basically the toilet and stuff. And they are normally, when the doors open, there's an extra big opening in between that allows heat exchange. And when you close the door, the only remaining heat exchange path is there's an underfloor duct, obviously, well, not a duct, more like a area, basically just a hole underneath the floorboards in between the two that does allow a little bit of heat exchange, but not very much. The flow is very, very limited, so you can get easily 10 degrees Celsius temperature differentials if you basically like turned up the heat in one zone and turned down the cold in the other. As long as the door's closed, it'll remain fairly far apart, fairly isolated.
Excellent.
Yeah, and that's the other part of that. Like, while that system has an animation and sound environment's cool, basically everything that you touch on the airplane affects some other system in a tangible way. And so, you suddenly now have lost that massive open area, and you've closed the cabin. So the thermodynamics of the aircraft have now changed.
Yes, exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, you can try it out even now. Like if you bring up the study menu for the cabin environment.
Let me just start the timer. So we're just crossing over Elsier at the moment, which is the Oceanic entry. So I'm running a timer. 30 minutes after we enter the ocean, we're going to change the transponder mode. The other thing we can do is, as we enter the Oceanic, we can put in a flight plan offset. We offset right of track, and this aircraft is capable of what they call micro slopping. So it sounds a bit rude, but it's strategic lateral offset process. We're going to offset to the right of track. Older aircraft can offset 1 mile or 2 miles. The Challenger can do what's called micro slop, which we can pick 1.4 miles or 1.6 miles. We don't have to tell air traffic we do it. We just move the aircraft right of track so that in these modern times with perfect navigation systems, we don't end up flying directly underneath another aircraft. And if we're following in somebody else's wake, we can offset another couple of units of a nautical mile to get out of the wake, get out of the turbulence of the other aircraft. So basically, Oceanic entry is fairly straightforward. We've already covered the ETOPS stuff. Now we're going to turn around and go back to CYUL. And if I pop up both of the FMSs simultaneously on the fuel management page, it's not that one, it's this one here, fuel management page 3, you'll see that the time, although Gander is just behind us, because we've got that into wind low level case, you'll see the time starts to pick up really quite quickly. So we're now looking for the equal time point between Gander and Keflavik. Simbrief have told us it's about 2 hours, but in actual fact it's going to be closer to 3 hours on this plan. Sorry, that was relevant for where we were at the time. We're talking about the cabin temperatures, Kirsch?
Yeah, we're talking about closing the door and cranking the heat in one zone and watching the cabin differential temperatures get affected because the door's closed and there wasn't a heat exchange going on.
Yeah, first change the temperature on the packs and bring up the study cabin environment menu or window, and you'll see initially it's not going to be able to achieve much of a temperature differential. Then close the door and you'll see how fast it'll go.
Sorry, let me go back. So I need to bring up the cabin differential page here.
It's it's study cabin environment. Yeah.
There we go. So go back here.
Yeah, and set one zone to very cold and one zone to very hot.
Hang on, I need to remember how I've done that. It's been such a long time since I did this. So we've got cabin temperature control set, that's fine. So let's go back to the cabin controller.
You can do it from the cockpit if you want. Basically just take control of the cabin temperatures from the cockpit.
Oh, we'll do it in here. I don't think we've looked at this. So there's cabin temperature control. We're going to set the cabin to a little bit chilly.
Your choice. I mean, you can set it to full chill blast. Now they'll try and go like 7.
Excellent. So in the cabin, they've decided to have some kind of smelly fish for their lunch. We're going to cool it down a little bit so the smell doesn't waft forward quite as much, eh?
That's really funny you should mention that. I had that happen on a flight once, and that's what we did.
Make it cold. Change the pressurization. So close the door now. Close the...
so you can see right now the aft cabin is dropping in temperature a little bit, but there's not much going on. It's, they're still exchanging a fair amount of heat.
Yeah, now you basically have to wait until they're sort of in equilibrium. until they can no longer differentiate between each other, or no longer achieve a higher temperature differential. And then if you open up the door, you'll see the temperature differential roll back, because suddenly you get a wall of cold air falling out of the aft cabin to the forward one, and then the hot air comparatively is going to waft up onto the ceiling of the aft cabin. In fact, we also changed the colors on the diagram there, so you can actually see a slight visual cue of that temperature differential being achieved.
Oh yes, I can see that now. It's a little bit pink at the front. I can jump back into the cockpit, and I could probably make the cockpit warmer to exaggerate that. So the cockpit control is set to normal, and I'll just bump the heat up in the cockpit. And if you want to control the temperatures in the cabin from the overhead, if you were flying with like just 1 or 2 passengers, or like a charter, you could do it up here. Let's go back.
One of the worst airplanes I ever flew that for temperature differentials was actually the Twin Otter.
Goodness, really?
Yeah, it was. We had an air conditioner in the back that was belt driven, and it was only rated to drop ambient temperatures by 20 C, I think, or 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Sorry. So on a 130 degree day in Vegas, it was 110 degree air coming out, but on a more moderate day when you still had the AC system running, you'd end up with a bunch of cold air in the back that had just kind of gathered there, and so or kind of at the floor level. But then the moment you took off, all the cold air went rushing back, and it was all of a sudden this massive blast of warm, dry air coming up into the cockpit on takeoff, and then on landing on the descent, we had all the cold air rushing into the cockpit and all the hot air rushing into the back, and people screaming about it being too hot back there.
Goodness me! I've had an air conditioning regulator failure that ended up putting super cold air in the front and obviously super hot air down the back, and that wasn't pleasant on an Airbus A321. That was a lot of very hot people.
We can do that here too. I mean, if you
so I was just going to ask Toto. I've got them. We've got down to temperature equilibrium. I think I set it full cold, and it's now gone down to 19 degrees. It's actually starting to creep up again. So if I go back and open the door,
the reason being is the left pack vents a little bit of air into the cabin as well. So
I see. But if I open up the door, some of this hot temperature is now going to spill back.
Yep.
Yeah.
There it goes.
You see.
Excellent. Tomasz, thanks very much for sticking with the stream for so long. It's always a pleasure. Take care, and yeah, it's going to be awesome. Cool. Let's set those temperatures back to something sensible for our people, shall we? There we go. Back to that.
You can go even wilder on the temperatures, because you can take manual control of the pack temperature mixing and that kind of stuff.
Into standby.
Yeah, you can literally blast even manual. That's even worse. But standby is kind of the still. So there are 3 modes for the temperature control. Normal is where you set the target temperature in the respective zone, either cockpit or cabin, and it goes from I think 17 degrees at the lowest to 32 at the highest. Then you have standby mode, where instead of setting the temperature in the cabin, you set the temperature in the duct. So there's a downstream duct sensor. In fact, if you bring up the ACU study menu for the air conditioning unit, you'll see the sensor down in the duct there. And so there's a duct sensor. It's basically aiming to have that duct sensor in standby mode. You are controlling that temperature control valve, or rather, you are giving the temperature controller a target for the duct sensor, and it's going to automatically control the temperature control valve. Now, in fully manual mode, you completely lock out the temperature controller, and your switch, or your knob up on the overhead, is going to take direct control of the temperature control valve. And if you look at the temperature in front of the temperature control valve, 180 degrees Celsius, you could theoretically put that through the ducts. You shouldn't.
But you could.
98 degrees, but you could, yeah.
Awesome.
Or 8 degrees out the cold air outlet.
It's amazing. On other aircraft, on other sims, it's just a button to push, and cabin temperature doesn't make much of a difference. But on this, you've got a full environmental conditioning system, simulated, and you can basically dig into it. And this is very reminiscent of the diagrams from the ATPL textbooks that tell you how this stuff works. And I think there's no coincidence in that. So I think it's that this is what you're aiming for, is to develop a simulation that people can learn about all parts of the aircraft as they go.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. God, it's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here just watching the screen, kind of mesmerized by it all.
You basically, the more you dig into it, the more you learn to appreciate the little nuances the aircraft has. We have just crossed the first Oceanic point. I said we should probably have a look at the fuel. So, what we've got on here, let's do this logically. Let's explain these windows first of all, see what we're looking at. So at the top of the MFD here, we've got, they call it the window, I think. We've got VNAV on this side, and we've got the fuel information on this side. This is actually back to front. Remember, if you were at the very beginning of the stream, I told you that a lot of commercial corporate operators, the pilot flying will always sit on the left, and the pilot monitoring will always sit on the right, because both pilots are both qualified to command the aircraft. They just take turnabout. So when you're sitting on the left-hand side, you're flying it. When you're in the right-hand side, you are talking to air traffic and dealing with all the other stuff. So in that world, it makes more sense to have the time predictions and the fuel predictions on the pilot monitoring side, and the VNAV on the pilot flying side. But in the sim world, where it's mostly one person working by themselves, personally, I find it better having the fuel planning on the left-hand side. The good thing about it is we can set them. You know, let me just zoom in here. I can do display menu, and I can choose whether I want the window to be VNAV, have it off or on. And I can do the same on the right-hand side. Here, VNAV, off, on. So I prefer VNAV on the right and window on the left. We can also turn on little bits and pieces from the display menu screen here. We can choose what we want to display on the map, and we can control the MFD and the PFD as well. So it's a little bit counterintuitive, this side of things. This is one part of the Collins design that I find a little bit screwy, if that's the right expression, that we're actually controlling things that happen on the MFD, the EFIS, from the display menu. MFD data, MFD advance, and display menu. But one of the good things about that is we've got access to some extra information on here. So I can now click MFD data, and it brings up the flight plan progress page. If I want to change that from page 1 of 4, I can use MFD advance, next page, and previous page. You're basically using this part of the display as additional screen real estate for the CDU. One of the useful things we've got on here, if I go to display menu, I can change it to position report, and this gives us enough information to do an Oceanic position report. So we've just crossed 5050 west, and we could call, if we're on HF, we could call up Gander. So we'd say Gander, Gander, Golf, Kilo Alpha Tango Echo, position. Gander reports. Golf, Kilo Echo, Tango Echo, go ahead with your position. Say Golf, Kilo Alpha Tango Echo, overhead 5050 west at time 03, flight level 380, estimating 5140 north at time 1744, next 5230 north. Golf Kilo Echo, or Golf Tango Echo. And you can build your position report from that. The way it's presented on the screen is exactly how you would give a position report to the Oceanic controllers. I've not done that in 4 years, it probably wasn't perfect, so don't judge if you're an air traffic controller or a long-haul pilot. I do apologise, but it was probably close enough. What we can do is we can compare this position report with our flight plan here. So let's find the page that we're on, and we would really, if we're not running a media stream and having a chat, we would do this as part of our pilot monitoring functions from the moment we left Canada, basically left Montreal. Let's find the waypoint we're interested in. So it was 40 north and 50. So 50, 50 and 51, 40. So here we go. On the right hand side, if I just bring that there, we've got estimated fuel on board and planned burn. Those are the figures we're interested in. So estimated fuel on board is 5.7. In actual fact, we had 5.7. And we actually had 6.6. So we've got 900 kilos extra compared to the flight plan fuel. Now, that's a good place to be. We'd write that in here. So you just scribble down in this section on the flight plan 6.6, and then you work out as you go. Planned burn, there's my fuel used here, 2550. If we did that overhead, I would have used about 2.4 tons. So again, that fuel calculation is very accurate. So we've been flying for 2 hours. My planned burn is basically spot on with SimBrief. We could then basically read ahead as well, work out how much fuel we have remaining when we get to Glasgow. Fuel remaining, destination time to go, fuel used, distance flown, distance to go. If I bring off the MFD data, we've got the fuel remaining at Glasgow, 2.9. So let's work that out. I overfueled the aircraft quite a bit for this flight. I wanted it to be fairly heavy. So SimBrief said that I should have in the tanks 8.1, and we actually left with about 9. So that makes sense. My final reserve figure would have been 1400 kilos. I put an extra 1,000 onto SimBrief, taking me up to 2.4, and then as an extra 800 or so. So that is very close to the figures that we've got on the plan remaining calculation now. If you want to do your transatlantic crossings in this jet realistically, then print off your SimBrief plan. If you don't want to print them off, let me get my OBS control here. We don't want to print them off. We can go to the Edge browser or whatever PDF browser you've got. Come up here. What did I say we had in this? Let's find it. 6.6. And just work through it. You basically just fill in the PDF as you go. It was 2.4 for the fuel remaining, fuel used. And we could also put in the actual time overhead. So there's another calculation. If I go back into the simulator, scroll back to the page. Again, it's a lot easier when you've got a bit of paper in front of you rather than having to flick through all the time. One of the concerns about going to paperless flight deck. Let's find the right one.
It's, I do believe, still a requirement to have the paper flight plan. We always did when we did Oceanic
It'll be
stuff.
going away in Europe soon, I think. But yeah, we still have paper as well. What was I looking at? Yes, the times. So, the aircraft is predicting we're going to get to 51:40 in 34 minutes. So my flight time is 2 hours and 3. Another 34 minutes takes that to 2 hours and 37. That's at 40 west. And this says 2 hours 35. So we're within 2 minutes of the SimBrief plan after 2 hours. And our fuel burn is pretty much spot on.
Yep, and so long as you don't exceed 3 minutes, you're good to go.
Yeah, exactly. Kurgan is asking about position plotting if they have a glass cockpit. That's yeah. So yes, up until a few years ago, certainly we would even in Europe would carry plotting charts. I think now it's achievable on iPad or AFB device.
I can answer that question.
Yeah. Go for it.
So yes, you would, the requirement for plotting your position, and that's something that Graham, if he was doing this flight in real life, would still have to do. You still have to plot your position on an oceanic planning chart. And the requirement is to note the time on the chart that you crossed your fix, and then the 10-minute fix afterward, or the 2-degree fix. So basically, in 10 minutes, Graham would look at his reported position in the IRUs on the CDU, and then note that position on the actual chart. These days, because you can get oceanic planning charts online electronically, it's totally acceptable to do it on the iPad and make little marks, and then at the end of the flight, part of your flight package that you put together to file away for 6 months is you just take a snapshot of your iPad screen, and then just email that to you yourself along with your flight log and receipts and all that, and then stick it in a filing cabinet for 6 months, and if no one asks any questions, you can toss it all out.
Yeah, exactly. SimBrief is fantastic. It works really well with the 650 because the values it's using are values that Totorico supplied to SimBrief. And Whizball CVS wanted to have a look at the ND for a little bit so you can see the offset. So I hope that makes sense for you, Whizball. You can see offset flags on the CDUs, and it shows offset on the PFD and also on the HUD up here as well. Excellent. Have a look outside. How's the volume level when we're outside? Is that too loud or too quiet?
That's fine for me.
You've got the option to adjust the external volume if you want. So you don't have to use a third-party volume control tool. You can set the exterior volume as you prefer.
The magenta line is dashed in map view because there's currently a strategic lateral offset procedure that the aircraft is flying. Planned routes, correct me if I'm wrong, Toto, but planned routes are white that you're planning on flying, and then because we've generated a new flight path, it's magenta because it's been generated by the system. So the
Yes.
color symbology is magenta for generated items.
Yeah, and unlike a Boeing, it doesn't use magenta on the main path itself. So that one's always going to be white.
Yes.
Don't be confused. Even though it's called the magenta line, that's just because Boeing called it that. But on a column set, it's always white.
All the chatting. I'm still in climb thrust racing as well, but I don't think that matters too much. Let's see how we're doing on.
Anybody really cares to switch that?
Nobody cares about that. Carry on, pilots. Do your half-assed job here. You'll be fine.
I mean, it's really only the thrust limiter, right? So
yes,
you can pull up to that, but you're not going to constantly pull it.
No,
we had several guys at my old operator flying the CRJ, especially the 200 in summer. We get up to cruise, and the SOP says, change the thrust limiter to cruise, which was kind of funny when you don't have any kind of auto thrust system. But a lot of guys would say, just forget it, just leave it in MCT, because max continuous thrust is your certified maximum continuous thrust, and we're gonna need it.
I was saying on the stream we did a couple of days ago that I've really grown to love the look of the Challenger. It's the same story again, so if you've heard it before, I am sorry for telling you it again. But when I heard that Toto and Goran were building a TBM, I thought, well, that's really nice, because those are, Goran's a fantastic 3D modeler, and Toto is one of the best coders out there for this sort of stuff. But I really don't like the TBM. It's a bit ugly. It's not an aircraft I'm really desperately interested in. And then I got Goran's model of the TBM and just panned around an X-plane, and I thought, wow, it's just stunningly beautiful. The ungainly long nose that I thought you view it from the right angle, and it's a beautiful looking aircraft. The Challenger is kind of in the same category for me. That when I first heard they were making a Challenger, I'm like, oh, I'd have preferred something a bit more sleek than that. Challenger's a bit on the fat side, a little bit on the dumpy side. But having looked at it in the sim, having spent a little bit of time with it in the sim, I think it looks awesome. I love the view from overhead. I love the planform view. Because it's got a longer tail than you think. The engines are quite far forward, or seem quite far forward, and it looks almost science fiction. And the wings are so much longer than you think. You think it's this little dumpy, short, fat jet, but it's a big airplane, and it's a very sleek looking thing. I think it looks really nice.
Yeah. One thing I really appreciate that Toto did was not immediately apparent unless you know about it. In most X-Plane models, the heat from the engine exhaust comes out of the fan,
Yes.
which is not correct. But if you look, the heat from the engine, the heat and the contrails are generated specifically from the engine core exhaust and not from the fan. So things like reverse actually look right. You're not getting the heat of the engine blowing forward through the engine cowling.
Yes.
It's not that way, and the contrails are generated in such a way that because Toto has all of the information associated with the engine, the exit velocity of the core of that jet blast, well, he can, because he knows that value, he can tell the particles and the emitters to emit particles for the contrails at that speed, so it looks right as you fly by.
Yes, exactly. It's just a very nicely done 3D model of a jet that actually, when you can see around it in a bit of detail, is very pretty.
Yeah.
Goran has basically pulled out the stops on this. The 3D modelling that's gone into it is amazing. I said before that Goran's fanatical about detail, and Toto loves the detail in the systems. On the Discord especially, we tend to talk about the systems in a lot of detail and the detail that Totorico puts into it. But I think it's important to acknowledge the work that Goran's done on this aircraft, because you've got to feel part of the aircraft. You can fly a very detailed simulation of any aircraft. If it doesn't have a compelling visual model, it doesn't quite feel the same. I'm okay flying. I would enjoy the technical satisfaction of flying a very well implemented 2D panel. If it's a 2D model and it does exactly what I want it to do, and it doesn't show any weaknesses, doesn't show any threads, then I would enjoy the technical satisfaction of that. But it wouldn't make me feel like a pilot of that aircraft, because it doesn't cover all the senses. The sound modelling, the sound environment on this, and the visual modelling of this really fills in all the gaps, and it makes it that compelling experience. Goran did the wings 16 times apparently. 16 times to make sure he got it right. Some engine upgrades, yeah, similar. The Challenger 600 series is a fairly old aircraft. It's an old airframe with older systems, but with modern avionics. And it's, people buy them, people operate them because they're good value for money to operate. They're fairly efficient, and they've got long legs for when you need it. They've got a good payload capability over shorter ranges. And it's got a big cabin. That's the big selling point in the Challengers. You can stand up in the cabin. It's not like a Citation, not like a Lear.
Not like a Legacy.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, very low operational costs is what I'd heard as well. Yeah. Very popular for that sort of operation.
The big cabin was one of the selling points that initially, if you look, there's a great documentary, I'll look it up on YouTube, called Challenger and Industrial Romance. It smells of super 1970s. It was made in 1980.
Yes.
So it's super quaint, but it talks about how Canadair at the time embarked on a completely new project. They were just starting out getting into the business jet market, and they wanted to do something that a lot of manufacturers back then hadn't yet done. They had a initial sketch of a jet by Bill Lear of Learjet fame, and they were trying to cooperate with him initially in 1975 or whatever on the Challenger, and then essentially they kind of parted ways because Bombardier or Canadair at the time thought that what they needed the Challenger to do is have basically larger cabin volumes. They wanted a large cabin jet in still a relatively small airframe, and Bill Lear thought that it was just unsightly, and there was some. He basically had some sort of a saying about performance being more important than initial. Like, oh right, it was like, can you stand up in a Cadillac? No, so I'm not gonna make you. Not gonna let you stand up in my jets. And well,
Wow.
Canadair was like, no, we do want to be able to stand up in the jets. And he had a much more radical design. Canadair took it down a lot more conventional route because Bill Lear's idea were frankly a little bit kooky in a few places. I can show you some of the initial pictures. They
I've
were
received message from
wild.
Datalink. I'm going to have a look at it very quickly and take it off screen if it's something inappropriate. Gander Oceanic, that's appropriate. Let's have a look. Gander Oceanic requests cell call check, sorry. Okie dokie. Well, there we go. Awesome stuff. So you notice that when the message is received, it's actually an interesting observation here. And again, this is something that some other operators seem to get incorrect. The Hoppy ACARS network, by default, doesn't put a sender information on the ACARS message. That's something that the client application actually has to do. There isn't a mechanism. It's not like SMTP where there's an envelope around the message. It doesn't tell you who it comes from. It just transmits it to who it's going to. So in this case, Gander Oceanic would have prefixed their message with an identifier line saying CYQX, whatever their 3-letter code is. So when you see other aircraft say, this is a message from such and such, Pilsner or Winston or whoever sent that, thank you very much. I think it might be Curry going. Whenever they send the message, you need to put the prefix on it as well. So just interesting for free text. That's a long way of saying I can't respond to you because I don't know your address. Excellent. But yeah, that's it. Send into Datalink. Excellent. So, folks, I mentioned earlier, if there's some other people in the chat, I'll go through the same thing again because I want to try and get the message across to as many people as possible in the stream. The product price has been discussed quite extensively on the social media, and one of the things that was a recurring theme is regional pricing, because some parts of the world, $115 is a lot more significant to your household income than other parts of the world. Simulation products that are sold directly don't have regional pricing at the moment. A lot of that is down to the fact it's very easy to abuse regional pricing. And it's just not something that the sim world is set up for. So I got a message earlier today from one of our community members on the Hotstart Discord saying that they would like to gift a copy of the product to somebody that finds himself in the situation of really wanting the aircraft, but they will honestly and genuinely never be able to afford the aircraft. I had a message during the stream to say that we've actually been able to go from donating or gifting one copy of the product to actually gifting 2 copies of the product. I want to reiterate that these are personal donations from members of the Hotstart community to other sim enthusiasts who want to experience and enjoy the aircraft. So it's not a case of looking out for a freebie. It's not a case of a competition to enter to get a free copy of the Challenger. If you're an aviation enthusiast, a sim enthusiast, and you ask yourself honestly, can you afford this aircraft? Then this maybe isn't the thing for you. If you can't afford it, and this is going to make a difference to your future aviation career, or it's going to help you enjoy the sim, or goodness me, if it's even going to make you feel better during the pandemic when you've not been able to see your friends or anything like that, then send a message to us on the Hotstart Discord. get in touch on the Hotstart Discord. Just at me, at Graham, Golf Romeo Alpha, Echo Mike Echo, and we'll put your name into a draw for a gifted copy of the product. And at the moment, we've been able to, the community's been able to gift 2 copies of the product, so it'll be a random selection. The deadline for entry is going to be January the 14th at 1300 Zulu. And just to be clear, in case it wasn't clear at the outset, that's community funded gifting of the product. You would be getting the product given to you by a member of the Hotstart community, not by the developers, not by the publishers, and not by myself. So just something to keep in mind there. Hotstart Discord, if you're not on it, somebody can post a link in the chat, and just message me on there. You can do it privately, you can do it publicly if you prefer, whatever you desire. So there we go. That's it. 3 hours and 35 minutes into the stream. I will put a post on the Discord as well as we get a bit closer to the release. Awesome. How are we getting on this cross-country transatlantic? Sitting here. Oh, I can just about see Ireland. We're more than halfway there. What have we got? 2 hours. Oh, we're not more than halfway there. 3 hours and 31 minutes to go. We are about halfway there as far as the stream goes. Still hanging in there, leading edge simulations. I don't know, 12 hours time there'll be a bit of support action going on for you, I think. Excellent. Curry Gorhan, I'm not sure if this was talked about when you're away. What are the ramifications of low fuel temperature in operations? SimBrief lets me know where my coldest fuel temperatures are, and not sure how this information affects you as a pilot. That's a good question. I don't know the limitation on the Challenger. Crash, do you know the minimum temperature limitation?
I believe the minimum fuel temperature limitation is -40 for the actual fuel itself.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
that sort of rings a bell for me.
Yeah,
as well.
40 and 47 or something for Jet A1. So on the Airbus, if the environmental temperature, it depends on the serial number, but the environmental ambient air temperature limit is -70, because at that point you have issues with the structure and issues with the ability of the fuel cooled oil coolers to heat the fuel up to the required level. So -70 for us, and if we were to encounter en route temperatures of colder than that, we'd have to descend. Basically, you fly at a lower altitude. So if you've got low fuel temperature predictions, Kurigohan, I would suggest you probably need a little bit more fuel to consider a lower level. I don't think -30 is going to cause you a problem though. The aircraft at the moment simulates being fueled with Jet A rather than Jet A1, which is a slightly different freezing point. The Jet A1 can survive to a slightly colder temperature than Jet A.
Yeah, the airplane is going to give you an amber bulk fuel temp low if it is below -37. It only senses that on the left wing, but I mean, they're both going to be about the same.
Sure. There were some questions earlier as well about the fuel system handling, how you handle the fuel. Well, 2.5 hours in, I haven't touched the fuel panel. It's managing the fuel all by itself. We can have a look at the fuel system on here. Am I right that the CRJ has got a fuel synoptic when the CRJ 200 has got a fuel synoptic page, whereas the Challenger does not?
Correct.
So there's no fuel page down here. This is what you have. This is all you have for your fuel awareness.
I mean, you can take a look at the summary page.
Mm-hmm.
There is a little bit more information about temps and that kind of stuff.
That's on
This
the
fuel synaptics, just pretty summary.
Oh yes, of course. So yeah, that's on my memory 3 over here. Or we can bring up somewhere else. There we go. Yes, I got you.
So you got your fuel quantities and some temps.
Excellent.
And the engine fuel temperature there Might be a little bit confusing to people what that is. That is the discharge temperature coming out of the fuel-cooled oil cooler. Oh, man, say that 3 times fast.
Yes.
So the FCOC discharge. So that's basically what's coming out of the oil cooler, and then it's being fed through the high pressure pump and goes into the engine.
Cool.
Yep.
So yeah, you don't have that same level of information on the fuel system as you would have with a big airliner. The fuel system is a lot more complex than that little diagram indicates. So Totrico has given us the study for the fuel system on here. I go into engines and fuel system. We can see how that fuel is flowing out of the tanks. You've got the engine feed system, we've got the motive system, the transfer system, the refuel, and even the sensors. So it's not simply looking at how much fuel is in the tank, it's measuring the fuel at different points in the tank and putting that together to give you the total sum of the fuel tanks. And as a result, if you're taxiing out and you put in a lot of steering input and get the aircraft rolling slightly in the bank, you get the fuel sloshing around, you will get different indications on the fuel tank. You can have a fuel imbalance indicating on the system because you've basically sloshed the fuel around the tank. We can have a look at those fuel pumps as well. If MD's been here from the start of the stream, and if you've got 3 hours 40 minutes through me talking, then congratulations on that. I do worry about you, but thank you for sticking with me. You remember we started the number 2 engine, and then we switched the fuel pumps off to see what was going to happen, basically. And then we switched the fuel pumps back on again. Well, if you look at the engine feed system here, so let's have a think about what's happening with the right engine. So the first thing you need to see is the motive system. Look at this little pump here. This is an engine-driven pump. What that's doing is it's basically taking fuel that gets the engine, we'll come back to that, and it's pressurizing it through these lines here into this ejector pump predominantly. This is a collector tank in the middle, and this is an ejector pump. An ejector pump is technology that's been around since the days of steam locomotives. It basically it's like a Venturi effect pump, that it pumps high pressure fuel into this aperture here that actually collects more fuel as it goes, and it's basically a pump with no moving parts. It's the flow of fuel itself that works as the pump. So this green thing here and this little pump here, that's the motive system. That takes fuel from the collector tank and sends it into the feed lines here. These are the boost pumps, and you can see the boost pumps are switched off at the moment. They're not active, I should say, at the moment. The ejector pumps are running, and it's pushing fuel through this check valve here, all the way through to the engine. And obviously that fuel supply is then feeding the motive system, and it's a circular effort. But when it's on the ground and the engines are not running, there's no supply to the motive system, because the engine's not turning. And because there's no supply to the motive system, the ejector pump is not doing anything. So then we need the boost pumps. We need the boost pump, and it supplies fuel through a one-way check valve into a common manifold. You see that both the boost pumps are on the common feed. Then it goes through a check valve, and then it gets the engine. So either boost pump can feed either engine. Okay? What we're doing when we switch those... Yeah?
Not to interrupt you, I'm just going to send you a beautiful picture of an ejector pump. This is for gas, but ejector pumps work for any fluid. Stand by.
Yeah. Put it in the chat, go right ahead.
I sent it to you via DM. Might be better if I send it to group.
Let me see if I can post it. How would I might be able to get that, hang on.
Hopefully it'll work. It shows in Firefox. I'm not sure if it'll show in Edge.
I need to move it from my Discord into Edge. Hang on, let me see if I can do that. Can I do that? Well, let's just save it. Talk amongst yourself for a second, or talk about something else interesting. Talk about the fuel pumps. There we go. Let's see if this works.
So one interesting aspect of this aircraft that I really enjoyed helping out with was, I remember the day that, we're sitting there going, what's the specific heat capacity of a fire loop? What are they made out of again? And,
Yes.
and looking at those kinds of systems, so you see these numbers on the screen, and you look at it and go, okay, well, that's what it says, but come on, is it really doing it? And it's like, yes, there are coated virtual pipes with head pressure, and everything involved is actually there. They aren't just numbers on a screen to tell you what the system should be doing in theory. That's what the system is actually doing, and how the system is responding to changes in the environment that it's operating in.
I mean, you might have seen me do the little party trick where I opened up the gravity crossflow valve,
Yeah.
brought up the transfer system, and just pushed lightly on the rudder to watch the different fuel rates. Suddenly, it would go in one way, then the other way, and then back the other way.
There we go. So there's your ejector pump on the pop-up now. It's basically just a flow of fluid providing the motive force. It's very straightforward.
Yeah. Very reliable.
Mhm.
The only moving part is the working fluid.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. It basically takes the energy in the high pressure fluid to move a larger quantity of low pressure fluid. And people say pumps create flow, they don't create pressure. Sorta, kinda, yeah, but it's really kind of obscuring the underlying physics that's happening. In more accurate models, what we deal with is what they call total flow conditions, or total pressure, total temperature, and those account for motion. And essentially, you can view them as the total energy state. Pressure being the static energy or the potential energy state, and then the dynamic pressure, or the velocity being the dynamic state. And if you sum those up, you get the total pressure, total temperature. That's exactly what your pitot probes measure. That's what the engine feels it's sucking in. And yes, that's exactly what the pumps are creating. They're putting energy into the flow and raising its total energy. If you slow that down, you get static pressure. If you speed it up, you get lower static pressure, but you get very high velocity. So you can just exchange between these two quantities.
Sure.
Graham, did you get another ACARS?
I did. I'll have a look at that in just a second. So yeah, when the fuel system is being tested, you've got the right engine running and the left engine shut down. What you're basically checking is you switch off the fuel pumps, and you're then making sure that the flow from this system, the feed from this side, is not traversing across the check valves. And the reason you're doing that is you want to make sure that if you have to shut down this engine for a fuel leak on the pylon or something else like that, that you're not going to still get fuel through that system when the engine's shut down. So that's why you run the right engine, you switch the pumps off, and then you check to ensure the fuel pumps are off, and you also check for low pressure on the left hand side. You're making sure that this feed system here is not sending fuel to this side. And when we shut down at Glasgow, we'll do the opposite check. We'll shut down the right engine, then we switch the boost pumps off, and then we check for that low pressure on the right hand side. So it's a complicated concept initially, but once you've had a think about it, once you've explored this screen and worked out how the fuel system's working, you've got all the information you need in this screen to actually understand the Challenger fuel system.
Wiswell has a good point about the actually flying the plane here.
I had the timer running, and then I was yes. So that timer is running for Squawk 2000, and then I got distracted by something else. So how about we change it with the radio panel MFD? So I'm using my hardware binding for this as well. But there's a little button down here. There's a little radio advanced, radio data, and I'm just going to set that to 2000. Of course, you can do it from the tune page as well. Whatever floats your boat, really. There we go. 2000. I've got 123.45, and I should really have 21.5 on COM2 as well. So let's swap that over. Oop, there we go. 21.5. Awesome. Let's have a look at that data link. I wait with bated breath to see what the internet has sent me this time. Oh, Hotstar Ops. Limo unavailable for passengers on arrival. Black SUV rental with Hertz. Limo for passengers. Okay. Please acknowledge receipt. Fine. We respond to that. Let's see. I'll not delete it. We'll go to send message. We're going to send air to air because it's just free text. We're going to send it to HS Ops. Message text is GK in the first line. And I'm going to say I've understood. I'm going to type understood. We'll get Jenny to fix it. TVM. SATCOM in progress. So because we're out over the water, we're going to use the Inmarsat system to send the data link. Done. It's just one of the fascinating things about the data link simulation is, you know, you read stuff on the internet about how ACARS works and how CPDLC works, and then you get a simulated aircraft, and it basically, you know, up until now, there isn't a simulation of that available. The functionality's there. You can send messages, you can get flight plan uplinks, but for me, as a nerdy teenager, I wanted to learn about the technology behind it. I wanted to learn about the underlying transfer mechanisms, and this aircraft gives you that. You know, this is why you've got the VHF data link status. You can see that we're miles from anywhere. There's no stations available. We can see that if it was on the Inmarsat, that we do have satellites available, and we've got so this is Iridium and Inmarsat's available to help us out with the data link, and you just don't have that.
Yeah, it was very important for me when I made those screens to make sure, because I don't need it for debugging per se. I could debug the airplane just using command line stuff and terminal printouts, but it was very important for me to let you know, for me to let you see how that sausage is made.
Yes.
Exactly how it happens.
Yes, exactly. I think it's, as I said, I think it's something that you didn't have to put in the product, and people wouldn't have noticed it on the product release. Essentially, it's a feature that people didn't know they wanted until they got it, I think. And I think that's going to be the same with the FBO and with the de-icing. Certainly with the de-icing, it's a feature that you didn't know you needed it until you got it, and now you're going to miss it on other aircraft.
I will definitely say that after flying the Challenger for a while, I've been flying some other aircraft, and I've been flying in colder temperatures because, you know, it's winter here in the northern hemisphere. But my first thought is, it's like, I know it's snowing on the ground, but there's a cognitive dissonance that I really don't like, that I'm going out, quote unquote, going out to this airplane,
Mm-hmm.
and I know I don't really need to de-ice because what does it matter?
Yes.
But in the Challenger, it's like, yeah, no, this matters.
It
like,
totally matters.
Your operational environment.
Yeah. Even the fact
the
it's got a 2-stage de-ice is remarkable. You know,
Sneaky Danish tested that it did matter.
it does matter. Yes, that's it. It just adds to the immersion factor.
I even tested to make sure when you see the ice disappear on the wings, it's not just me, like, as soon as the first drop of fluid hits the wing, it immediately, like, removes all the ice and we're done. No, I made it such that you actually have to wait for the other wing to get de-iced and anti-iced as well, because if you just roll away from the de-icer, right, you just are bored, he's done one wing close enough, we're going to roll away and start the takeoff. It turns into a bag of cats,
yes.
Let's just say.
Yes, exactly. Yes, yeah. Asymmetric de-icing is not what you want at all.
I'm not sure that's in any approved procedures. Humber says, what about the de-ice? We need it here in Scotland? Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely do need that. Definitely. The first place I was de-iced this year was Glasgow.
I learned something really interesting on Toto's second stream when he was doing his de-icing. We had talked about, and we have the FAA holdover charts for Type 2 fluid, but for most of us, at least me personally, I had never seen Type 2 fluid in the wild. It just doesn't exist here in the U.S.
No.
And you're always told if you're international, don't do Type 2, just get Type 1, Type 4, everyone's got it. And there was someone in Japan who says, oh yeah, we use it all the time. In Japan, it's like Tokyo and some of the more southern cities that don't see a lot of heavy snowfall but do get cold at night, use Type 2 a whole lot more than Type 4.
Yeah, I've only ever used Type 4 and Type 1. I've never seen Type 2. I don't remember seeing Type 2 in Europe. I'll keep an eye out for it now, but I don't ever remember seeing it.
I guess someone else commented Germany sometimes uses Type 2 as well.
Oh, perhaps. Perhaps.
I've never been to Europe on an operational trip, so I have no idea.
I think it probably depends on the efficiency of the de-icing operation as well, because if you are de-icing before you enter the runway, the holdover times are less of an issue. But if you're in a big queue of de-icing and then there's the queues for departures, then it can be a little bit tight as well. One of the closest I've ever come to an expiring holdover time was taxiing out in snow, and they decided they just finished the second stage application, and they asked me what my holdover time was, and I'm like, oh god, they're going to close the runway, aren't they? So I had 45 minutes of holdover time. And then they said, okay, we're going to do a runway sweep. So you've got 35 minutes. So we taxied out to the runway, shut down the engines for a little bit, fired them back up again, and actually it only took them 25 minutes. But in that case, it's a case of going down the cabin and checking the wings to make sure the wings are still clear before you blast off again.
God, and we had some... Yeah, at my operator when I was flying the CRJ, we had some absolute horror photos of de-icing accidents and incidents. Luckily, nothing on takeoff or anything, but just crews doing their jobs and finding some problems with the anti-icing fluid.
Yes. Yeah, I can imagine that in some places you ask for 75% mix and you maybe get 60% mix because it's a little bit cheaper.
We had as far as I know, they never determined what the cause was of this particular incident, but there's a photo that we saw in training where they applied Type 1, Type 4, and they had been sitting and they hadn't, from what I understand, elapsed past their low out temperature or their holdover time. So they hadn't exceeded either of those two criteria, but they had been sitting for a little bit. And so the FO said, hey, I'm just going to go jump and back real quick. I can't really see the wings. And I'm going to go and go see what the fluid looks like.
Yes.
Something happened to the fluid where if you look, can you pull up an external view of the Challenger?
Yes, certainly.
So the leading edge of the wing has that kind of dual sweep, that inboard and outboard section, and right at that cusp of the outboard wing section, all the fluid had failed all the way to the wingtip. Everything inboard was fine, but everything outboard had completely failed.
Yes. That's terrifying.
But from the CRJ cockpit, and probably from the Challenger, you can't see anything but the wingtip. But they hadn't elapsed past their holdover time, and they were getting ready to take off. And he was like, I'm just going to go take a quick look.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always worth going to have a look if you can.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we also had de-icers that sprayed half of the wing too, and failed to spray the other half of the wing. And, yeah.
Yes.
Can I hop off here for a sec?
Yeah, go right ahead. There's plenty of time to it.
Cool. Have fun, Gab.
Yeah, enjoy yourself. Fokker 70, TCAS RA, Admiral KE1, and Eduardo Silva 91. Thanks very much, Jonesy crew. I can't remember if I acknowledged you before, but thank you very much for following the channel. I appreciate it. and I hope you're enjoying what you see with the Challenger. I hope it's, as I said at the very beginning, if you've watched some of my other content, I do try and remain impartial with the products that we're looking at. I'll show you the good features, I'll show you the bad features, and I'll let you make your own decision to purchase that. I try my best to remain impartial with the Challenger, but if I'm being honest with myself, I've probably been too close to the product for too long to be 100% impartial. So if you're looking at my video and you're trying to decide whether or not to purchase this aircraft or not, then if you consider me in this case to be presenting the product more in what you'd expect from a developer stream than you would from one of my normal streams, then that's probably the fairest way to look at it. I'm trying not to outright promote the product. I'm trying to show you the features of the aircraft as we're operating it, but I just want to be clear up front about where we stand with that. So I kind of hope that makes sense.
That's always a challenging aspect to being on the beta team.
That's right. It can
especially
be.
for something like this. People ask, and I've seen it. It's like, well, should I get it? And it's like, well, intrinsically, I'm going to try my best to present this in as an unbiased as possible. But at the same time, the environment that we tested in as testers was so nice to work in. That you have to recognize that cognitive bias that sometimes forms.
Sure. Yeah. No. Absolutely. That's half the battle, isn't it? We've got another 3 hours until we get to Glasgow. It's a bit of a marathon epic stream at the moment. That's going to take it up to about 7.5 hours, which is what I expected. Roughly. We're mid-Atlantic at the moment. I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break, so Captain Crash can look after the chat and talk to you about some other stuff that's going on. I can put you back in the cabin so you can have a look at that, and depending on how Pilsner's getting on with the chat and with family life, if he wants to come on at any point and have a chat about some of the hardware setups, because Pilsner's been working with the SciTech panels, I think, with the Challenger, then that would be awesome as well. But Captain Crash, it's over to you for a few minutes, and I'll be back momentarily.
Alrighty. So if anyone's got some questions about anything operational, I'm more than happy to answer them. I did, so we have that in-flight entertainment screen, and we were talking about it in testing. One of the software packages you can buy that's available to just about every business jet is a thing called Airshow, and that's kind of a representation of it. And we definitely, I don't know that we were totally expecting it to be implemented, but all of a sudden the screen came to life, and that was kind of interesting to see. IAD bound, recommendations for getting on the speed, up to speed on the aircraft. I would say looking at any of Toto's streams, or also this stream on startup, if you go back to the VOD, is a great way to do it. There's also documentation that'll be provided with the aircraft. The aircraft is designed to be operated by 2 crew, and Toto has done a lot of work with the virtual FO to help you along in that. So the checklists are comprehensive, and Graham and Pilsner have done a lot of work with the checklist pop-ups. So you can get into the airplane and bind up the checklist advance keybinds to something on your joystick possibly, and just run through the checklist, and you'll get pop-ups that'll help inform you about the systems and inform you about what action should be taken at what times. So that'd be my recommendation.
I'm back. My dogs have woken up as well, hence the noise in the
Oh.
background. But yeah, so cool. I have control.
Control's
You're never
yours.
going to believe this. The BIP in the back has eaten all the spicy nuts. There's no spicy nuts left. Ridiculous.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, can you believe it? It's not on.
Whatever. All right.
Awesome.
Nevada Rock 75 says, sorry if I missed that, but does the FMC show me the max flight level depending on the weights? No. Unfortunately not. Are those in the charts you'll have to look up? I'm not, maybe that's one for Graham. I'm not sure about exactly what documentation is getting tossed in for release.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I haven't been able to find a very quick rule of thumb kind of chart for the optimum climb altitude, but that would be something that would be pretty useful. I was kind of keen to try and help Toto out and provide almost like an easy access kind of thing to aircraft, just listing the weights and the speeds and that sort of thing.
We had something in the global at my old operator that was basically just a spreadsheet you looked into and was like, okay, what's my current weight? Here's my optimum flight level. I'm trying to remember exactly where that might be. It might be in QRH1 or the FPCCM.
Yeah. Well, I'll have another look at it because I think it is something that sim pilots would find pretty useful. Definitely. I'll show you the checklists in the browser here so you can see what you'll get. Let me just double check what I'm looking at. So the first thing is the printable checklists. Can I make this any taller? Will that work without breaking anything? Should do. So the printable checklist, there's 4 pages of printable checklists. Page 1 and 2, these are designed to be printed back to back so you can laminate them as you want. So page 1 and 2 are things that you do on the ground. Okay, so flight compartment safety check, flight compartment checklist, that's done with the engine off and parked on stand. On the other side, you've got the spray de-icing checklist. So that's a checklist you would only use with the parking brake set as you're stopped somewhere. The second page, and print pages 3 and 4 back to back, is on one side you've got from engine start through to after takeoff and the immediate return. So basically, this is the up side of the flight. And on the other side, you've got the down parts, the descent checklist, the engine shutdown, securing checklist, and so on. The one thing that I don't think we've included in the paper checklists that is on the MFD checklist is there's like a quick turnaround procedure. And I think the reason it's not included is I don't think it is fully voiced in the MFD checklist at the moment. It'll probably be a text-to-speech checklist rather than first officer total. But you've still got it on the MFD, you've got it, you can scroll through it. So this is the printable checklist, 4 pages, print them back to back. It's sized for A4, you can shrink it down to whichever format works for you. You could even get away just about with it at A5 size, although you need good eyesight for that. If you want to use the checklist on an iPad or a tablet, there's the normal procedures checklist. It's the same thing. It's just not in a condensed format. It's in a format that you open up on your iPad and you scroll through. So same thing, same numbers. The numbers correspond to the MFD checklist, and you've got everything in there. The difference there is the de-icing stuff. I believe, I could be wrong. The de-icing things we put at the end because they're more relevant as a standalone item, if you like. And finally, we've got the expanded normal procedures, and this is the same. This is basically the same as the normal procedures, but it's expanded with the hint images so that you can basically, the first couple of times through the aircraft, you might want to have this on another screen or on a tablet device, but it's the same information. Anytime there's a hint, anytime there's information in this checklist beyond just the name of the item, it appears as a hint image in the simulator as well. So those are the 3 checks that you get with it. When you are operating the aircraft, one of the frequently asked questions will probably be the fact the checklist starts at item number 7. It starts at item number 7 because items 1 through 6 are done with the generator off, so the MFD checklist wouldn't be available there. That's why it's basically done that way. And again, when you're shutting down the aircraft, when you shut down, or when you secure the aircraft, APU generator goes off at stage 9. You need to read the rest of them from the paper checklist. So all I have is this printable checklist in Avitab on the aircraft menu here. So you walk through the first few items on Avitab, and then to secure, you go to the end and you do the final securing from this checklist here. Kind of the easiest way to do it, in my experience. Awesome.
Yeah, that's a lot of good documentation.
Yeah, I really wanted to make sure that I knew that time was going to be a little bit tight in the development of the aircraft, and I kind of thought, well, you know what, I'm kind of used to SOP documentation. Why don't we have a look and see what we can do for it? And I'm very pleased the way it's turned out. Obviously, you've done a lot of work on the profiles, and Pilsner's basically fixed all the grammar mistakes in the checklists, make them consistent, the formatting consistencies, and that's all available. There's another document we're working on, which may or may not go into the release product, because I'm not 100% sure what Toto's plans are for it, whether he wants to put his own touch to it or not, because the FMS is really Toto's baby here. Is a primer on how the FMS system works. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I should have mentioned that we've actually crossed the ETP now. You can see that CYQX Gander is 3 hours behind us, and Keflavik is actually still 3 and a bit hours ahead of us. So
your checklist is still up on the screen.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I shall get rid of that. I keep forgetting that that's a new thing I've got to worry about. So yeah, we've got Gander 3 hours 18 minutes behind, and Keflavik 3 hours 1 minute ahead. So even with that still air planning for 120 minutes, we find ourselves at about 3 hours 15 minutes from the diversion airport. Just one of the risks with it. It's a bit more severe because, as I said, the SimBrief single engine speed for the Challenger, the ETP speed, is perhaps a bit on the fast side. If they reduce that down a little bit, which we're trying to get them to do, it will make the planning a bit more accurate. But it's very common for your diversion distance, once you factor wind, to be a little bit further than the regulatory distance, if you like, which is done for the planning stage. Now that we've got Gander behind us, we can look at Shannon, because we've now got Keflavik to Shannon. So if I bring it up here, fuel management, page 3, you see Shannon is actually closer than Keflavik now. They're both kind of, Keflavik is up here and Shannon's along the flight track. So that kind of makes sense. That tailwind is pushing us along. We could go to Shannon and we'll get there with 2.5 tons less than what we are at the moment. So again, still a satisfactory diversion to Shannon, even with a depressurization. And this is basically what airline pilots chat about during the cruise. Basically being aware of the contingency options as you go. And as I said hours ago now, the Challenger is one of the first aircraft in the simulator that I've had that experience of flying with, because I've flown transatlantic on other aircraft. 4-engine aircraft, it's less of a thing. But other aircraft you don't care about, because you are piloting a computer simulation, whereas in this, when you're doing it by yourself and you're familiar with the aircraft, you kind of get into that feeling. You kind of get into that corporate pilot life.
It's very true. It is one of those kinds of things where you're just like, okay, this actually kind of matters now. That's kind of nice. Is it possible to call/remove pre-selected groups of pop-ups?
So it's possible to move the pop-ups, but they can't be grouped at the moment. That is actually something I would really like to see. I'd like to see a couple of things for the pop-ups. one of which is snap to grid. I would like to see these, because at the moment you can resize them freely. You can pop them out to make them system windows if you want to move them to other screens. But for my kind of operation, I'd like to see snap to grid, just because I like it to be neat and tidy. I'd also like to see a little bit of grouping on this, but what Toto's given us at the moment is functional, the hide and remove. It'll hide them when you go externally. You can turn that off if you don't want to hide them when you're external. And I build them when I need them and put them away when I don't need them. But I would love to see groupings, and I'd love to see a kind of predefined way of doing that. I don't know what that would look like as a user interface, and it's quite far down the list of things that I think Toto should be working on as the product releases. But yeah, that would be great to see them. I'd like to see that. I was just trying to think what it would look like, whether or not you'd have like a button here to slide out the commands, or a button here to slide out the windows. I don't know.
Right.
If you're a cockpit builder, you've got other pop-up panels available, like the overhead panel. So you can pop this out into a system window, have it on another screen. It even shows you the frames per second it's costing you to run that panel, which is, or the FPS the panel's been updated at, I think it is. But
Yeah,
you
it's
can,
the update rate.
it's the update rate. So you can pop those out onto other panels. The autopilot is the same here as well. And you can basically put them where you want them to. So if you're building a cockpit using multiple monitors, this aircraft is basically built for you. And it's very easy to program hardware with as well. I'm hoping we'll get Pilsner at some point to have a chat about the hardware setup. But I've built a profile to work with the X-Touch that Marco developed. That Marco developed X MIDI plugin to allow X-Touch to work with X-Plane, and it's really fantastic because I can't show it on screen, obviously it's a bit of hardware, but I've got all of the FCU available on 8 rotary encoders. I've got 16 buttons to drive the FCP here, and I put it into the second layer, and I can control all of those same 8 rotary encoders. They can drive the 4 knobs, inner and outer, on here. They can drive the source select, they can drive the flight director selection, the memory functions, all doable by hardware, and it's a very economical device to get. It's about £50 in the UK. It's a little bit more in the US and Canada, and it's a bit hard to get hold of in Canada at the moment, but I've really enjoyed using it. It makes a little bit of a difference to operating this kind of aircraft, and it's the plug-in's very easy to set up as well.
Cloak-On has a question. Are there any bad points of the Challenger? Haven't heard much of any mentions yet.
What would I say? Yeah. If you'd asked me this question 6 months ago, I'd say that yes, it's a bit too complicated for some pilots. It's very high workload if you try and do it single pilot. Compared to an Airbus simulation, there's more things to do on this aircraft. So if this aircraft had been released without the first officer function, without the checklist hints being there, then it would have been a very difficult aircraft to get familiar with. It would have been doable, obviously, but it would take a bit of time. If you fly it with the first officer function enabled, then it transforms the aircraft for me. It becomes a bit of a lot more accessible, and the checklist hints really help out as well with it. So I'd say that it's a potential consideration if you want to fly it single pilot, if you think the first officer is unrealistic, or if you think it doesn't work with your style of flying, then I'd say that it's going to be a very high workload for you initially. What else would I say would be a negative point of it? I can't think of.
I think that's actually a pretty good point, and kind of one of the aspects of flying sims recently is with the advent of airliners, the you could just go A to B, right? And so airliners are designed in such a way that ease of operations and operational repeatability is critical. So having a wide variety of people being able to fly the same airplane consistently is paramount for an airline to purchase an aircraft. The more complicated it is, a la B-36 Peacemaker, the less people are going to buy it from that perspective. So, but the Challenger is more workload intensive in the sim than an Airbus is, and I absolutely agree with that. And I don't know if you're looking for just an A to B aircraft, this can be it, but it's still not, I wouldn't say, the easiest thing to fly necessarily.
Yes.
Single pilot. It's definitely not. If you're looking for just to go in and sit in something that looks like a Challenger, to go from A to B without the kind of operational responsibility, then you might not like this as much as you could.
Yes, I think that's really hitting on the nail on the head there. That people have been talking about the price, and they've been comparing it with other products out there, and really what you've got to do is ask yourself: do you want what this aircraft has? Do you want the capability? And there's been some people mentioning the FBO as being the reason for the extra cost. The FBO, I've been testing the product for about 8 or 9 months, and the FBO has been there for about 2 of those months, maybe
2.
The FBO is the method of accessing the aircraft to keep you in the sim world, if you like. That's the goal of it. It's not a feature in its own right. It's a method of letting you put fuel to tell the simulation how many passengers are going to have, to tell the sim whether or not you need de-icing without having to go to the Challenger menu here. That's the reason the FBO exists. The briefing rooms are there so that you can, if you want to roleplay that corporate pilot, you can go into the briefing room and you can sit down and you can do the briefing there. It's just to allow you a little bit extra immersion for virtually no cost for totally no cost on aircraft performance. And it's the same with the fueling simulation. You don't have to do it that way. You can just load up the refuel menu in here, turn the pumps on and fill the tanks. That's basically all there is to it. Those features are there to allow you to have that extra level of immersion if you want it. If all you want to do is have an aircraft that you load into the sim on the runway and you start it with the engines running and then you blast off, then this maybe isn't the right aircraft for you. That's not to say this aircraft can't do that, because it can. The airframe save state, it will put you on the runway. So if you want one day to just go and practice landings or just go and take off and do some loops, then yeah, you can do that in this aircraft if you've set the states up to do it. But when I say if that's all you want to do, I mean if you have genuinely no interest at all in any of the simulation behind it, then it's possibly not the right aircraft for you, because the features, the price for the aircraft is set based on the capabilities of the FMS, based on the features you see on the aircraft, based on the simulation, based on the cockpit environment and the cabin environment. That's where the cost's gone. That's where the development time's been sunk, and the beautiful 3D model. That's how it works. Winston, thanks very much for sticking with the stream for so long. I really appreciate it. And top descent should be what we got in sim time. Top of descent will be at 2025, so we're running about half hour behind real time. So yeah, about 9 o'clock, I'd say. That's about spot on. Cool. And thanks, Airfighter. Go do some work on the DC-3. We're waiting for it. That's another aircraft to look forward to. Awesome stuff.
So I hope that answers. About the whole what's the bad part. I mean, I can't really say that there is specifically something bad about the aircraft. Like,
No.
no aircraft is inherently bad. In X-Plane, it's just a matter of what are your priorities and what is it that you actually want.
Exactly that. Hey, Gara 77, thanks for coming back. Yeah, so, I mean, look, let's be honest. You're watching a stream on launch night of this aircraft, and the stream's been running for 4 hours and 23 minutes right now, okay? So if you've got to that point, and let's say you haven't just popped in, if you've got to that point, I'm going to say that you're probably quite interested in this product. The developers and the publishers are keen that the product finds its way into the right hands, because Toto doesn't want you to be unhappy with the product. Toto doesn't want you to, Toto and Goran, they don't want you to buy this product and then not like it, because they are trying to make something great for the sim community. Now, yes, they get paid for it, and I'm not going to skirt around that, but the objective in this thing is to make something. Toto has built an aircraft that he wants to fly, right? If that aircraft isn't for you, then that's okay. We can still be friends. We fly basic airplanes. We do loops on airliners. We do all the other meme stuff that you do in a flight simulator. But this aircraft gives you that depth to explore that other aircraft don't. So just ask yourself honestly, is this a model that you're looking for? Is this an experience that you want to have? And if it is, the way to get it is to pay the money for this aircraft, because the experience, and please, I mean, I'm not familiar with PSX, I don't know what level of capability it has, but I haven't personally seen this level of capability in a sim project beforehand, and that's why it's kind of unique for me. Sorry, 1 second. Pilsner request from Heli Pilot. I do apologise.
FCP, please.
FCP on the pop-up.
Yep,
we can do that. Autopilot panel. There you go. Oh, I've paused my chat now. Catastrophe. My 10-year-old laptop is taking a hit today.
Oh.
Yes, you don't need to run the checklist every time. You can basically, it's like any other jet, put the AP on, put the bleeds on, close the doors, start the engines. You can do that with it.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I think it may be worth making the differentiation. There are different kinds of checks that you run, and there are different reasons why you run them. In the actual aircraft, right, Graham? You can attest to this. We've both done it. You've now flown this airplane. You've flown the A320. It's your third flight of the day, and you're doing the same checks over and over and over. Why is that?
Yes.
You're doing it because it's an operational check requirement because of the standard of care that you have to provide to the passengers and to the company in order to operate the aircraft. Yes. Will the weather radar work? Yes, it probably will. Do you really need to run the stall test more than once a day? Probably not. All the functional checks that you do on the checklist, do you need to run them every single flight? Will it probably work? Yeah. You probably don't need to, but it's an operational thing when you're flying a real aircraft that you do run those checks, because if it doesn't work, there are more immediate ramifications to it. And it's absolutely true. Like, if you had an airplane in the hangar, right, and you needed to go out and do an engine run, you wouldn't do a stall protection system test. It's not pertinent to the kinds of thing that you're going to do. So yeah, crank on the battery, APU fire test, crank on the APU, great, bleeds on after 2 minutes, and then crank the engine and you're good to go.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, the airplane will function without running the full checklist. The airplane doesn't know you've run a checklist or not. It just worries about if the switches are in the right position.
Yes, exactly that.
The airplane
Pilot,
is fully capable of doing it.
You're making a Stream Deck profile for the FCP. That would be awesome. It's worth looking at the DCP and the CCP, because they are used an awful lot in interacting with the aircraft. In the cruise, you'll do a lot with the DCP and the CCP, whereas the FCP, you tend to leave it alone. So I know convention with airliners is to put hardware for this, but you'll find the Challenger is more rewarding if you can have hardware controls like the DCP and the CCP as well. So I tried to give you a full screen of the 3D model for that for a while. Awesome. Well, we're making progress. Not far to go in the grand scheme of things. 2 hours and 30 minutes. Most importantly, we are about to cross 30 west, which according to, not that one, this one, according to the chart, 30 west, we'd have 4.4 tons to get, 4.4 tons required. We've actually got 5.2. It's pretty good. Fuel used should be 3.7. I think we've probably used a little bit more than that, but that makes sense. Let's have a look on the fuel. Yeah, we've used 3.8. We should have used 3.7. The reason for that, because there's a discrepancy showing, we try and work it out. I'll look at the wind here. Wind component 256 knots. At 256 degrees, sorry, it's 17 knots, so 117 tailwind. I've only got 97, and that's been consistent for the whole crossing. So my average wind that I've told X-Plane, I'm going to be losing time on the Atlantic, losing fuel on the Atlantic, but once we get a little bit further over, I'll make up for that, as we only have a 39 knot push up towards Rotev in Northern Ireland. So the fuel discrepancy can be explained a little bit. Time-wise, it was 3 hours and 15 minutes of flight time versus 3 hours and 16 minutes, so we're very close, in fact. Most importantly, when we cross 30 west, we go into Shanwick rather than Gander, which means, if I remember my... does Canada use inches of mercury? I'm sure it does. I'm now doubting myself, but let's say that we're going into European airspace. I'll change the config to hectopascals, and then we're done. So 1013 standard. Oh, something else has got blocked by auto mode. Let's see. Doesn't like the word knobs. I should probably open that one up. Pretty neat, the idea to use the MIDI controller. Yeah, so I've been amazed at it. I bought it because I wanted to try it out, and I knew there was a little bit of interest in using it with aircraft. I thought, well, I'll have a go. And I'm not typically a hardware person, but I found it very easy to set up with Marco's plugin, and it was very cost effective as well. You know, it's not a lot of money for the capability you get. It comes with, Marco ships it with profiles for the Zeeble, for the Tulus 321. I think he's got IXEG, and it should have the 650 as it comes. Basically, you get the plug-in, and it'll work with the 650 out of the box.
I'm one of those people. I'd love to build a sim cockpit at some point. You know, dedicate a room or a garage or something like that, and actually have something.
It would be awesome, wouldn't it?
Like that A10 project for DCS.
Yes, exactly. Also the TBM RGB 4000. Yeah, thanks for that. I forgot. So yeah, basically it's a fairly flexible piece of hardware. Just 8 rotaries and 16 buttons that you've got 2 layers. So you can have basically 16 rotaries and 32 buttons. And there's a slider as well.
Now, yeah, so VR, the airplane is capable for VR when you're in the cockpit. The walk-around system, you'd want to take off your headset. It's not very good for that, just because of the way it's been implemented. It's not very compatible with VR. But once you're inside, I actually did some very quick testing in VR, and you can definitely fly the airplane in VR. It's quite capable of doing that.
Oh, that's great to hear.
Yeah, it was actually for my system at least, a pretty reasonable frame rate. So
I need to look at that. We've got the Oculus Quest 2, but I've never tried connecting it to X-Plane. So
yeah, I don't generally do much flying in VR. I just have the issue of the kind of screen door effect. It's hard to, through the pixel density, just look at a runway that's 2 miles away and just see, one gray pixel.
Yes, I can understand that. Helipilot. So yeah, I was like, what would I build my home cockpit to be? It's either going to be an island or it's going to be a Challenger. Which one should I build? I don't know. Probably the Challenger would get more use, but
It's interesting. I'm one of those people. It's like I want a sim cockpit of everything I own. That's the problem.
I'd obviously get a new GPU Pilsner. I wouldn't try and run a full cockpit on a GTX 1060. If I could find a new GPU, I'd have a new GPU by now. Yeah.
Twitch Forever, it might be worth a try to use fly mode, but Toto's pretty much locked the... You can disable it in the settings, but if you don't disable it, it'll snap you to a 5.8 or 5'8" eye level.
Cool.
So I think it is possible to fully disable the walking system, but maybe Pilsner can correct me.
Yeah, I don't know much about. Well, I don't know anything really about VR at all in the sim. So cool. I just got a Discord ping there, folks. I'm not really keeping an eye on the Discord chat at the moment. So if you're in Discord, if you can put it in the stream chat, or I'll pick it up later. Thanks for that. Awesome. So yeah, just if you're looking at the stream at the moment, just a reminder that the standby horizon is something that Toto's working on to resolve. It's a fairly minor issue in the grand scheme of things. If it annoys you, I'm hoping you'll have it fixed for release. If it annoys you, just cage it for a little bit and it will sort itself out. Current dad room has 9 square meters, so not really. That's a no. I don't know. I mean, it's not a. So this is modelled, the walking mode here. It's modelled on something that's 5'10", I think. You know, as you go forward, if you can see as we go forward, they duck down. It's not a big cockpit, and this is where the heads-up display is as well. It seems this is like crouching down. The heads-up display takes up a lot of space up there. It's a bigger cabin. The cabin's nicely sized, but the cockpit itself, you know, on a 320, you can basically stand up behind the seats. You've got to be a little bit careful of your head when you go in because of where the overhead panel is, but you can just about stand up. You can stand up in the doorway. You can easily stand behind the seat because there's a jump seat behind the seat and there's a jump seat behind this seat. So you can get 4 people on a 320 flight deck, no problem at all. The seats on the 320 slide back and go outboard, so you can kind of slide through the gap. On the Challenger, you're climbing over there. You can bring the seats back, but you still have to climb over the middle. It's not a big cockpit at all. I guess it'd be possible sitting here to lean and check the FO's oxygen. I think it's not that big. It's about the same size as the CRJ, I'm guessing, Courage. Same size.
Yes, it's actually the exact same cockpit across all models. There are, of course, differences in layout. Like the CRJ doesn't have an angle of attack indicator anywhere. Even though it's equipped with an angle of attack sensor, we don't have any access to that readout. So in the place of that specific panel, we have what we call the refs panel, because the CRJ doesn't have the ability to compute its own reference speeds. Or rather send them from the FMS to the actual airspeed, and we have to enter it manually, and that's where that panel goes.
Yes, that makes sense. I do like the fact that we've got the performance speeds in the FMS without having to use an EFB or a calculator. I think it's very useful having that on there. One thing I didn't show for the performance people here is if I go to the takeoff perf page momentarily, as well as calculating you can put in different weights if you want. It uses the current weight at the moment. You can change the weights if you desperately want to. If you want to allow yourself a little margin, it will calculate that. If you want to do it with the engine bleed running the air conditioning, or with cowl or anti-ice, if you want one of the thrust reversers disabled, that's all there. Let me put that in again. What have I done? I've broken it.
You don't have a runway like that, doesn't look like.
Oh, that's what I did. I took that out because, yeah, my bad. Interesting. I don't know how I managed that. Let's try again. Probably the process of clicking too many buttons maybe didn't help much.
You also don't have a runway ID.
Yeah, let's try that.
You may not like it just because it's like you've already taken off.
That's maybe what it is, in fact.
Yeah, it's cycled through the system.
Yeah, so once I've been through it, it gave up. That makes sense. I understand. It's elevation.
Like, why would I give you takeoff data for
what are you doing
the flight?
here?
You're already in the air, dude.
That's it. But when you calculate the takeoff performance, you've got the you can look at obstacles. You can specify obstacles to calculate your obstacle climb requirements, and it'll also show you where you're exceeding any of the limits. So maximum takeoff weight is one factor for getting airborne. It'll tell you the runway length limit, the brake energy, the tire speed limit, and these are effective weights, if you like. So at the moment, the structural limit is what's controlling on the runway length that we've specified. So that's all built into the FMS, and it's the same for the arrival as well. Now, some BizJet operators will pay for runway analysis so that they don't have to do the obstacle stuff themselves. They can get it on their iPads or with apps, but for a sim pilot, that's very, very difficult to come across. I've never seen runway analysis in the sim, but you've got the ability, if you have access to the state charts, like the FA charts and the obstacle charts, that you can do your own runway analysis in the simulator if you really want to. If you're going to do an engine failure out of Aspen, you've got that capability to calculate it there for you.
Yeah, the really only benefit to the runway analysis programs that you can purchase is that they do their own surveys of the environment around the airport and can generate their own single engine departure procedures, and they're approved to fly, but it is oftentimes, because of the single engine departure procedure, more workload to fly those procedures than just to fly the published procedure if you can, or fly the simple single engine departure procedure that's listed by the same company.
Yes, exactly.
So while it's nice to have operationally when you're flying in and out of Aspen, flying a CRJ 700, trying to get in when there's weather, or trying to get out when there's weather, for a sim pilot, honestly, it's not anything that you would really ever need to worry about. You could literally get most of the same information from the government sources on obstacles.
Yes. It's interesting just thinking about Aspen as well, because people have asked about steep approach capability into places like London City and Lugano, and that's interesting. Out of the box, the aircraft doesn't have the steep approach capability. It needs an updated TOS warning panel with the steep approach button on here. However, you can certainly do the steep approaches in the model, because all this does, I'm trying to think when I say all, most of what this does is change the GPWS computer. I think it's a new computer and new logic for the computer, so that when it's in a steep approach mode, it won't give you a pull up or a terrain caution or warning during that steep approach. There's other stuff in the flight manual about not using the auto thrust for a steep approach, not using the autopilot for a steep approach, and dispatch serviceability requirements. So if you have a defect en route, that could potentially prevent you from flying a steep approach. So if you're prepared to tolerate the GPWS system shouting at you, or only in the simulator, this is not real world flying advice, don't lose your job by doing what I'm about to tell you to do. If you look at circuit breaker, where are we? CBP1 circuit breaker B13, I think it is. It's unlucky for some. Circuit breaker B13 TOS, pull that breaker there and your GPWS system will be switched off altogether, and then you can pretty much do your steep approaches. It's not like years ago now, Airbus certified the 318 to operate into London City, and their steep approach mods on that were extensive. They needed to have different callouts. They needed to have partial spoiler deflection and retraction. They needed to have something else that I'm forgetting now. The Challenger, it's basically the GPWS system. It's got enough drag to do it natively without any fancy spoiler speed brake flap tricks.
Yeah, and the aircraft itself. So, the aircraft as is currently and will be released is capable of a 4.5 degree steep approach. Well, not technically a steep approach, but a 4.5 degree approach. The steep approach mod, that's $200,000 for this aircraft, allows you to go up to 5.5 degrees. So, yeah, if you're, and that's kind of what operators look like. If you're like, I'm not going into London City, I'm not going into anywhere that's going to have a steep approach. I'm flying in, the U.S. predominantly, the continental U.S. or Hawaii or something. No, we're not going to do steep approach. But for those operators that do, yeah, it may be an option. But yeah, the difference, functionally, the only difference is it's the difference between a 4.5 and a 5.5 degree approach.
Yes.
And restrapping the TAWS system so it doesn't yell at you. But the airplane is physically capable of flying up to a 5.5 degree approach.
When you're looking at Aspen as well, when you look at the Navigraph charts, I'll bring it up on Avatab here because it's not really related to the flight we're doing at the moment. But if I look at, sorry, this is a little beta thing that I'm still waiting for a fix on. If we look at Aspen here, for the approach chart, you see that we've got the Echo and the Foxtrot. This is from Navigraph. You'll notice on the database, we've got the Zulu and the localizer 1.5. These are the non-public procedures that Navigraph publish in their database, but they are not allowed to publish the charts. The reason I think they don't publish the charts is it's not beyond the realms of possibility that somebody would be using the Navigraph charts in a real airplane. They shouldn't be doing that. Goodness me, do not do that. Okay? It's certainly not into Aspen. But it's not beyond the realms of possibility that somebody's doing that. So by not publishing the charts, they're guarding against people doing silly stuff, because you can get this information from the FAA, so they're not exposing pilots to additional risk. If they publish the private procedures in their charts, then some real pilots may be minded to do something rather silly with the Navigraph charts. There's no bizjet operator out there that's going to pirate the Navigraph data and put it onto their actual FMS. That's not possible. So it's okay to have the database procedures here. So that's a long way round of saying you've got access to the Foxtrot and the Echo approaches, and those are easily within the capability of the Challenger. I've tested it on this, not the Echo and the Foxtrot, the Zulu and the localizer 1.5. The Echo and the Foxtrot approaches are the very steep approaches. I've tested the Challenger on both of those approaches, and you can do it. It's an interesting flying challenge, but you're stretching the reality field a little bit far flying those approaches in the Challenger. Certainly for minimums, if you fly them initially, get visual, and then reduce the descent angle, that's fine. But certainly have a go at the localizer 1.5 and the RNAV Zulu 1.5, because they are a shallower descent angle. And is it SkyWest that fly the CRJ into Aspen? That's the procedures, I believe, that they use for the CRJ.
Yeah, SkyWest specifically commissioned the RNAV, the RNAV and the localizer that you showed to fly into Aspen, and for those operators, for that operator, the training requirements, it's an intensive course that you have to go to, that only Denver-based, well, actually technically any pilot can do. You can opt into it. You go to the training course, but it's no joke. Like flying those procedures are, to say workload intensive is putting it mildly,
Yes.
in the aircraft. So it's and they were commissioned by a company privately. So while they exist in the database, they're also not something that like Alaska Airlines has access to.
Yes.
Whereas the Alaska Airlines procedures that they developed and have charts for, no one else has access to. So unless SkyWest said, yeah, go ahead and publish those charts, you're never going to see them unless you know someone at that airline and ask.
So what I'm thinking about doing, and it really depends on the interest on the Discord, is publishing a textual description of flying those approaches into Aspen in the Challenger, the private approaches that are on the database, such that you've got something that you can use to fly the Challenger into Aspen on those special procedures. Just something textual to take you through it. iTwitch forever, thanks very much for joining the stream for so long. Glad you've enjoyed what you've seen so far. And Clocon, you're quite welcome. As I said, the objective is to make sure that when you buy this aircraft, if you buy this aircraft, you're doing so in a full knowledge of what the aircraft is.
To answer Clocon's question, why the approaches are part of JEP charts, you mean RNAV GPS Foxtrot out of Aspen. So airlines can contact and do contact chart providers like Jeppesen to commission and build a specific approach using specific requirements, and they're allowed to do that because operationally the FAA has said, look, you have the training, we've approved your training program to fly into this airport under these conditions, and so if you want to make this approach, you can, but here are the rules for it. And part of those rules are increased training requirements for that specific approach. Big headers on the chart. I've seen these charts. It's giant. Special aircraft and aircrew authorization required. It's a SAR approach.
Yeah.
And those approaches are not published to anyone else.
That's it.
Like, for instance, if you take, for example, this is going to be kind of an odd example. If you commissioned Goran to make a 3D model for you, right? He'd make a 3D model and he'd send it to you. Would you release that 3D model to anyone else in its raw form? No. Why? Because you bought it. It's yours. So you don't transfer it to anyone else. It's intellectual property, and the same thing here. The approaches are kind of considered intellectual property of the airline.
That's it. And there can be other considerations as well, like a public approach, a GPS approach or an RMP approach or a localizer approach has to consider the lowest common denominator of equipment fit that complies with that. If you have a particular aircraft fleet that has a particular unique capability or a special capability that's above the baseline spec, if you like, then you could have that accounted for when you're doing the arrival. And it could be something that you've never heard of. We're going to do a LORAN Echo approach into Aspen because I've got that capability. Nobody's going to publish that. But if your aircraft's capable of doing it and it keeps you safe from terrain and the regulator approves, then that's what matters. That's how it works. There's some approaches in remote parts of Scotland that are operator specific, because the operator that goes there, their specific aircraft equipment, their specific types, are able to fly those approaches under certain rules, where the public operators, a private pilot with an instrument rating would not be legally able to do that, because the operator has said, look, based on the information you've submitted, based on your crew training, your aircraft fit, the capabilities, the frequency of operations, and the risk assessment, we've decided that it's safe for you to fly those approaches, and that's what they do.
Yeah, and here, one of the other differences between like the Challenger and the CRJ and the Airbus is, if I ask Graham, hey Graham, when you step into the cockpit of any Airbus product that you fly, can you tell based off of the inside of the airplane what it is?
Not really.
That it's no, you can't. When you step into the cockpit of a CRJ-200 at SkyWest or Mesa or Republic, they all look the same. I could walk into a cockpit at SkyWest, or I could walk into the cockpit at Republic and Mesa. They all look the same. Fleet conformity is a massive thing in the airlines. When I flew the G4, not one cockpit was the same. They were all different. They all had the same mandatory switches and knobs, but every single one of them had something different, gauges in slightly different places. So, when you look at it and you say, I want to fly a special approach, Graham's absolutely correct. You have to have the correct equipment to fly it.
That's it. I've missed a question. I keep coming back to it and then I forget it's there. Helipilot7 was asking about Avatab. Yes, so Avatab, my stream was delayed ever so slightly today because Toto and Goran really wanted to show you the tablet model because that hadn't been shown in the pre-release streams. The build that they got to me 2 minutes before the stream started, it doesn't have the Avatab displaying on the texture on the tablet, annoyingly. So they're working on that. You should have it for release. If you don't have it for release, you should have it very quickly thereafter. But you've got the iPad tablets in here, so you'll be able to have Avatab shown on there. Now, this aircraft, let me pop out. I like using
I haven't even seen that model yet.
Yeah, it's brand new. It just didn't quite work out getting it here in time. So I'm just closing these windows just now because I like seeing the chart in 3D in the 3D cockpit, but I like having this popped up to control it. So Puerto Rico has coded the chart function on here, not just half of the chart function, but the whole chart function. Let me have a look at my flight plan. Did I put my alternate in? I did not. Bad pilot. Let's put Belfast in there as my alternate and execute it. Right, so when I bring up my charts page here, and then I do menu, you'll notice that I've got the origin charts, the destination, and the alternate. Notice that these are in magenta. That's because these are the charts that are on the flight plan. So I can look at the Montreal departure. I need to use the menu button to change airports. Then I select it. I can look at the arrival into Glasgow. I can now use the inner knob to rotate, to move through the charts. Okay. There's the arrival, the approach chart, and the airfield chart. So in that respect, it's a little bit more flight aware than the Avatab will be. Avatab is very good for just being able to pick up particular charts and show them on screen, and it's very good for showing. I use charts, but it's actually the PDF reader. It's good for showing the PDF reader, or if you want to put an image on showing something else, you could do that, and you've got access to the aircraft documentation through it, and you've got all the other stuff that the Avatab has. So it's nice that it's in there. For the chart function, these charts, these Navigraph charts, are geo-referenced on the aircraft, so you'll see the aircraft symbol. Some other nifty stuff that it's got that I don't think Toto showed in the stream. Let's choose the approach chart. I can now change it from day mode to night mode. Nope, I'll show you that next. Day mode to night mode. And it's also got normal and split mode. If I go into split mode, you'll see that at the bottom, I can now use my outer knob here to change between the briefing, which is the top part of the chart, the profile, which is the instrument descent profile there, and the minimums. And that works for all the Navigraph charts. So you can basically have it in this format if you prefer, which is a little bit more useful for some people, or you can have it in the normal expanded format. But it's a very clever feature that Toto's implemented. And one of the things that I really like about the presentation of the charts here, let me choose a chart for Belfast Aldergrove. Let's just pick an approach chart, because that's about ILS Zulu runway 25. There's the Zulu approach to Belfast. But you'll note on the screen here that it shows in cyan or blue rather than magenta. That's because it's a chart that you've picked yourself. I can do the same at Glasgow if I want to have a look at, say, well, I'm planned for the ILS, but let's see what other approaches they've got. Oh, look at that, they've got a VOR. It's been ages since I did a VOR. Let's have a look at the VOR chart as well. And it will show you that chart in blue, because that's a chart that you've loaded yourself. If you want to look at other airports, it's a bit more involved. You've got to basically put the the ICAO code in there. So if I wanted to look at Aspen, the reason I did it on the Avatab is now I'm doing it Garmin G1000 style and scrolling through.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah, pick a letter, scroll forward. I mean, if this is all you've got, this is all you've got. But Toto's implemented it.
Yeah, it's an operational frustration, not with the coding of Toto's CL650. It's just a matter of in the airplane doing that kind of mechanical motions is just like, ugh.
That's it. So you've got all those charts available to you, and we'll be taking a look at that when we do the approach. I think Avatab goes hand in hand with the feature set that's built into the avionics. If I was a real operator of the Challenger, I would be concerned, shall we say, about the pricing of having the charts installed on the avionics, because I reckon it's an order of magnitude higher having the charts on the avionics than having a 4-flight subscription. But it is a capability that you've got in the aircraft with a Navigraph subscription.
Pilsner's got a good question. I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes.
Sure, no worries. Does typing into the other field in the CD work on the flight plan? Does typing into the... Oh, you mean using the keyboard? Okay, I gotcha. Interesting question. You mean if we put it on the... I'm trying to work out how we would do that now. Oh yes, I see exactly what you mean. Sorry, I'm being a bit dense today. If I put that in there, in here. Sorry, I haven't captured the key binding, have I? There we go. So, KASE goes into other arrival. Let's pick something different, otherwise it'll get confused. Let's do LFMN for Nice. And let's say nobody does the ILS. RNAV Alpha, 4 left. No, it won't let me load that. Need to have a look at that, Pilsner. I'm not sure how that capability is supposed to be used. Interesting. Does the CL650 have a nearest airport function? Again, that's a great question. I'm going to have a look. So, what do we have? I don't think you'll have nearest airports. Oh, you can do it on the chart. I was thinking out loud for a second here. Let's get that DCP back up again. So if I go to menu, map symbols, I'll turn the geopol layer back on momentarily, and let's have nearest airports. And then when you get close enough, one of the irritations of the Collins system is the fact the zoom, even the zoom for the MFD, is on the DCP. You see the zooms are tied together on both of them. There you go. So you can see the airports on the MFD. Can it show you the nearest? That's a question I can't answer at the moment. I would need to look at the book. There might be a way to do it. I'll have one more mess around with it. Progress. Nope. Status. Nope. Oh, I don't know. I shall ask Totorico whenever he's back, and we'll see if we can work it out. I think it may just be what you've got on the charts there. Now do the charts come up for other? Let's have a look. Chart. Upper menu. No, it's still got what I had coded in, Pilsner. It's still Aspen. So yeah, I think this is a chart server kind of thing rather than a FMS kind of thing. But I'm now intrigued to understand how it interacts with the other departure arrivals. I'm curious now. But yeah. Dang. Dang, I've uncovered there's now a weakness in my knowledge that I need to find out. It's going to eat away at me until we land at Glasgow. Let me just turn off those map symbols again.
I am back.
You're back. Awesome. Do you know if there's a nearest airport function in the FMS?
Pardon me, I'm currently choking on my snack. Yes, there should be. I'm trying to remember how to get to it now. Or if I'm misremembering, but I thought there was of some kind.
Yeah, I thought there might be, but I can't remember.
There might be a way to access the database directly. Interesting question.
Yeah. Database.
Try index.
It's not under a root menu. No. Database ops. Nope. No, I don't know. I don't know is the question. I don't know is the answer, even.
Yeah, I don't remember.
We'll have a look at that, and we'll try and work out the answer. Who was it that was curious to know? Whizball, was it? Sorry, I'm having to scroll back now. Yes, it was Whizball CVS. We'll have a look, and if I don't remember tonight, ask me in the Discord, and we'll try and figure out whether or not it's got that capability, or whether or not it should have that capability.
If I'm remembering correctly, in the CRJ, we never, if there was a nearest function, I don't think we ever used it. What we did is just looked at the map and saw what we thought was the nearest airport, and then plugged the thing in the database and said,
yes,
is that suitable to land at?
Yes, yeah, that's right. It's the same on the Airbus. So just basically go to airports that we're familiar with as the weapon of choice. Excellent. Well, we are so close to being there now. 1 hour 44. I mentioned the MFD data before. If I bring up the MFD data pages, I can also, using the display menu, choose the flight plan progress, and it adds in pseudo waypoints for the top of descent here. So if I'm just looking at the legs page, you see my top of descent has been Rotev and Gotna. So I scroll forward, you see there's no top of descent drawn on the FMS. So if you want to see the top of descent at any point, you can get it from the MFD data page. Display menu, flight plan progress. So position report, if you want to give air traffic position report over the Atlantic. Position summary, if you want to see how the systems are being used. You can see at the moment there's no VORs or DMEs, so you can see that. And FMS1 is showing that it's using GNSS1. Nav status, lots of useful stuff on here. I think they actually have takeoff and approach ref selected for takeoff and landing, because it gives you a single at-a-glance screen for what you've got set up.
Yeah, I think that would be most useful. You plug it into the box, and then you kind of verify that's what you're doing in the briefing.
Yes, it's the user interface is just a little bit quirky, because you're not using next and previous to change these pages. You've now got to go to MFD Advance and then go to next page. It gets a little bit. It's a bit of a weird interface choice from Collins, but it's what we've got. But you don't need to leave the FMS in this mode. You can change the CDU around. You just toggle it on and off with MFD data. So
yeah, that's definitely that's definitely a feature creep. When they went to like, hey, we need to shove this into the CDU. Can you do that?
We're going to use some more screen real estate, I think. Excellent. Awesome stuff. 5 hours and 7 minutes into the stream. We've got a few new followers as well. Subsonic Flight, thank you very much for following the channel. HeliPilot7, thanks for all your questions as well. Appreciate that. And Philippe, thanks for following. Hope you're enjoying what you see. Folks, it's a long stream. We've chatted about a lot of stuff. If you've got any questions about the Challenger, then just blot them out in the chat. We can have a look at pretty much anything you want. We'll be going into the descent in around about 1 hour's time. Good luck with the booster shot, helipilot, and yeah, bring back some of those spicy snacks, that'll help. Definitely do that. You can't get through a long flight without spicy snacks to keep you awake. Goodness me.
My go-to weapon of choice was the chocolate-covered espresso beans.
Delicious.
We are, just to confirm, we're going to Glasgow?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, EGPF. Nearest airports, there we go. Direct to nearest airports. Brilliant. Thanks for that, Ocean.
I knew it was there.
There we go. There you go, Whizball. Nearest airports is on the page here. Complete with runway length. And it should probably be doing a fuel calculation for that. We should have a look at that. But yeah, it's there.
What happens if you click on the runway?
You get direct to. Let's not do that.
No.
I wonder if there's a way to force it to do a fuel update. We need to have a look at that. But yeah, nice find, Ocean. Excellent. What was I doing? I was going back. People always want to see the toilet. I don't know why people want to see the toilet in flight sim streams, but it seems to be a thing and we haven't had a look at it yet. So here's
it's the same thing with the space sims, the space toilet.
Here's the toilet. You can sit on a toilet seat. Yeah. There's a toilet roll holder. This actually should pop up and down. I don't know if the animation will be in the release version or not, but in the real thing, the toilet roll holder pops up and down. The developers are going to get questions about the reflection and why you can see circuit breakers in the toilet. And it's a question that I've asked as well, because why is that there? It's basically how X-Plane builds reflections. It only updates its reflection map every so often. So at the moment you're seeing the flight deck reflection map, not the toilet reflection map. As I said, Toto and Goran are some of the most skilled developers in X-Plane. They've also got a direct line to Laminar Research to ask the questions. If there's a way of making the reflection work properly, they would have done it with the simulator. The question was asked a while back about making it just a flat surface rather than a reflection, and I think their opinion is that if you see it from certain angles like this, it's all right. If you see it from down here, it's a reflected surface, and you do get that reflection. And by setting it up to be a reflected surface, if Laminar improve it with X-Plane 12, then it's good to go, basically. But this is technically, I guess, it's a bug. But it's a bug that X-Plane is bringing to the aircraft. So just so you've seen it and you're not disappointed if you want to see yourself in the mirror, I don't know, pretend you're a vampire or something, you might be alright. I don't know about the circuit breakers though.
I mean, we definitely don't want to break the immersion by saying you're a non-corporeal, infinitely small camera that's located in 3D space.
Yeah, don't do that, that would be a bad thing. No immersion breaking things. I do love this. I mean, it's flying a transatlantic flight was the best showcase I could possibly think of for this particular feature of the aircraft. But I think it's great the level of detail Toto's gone to on this. Like, see this estimated time of arrival in local time at destination. That was a fairly hard facility to develop. You'd be surprised to learn that X-Plane doesn't have the local time map natively. It's not able to do that. So Toto had to use an external library to get the local time zone calculation worked out.
Yeah, and it's interesting because that facility, time zones suck to program. I think Pilsner may be able to talk a little bit to that, but time zones suck, and basically everyone hates them so much. There's only one person in the world maintaining the master database of time zones that everyone uses. It's one library maintained by one dude at his house for free, and that's all he does, basically.
Goodness.
And every time a country goes, well, we're going to shift our time zone by 15 minutes. Oh God.
Yeah, you don't want that. But yeah, it does it all. It does it all accurately. It reads the airport destinations. It doesn't just give you the X-plane codes. And it, it's a feature that if you didn't know that you could do that, you wouldn't have missed it. But now that you know it's possible in a simulator, then hopefully some of the other developers will buy into doing the full thing correctly, as opposed to just some of the other stuff you get. Tuba Flight, that's a name from previous streams. Thanks very much for joining. We've been running for about 5 hours and 15 minutes, but you might see the interesting bit. You're going to see me do an airline-style crash landing on Glasgow, runway 23, in about maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours' time. What's the verdict so far? Both myself and Captain Crash, who is also on the voice chat just now, have been beta testing this product. So we're not the most impartial for this particular aircraft, but maybe some people in the chat, if there's anybody left in the chat, maybe some of the other people can give you some feedback on what they think about it. I'd like to hear your opinions on the product. Curious what the next plane is and how much of built here can be reused. Exponent Mage. That's a very interesting question. I think my personal opinion is there's a lot of technology in this aircraft that can be reused. Stuff like the inertial simulation. Toto didn't just build an inertial simulation for a Challenger. He built a simulation of a Honeywell Laser F6, I believe. So that could be ported across to other aircraft. If it's ProLine 21, there would be some integration hurdles to get it integrated into another aircraft, but it would be entirely possible to move this ProLine 21 to another aircraft, or to incorporate it in another aircraft if Toto wanted to, or perhaps if another developer wanted to license the technology. I'm sure they could do that as well. They could speak to Toto about that and have the conversation at least. The next aircraft, they haven't announced it as yet. We could take an educated guess and say that it's probably going to be an evolution of the stuff they've developed already. So I don't think you'll see a clean sheet of paper approach. If you're waiting for Toto to build a 747-400, yeah, I am too, but I don't think it's likely to happen. Despite my posts in the Discord forum, Discord chat, it's very unlikely to be a Vickers Viscount, despite the fact that would be the best thing ever. I reckon you'll see something, an evolution of the technology you've got in here. That doesn't mean to say they're going to build a CRJ. I've got no inside knowledge on that, but it'll be. I think it'll be something that can use a lot of this. The amount of work that's gone into the FMS is probably about 18 months worth of development. The navigation logic is a huge amount of development in the aircraft. So I think Toto would be keen to reuse that as far as possible.
We abused the heck out of that so hard in so many different ways to make sure it works properly with every single coded approach. Yeah, we've done a fair bit of flying with it, to say. Would you be interested in some real world aviation news?
Yeah, go for it.
So hot off the presses from Flight Global, A220 dual engine shutdown probe cautions against abrupt thrust lever movement.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So
evidently in the A220, moving the thrust levers from above 80% N1 to idle in less than 2 seconds can command the engines to shut down.
Oh my goodness. That's pretty scary. I guess somebody found that out as well.
Air Baltic evidently has had a couple of these happen.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's not good, is it?
No, let's see. Investigation into an Air Baltic incident found that the aircraft had reached top of descent following a flight from Riga when the crew disengaged auto throttle. Shortly afterwards, a master caution light indicated right-hand throttle failure, and the crew ran the abnormal checklist before continuing the approach. Yeah, so basically if the power lever gets either commanded to via some glitch or something else, if you slam the throttles from 80% at the idle, it can command the engines to shut down or something.
Oh my goodness. Seatback pockets, just put a post on the chat here. I don't have the chat overlay on the screen, as I explained before, because it can get a bit chaotic if I've got all the windows popped up on the chat notifications as well. So if this ends up on YouTube, there won't be the chat overlay, but I'm going to read Seatback Pockets post in its entirety so that you get a feeling for it if you have sat through 5 hours and 20 minutes of stream on YouTube. So Seatback Pocket says, as a Joe consumer here, I'm going to be a day one, minute one purchase because I believe in the effort, vision and work ethic of the developer. I've been a day one adopter for a lot of big releases recently, and they've not been great experiences, but I'm super excited. The crew on the Discord server have been wonderful, and the TBM has been a delightful experience. So that's really excellent to hear, Seatback Pocket, and thanks for posting that feedback. I genuinely hope that you're not disappointed in the aircraft. My brain says there's no way you should be disappointed in the aircraft based on what we've seen, but I hope it works out I hope it's all that you expect it to be, because that's what Toto's been working for. That's what he's been spending all this time. He's not. I said it earlier on in the stream, and he's on voice chat, and it's a little bit awkward sometimes when he's on voice chat. I know he's in the chat just now. Yes, Toto's a paid developer. You're rewarding Toto for his time by buying the product, but fundamentally he's building aircraft that he wants to build. He wants to fly. So in that respect, he's building aircraft for the love of building the aircraft, and the money that you pay him allows him to do that. It is not a product that has been made specifically to extract money from your wallet and then to get some more money from you 6 months later. Toto built this to make the best thing ever. And that, for me, that really comes across in the execution of the aircraft. Saab 2000 NG, I think that's fairly unlikely. It's not a very common aircraft, and from chats with Toto, he likes aircraft that have got a bit of flexibility in what you do with them. I think a Saab 2000 would be a bit limiting in that respect. I would like to see Goran update the Saab and maybe take advantage of the UNS navigator that's available. I'd really love to see that, but I think that's more of a Goran project rather than a hot start project. Yeah, it's a cool aircraft, isn't it? But it's maybe not the... People would want it, but I don't know if it would be the right thing. The design philosophy, Rakoa, yes, thanks for the chat as well. It's just about doing it right, isn't it? It's about making a product that makes you think you're flying an airplane again. Virtual CPT, Marco says, me too, Saab plus UNS would be wonderful. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? That would be the... you'd still be doing a 195 knots cruise, but yeah, it would be awesome. Global would be nice as well. But one of the things that is evident in this product is the amount of dedicated assistance the subject matter experts have provided for Toto. It's all very well getting the documentation and getting pictures and measurements and these sort of things, but to actually have subject matter experts that are prepared to go above and beyond to get the information, that makes the product what it is. So
some of the stories of what our subject matter expert did to get some of the sounds he did is just so entertaining.
Yes. We need to restage the wing flex demonstration as well. If we could stage that somehow, that would be enough for me.
Right, or the engine fan blade clack recording.
Yes. Yeah. It's all about the resources, the background material you've got to work with, and Toto and Goran have had simply excellent background support on this project.
Yeah.
A global would be sick though, wouldn't it? A global would be awesome.
Oh, that would be amazing. How long? It was like maybe 2 months ago, maybe 3 at this point, we were going back and forth about the eye position,
Mhm.
and our subject matter expert was like, "Oh yeah, hold on 1 sec. Let me get you the measurements." Went to the hangar and like with a ruler and the string and basically triangulated the exact head position that you'd be in for the viewpoint.
Yes.
And that was just amazing.
It's it makes a huge difference to this kind of product to have that available. Exponent Mage asked how long did it take to build the aircraft, but again I'll repeat it for those of you that are not watching the video chat. Toto and Goran have spent about 3 years each, maybe 3.5 years each on this product, a minimum. On top of that, you've got Toto's experience as an enterprise developer and Goran's lifetime experience as being a 3D modeler feeding into this product. So you've got 3 years of dedicated work on this and, you know, working lifetime experience for 2 highly skilled individuals that are feeding into this. This isn't a project that has got a Turbo Squid 3D model. Not that there's anything wrong with that. If you're clear about what it is, this is a product that has a 3D model developed by a master craftsman. It is somebody that knows the simulator, that knows how to model for the simulator, and that knows how to get the best out of the simulator, working with a systems developer who understands how to get the best performance out of the simulator. And that really shows. Yeah, 3 years, goodness me, what was I doing 3 years ago? I was in work a lot more, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was still flying the G4.
Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? Yeah. We can sit in these seats here. Oh, I didn't show the best feature of the toilet. Let me go back to the toilet. I'm going to do the toilet
how
view
could
twice.
you forget?
It's got a window. Look, there's an actual window in the airplane toilet. Look at this. And it's got a good view. It's like an MD-80 style view. Yeah, look at that.
You're going to see a bunch of people with window views and wing views, and you're like,
yeah, no,
isn't that from the toilet?
Not from the toilet view.
Yeah, that was one of the, when I first started flying the G4, that was one of the weird things, sitting there at flight level 450 to use the toilet, and there's this giant window right there in front of you going, huh?
That can't be right, surely. What if somebody... I remember now.
All right.
Yes, if somebody can see me this close, I've got other problems.
Yeah.
Excellent. Awesome stuff. 1 hour and 18 minutes ago. It's gone so fast.
Oh, Wizball's got a nice link. Thank you.
Good news. So yeah, we're approaching Limray and then Zetpo, so 10 minutes. At this point, we'd probably be speaking to one of the Shannon controllers. Shanwick. I guess it's Shannon controller now, so that gives a squawk code. I'll put the same squawk code back in again. Otherwise I'll forget that I've got a squawk code. And because we're radar identified and coming off the tracks, it's probably a good time to take our offset off, so I'll just clear the offset. It's a modification to flight plan, so I shall execute that, and it will return to track. Once we get to Limray, Ocean, I think we're going to go direct to Rockville. How do corporate pilots manage brakes at high altitude? So this is a new thing for me. The Airbus is limited to 390, so I didn't know about the 400 plus requirements for the oxygen mask. Is it 410? Above a certain altitude, somebody's supposed to be on oxygen all the time.
Yeah, and basically, the way it's supposed to work is that if like we're flying a G4 and we're at flight level 450, one of us is actually on O2 at the entire time, because the time of useful consciousness isn't enough to actually get the mask on and secured before you pass out. So, but yeah, below that, I think for I think SkyWest and most other 121 operators, it's there's a certain altitude that if you're above it, someone's at least got the mask out and on O2. And then if you leave, then you're absolutely on O2 for sure. But yes. I'd have to look up the regs again. It's been a while.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's fascinating. It's not an issue at 390. We're fairly comfortable there. Cage the AIs. Yes. Yeah, it gets that way, doesn't it? As I said, this is something that Toto's working on resolving as soon as possible. So, personally, I wouldn't mind it releasing like that, but as long as you know about it. Yeah, 450. I can't imagine that. And yet there's airliners regularly up there now. So maybe not 45, but it used to be the 320 was at the top of the pile up there at 39. These days, it's quite common to see jets up higher.
Yeah, seat back. It was definitely a concern, but there were other factors that go into play as to your oxygen requirements as well, and looking at using O2 for the kinds of durations that you'd need sometimes is daunting.
Rakua asks, is there HUD symbology reference included with the plane manuals? And the answer to that is, I don't think so. I've not seen Toto's own documentation or the product, but I'm going to guess there maybe isn't a HUD symbology presentation.
I don't think that would be too much of an issue. If you do a pretty quick Google search for Honeywell heads-up guidance system, you can probably get an overview of the symbology pretty quickly.
Yes. It's fairly straightforward. The thing for heads-up display flying, which can catch you out, are the flight directors. So while I'm moving the view around, I'm sure people understand, but this is a fully collimated HUD that's basically focused and arranged for the eye point at infinity. So as I move the camera around, the HUD symbology stays in the relative position on my monitor, because that's what would happen in real life. You'd see the HUD is focused essentially at infinity from the eye point. If I move backwards and forwards in the seat, the symbology stays the same size. So if you're too far back, it will go off the screen. That's to be expected. But what you can do is, obviously, you can move in a little bit, and you can get it a bit bigger on the screen, move back a little bit. But if you move back here and think, well, you know what, I prefer my viewpoint set back here, you'll not get the HUD to fit correctly, because that's how the real thing works. So what you do is you set your eye point based on these design eye reference points. These are derp balls, if you like. And all you do is you move your head around in theory such that your head is positioned so that one ball is hiding behind the other ball. Now, obviously, in a seat, you don't have the ability to move left and right. It just forwards and backwards. But you move your head forwards and backwards until the eye point balls, one's hidden behind the other, and that's your default seating position. If you actually just click on the seat base, it'll take you to the default seating position, and you've got the HUD filling the screen there. There we go. I said I was going to go direct. 34 miles, yeah, we can certainly go direct. So direct to Rotev. There we go. So all those hours ago, when I said you go direct, it doesn't go into nav mode. It will obviously stay in nav mode. If you're already in nav, it'll remain in nav mode. Just if you're in heading mode, you have to manually put it into nav mode to get it to go direct. Yeah, the design eye reference is something that's very often forgot in simulators. It's partially because sim pilots like to move their view around, and I do the same. I will tend, as a matter of choice, to sit a little bit higher up in a sim model than I will in the real thing, because if you think about sitting in your desk, sitting at your desk in front of your computer, you move your head around an awful lot. It's not natural to sit here in one head position all the time. So if I'm flying over Paris, looking out the window, I'll lean over to the window and I'll look round and I'll say, well, look, I can see the Eiffel Tower. Back to here, and I'll be down at the FMS. I'll have my head down here looking at the FMS. It's very normal to move your head back and forth. Even with head tracking in VR, I don't know if it's the same as the real thing. So one of my ways of dealing with that is to have the eye point typically set a little bit higher up than you would have previously. So, sometimes when I'm landing this, I'll have the I'll have the PFD popped out and just sit a little bit higher. But you shouldn't need to with a heads-up display. CYUL to CYYR is a good choice towards Germany. Ooh, is that maybe going the wrong way? I don't know. YYR, is that Vancouver? No, that's YVR. Where's YYR? I was going to say Vancouver's totally the wrong way. Goose Bay, yes, Goose Bay. That would be appropriate. Goose Bay is going to take you perhaps a little bit too far north than that tracks today, but yeah, Goose Bay would be maybe more common on a westbound leg, Gander and St John's on an eastbound leg, CYQX or CYYT. Excellent. Alright, we've got a squat code, we've got the offset removed, we're approaching Shannon, and we've got, goodness me, 1 hour and 8 minutes to go. It's getting to the exciting point, people. Let's have a look at the MFD data. Nope, I changed the page because I was doing stuff. So top descent is at 8 o'clock. So we've got half an hour until top of descent. Conscious that Pilsner may want to chat about hardware for a few moments. So whilst that remains a potential, how about we set up the approach just now so that that's all dealt with and taken care of, and that way we can go all the way up to the descent without worrying about the time impact. Yeah. So I'm going to bring the pop-ups up here. I'm going to use the right wheel first of all. Let me come back there. We're going to choose the ILS approach. And setting the approach up is really straightforward on this aircraft. The ILS is fairly straightforward. First thing is I'm just going to check the routing on here. It goes down to Lanark. Lanark is the holding fix, and then I've got the center fix, the course to fix runway 23. So all I'm going to do just now is I'm going to remove the discontinuity and join those two together. I'll not fly like that, but we've got them programmed in there. People were asking about VNAV during the stream. You can see the 3-degree profile is calculated here. It's showing 3 degrees during the descent down towards Gerva. It's then showing 1.6, 1.6, 1.89. That's because it's calculating its own profile to meet these altitude constraints. 3 degrees is a database constraint that it's saying I will fly a 3-degree profile on this leg. And what I'm looking at as a pilot is the immediate leg before the approach shallow enough to allow me to slow down? So a 2-degree descent path I can slow down on quite happily. A 3-degree descent path I can't slow down on. So I'm really looking at the 12-mile point here, the CF point, and saying, well look, it's got a 1.89 degree path towards it. So that's fine, I can slow down on that, down to 2,900 feet, which is my platform. I'll then check through the rest of the waypoints. Going down, we've got the runway elevation on there. The missed approach goes to 430 feet, then to the D048 Charlie, which is this point here, and then 2,500 feet. And it's whichever is later according to missed approach coding. So that is coded to work, while by a left turn, direct the GOW to hold. So the actual coding on the FMS is perfect. One of the other things that I like to do, and you don't have to do this if you're going to leave it in nav all the way through, but what I like to do is to preset the course, because I'm anticipating going on to radar vectors to finish this approach. I'll put myself into heading mode rather than complete the flight in nav mode. So what I'm going to do that is move my data, my menu advance on DCP, and then I'll scroll it to 228. Now I don't need to tune it, I just need to make sure I've got VOR1 selected, and I'll put the course in 228. Again, if you're going to do nav to the ILS, you don't need to do that. But VOR1 and 228, I'll move over to the other side and I'll make sure to do the same thing on there. If you've got a little bit twirly happy with the knobs and you've accidentally moved this one a few times rather than this one, there's a good chance that you'll be in the wrong preset nav mode, and that would be a bad thing. So just double check that your preset nav is VOR2. It'll become ILS2 or Localizer 2 when you establish on the track. So 223. 228, sorry. So there's 228 and 228. Rakua, yes, I've just got my spacebar bound to show and hide the 2D pop-ups. I find that convenient on my little screen. If you've got a huge screen, it's less of an issue. We've done the course. The other thing, you can see it on here, I like to have the VOR pointer shown. We get that from the bearing sources here. And I use my menu knob. I can usually have FMS1 selected that shows me the current FMS waypoint. But for the approach being an ILS approach, if I show the VOR pointer here, it'll give me the DME readout, the distance readout, even when it's in FMS mode. So if I'm trying to use the ILS DME to help me do a 3-degree CDA, having this shown here can be useful even when you're in FMS nav mode. So that's why I have that displayed there. We push references, we scroll through it, we go to minimums, and it's usually 230 barrel. Let's just double check they haven't changed it. ILS, Cat C, 550 meters RVR, and 221. So I'll put references here, scroll down to barrow. Nope, make sure I get the right part on the wheel, barrow, and it's 221, so it's going to be 230, and then push the button to select it. You can see it shows the minimums on the PFD. Other stuff we got to do is get the MET. You can get that through the data link. I don't have. I've got static weather in the sim, so I know it's going to be 1013. If I just adjust the barrow knob, you see I've got a pre-select now for the barrow. That's useful. So I'm going to pre-select the HPA setting. I'm also going to double check my standby. Make sure that's set to 1013. Read the inches of mercury off that, 29 or 902, and make sure that that is set up there as well with the landing field elevation. Might be time for some overhead lights as well. And that's basically it for the approach. The last thing we need is the performance speeds. Looking on this screen here, it's telling me my landing weight at Glasgow is about 16 tons. So performance, approach. Double check it's got the right airfield. If you're doing a very short flight, it shows you the airport you're closest to. So if you're doing this in the climb out, for example, make sure you're not loading performance for your departure airfield. The boxes show a value that needs to be filled in. The dashes are an optional value. So I'm just going to put in the temperature, 15 degrees. I'm not going to specify the wind because I don't need to worry about that. It's dry for some reason in Glasgow today. On to the next page, and there's my gross weight. So 16 tons is what I expect to land at Glasgow. My actual weight at the moment is 16.8. So I'll just put 16 and I'll drop it in there, and then it's ready to send. Now you'll notice there's an LFL on here. If I put an A onto that page there, I get the actual landing distance. That is how much distance it's going to take to get from 50 feet to fully stopped on the runway in meters. That's basically the aircraft's capability, but my requirements are to stop within 60% of the available runway. That's what the LFL does. So the LFL, the runway needs to be 1,343 meters for me to use it legally under the US style regulations. But I can see here that I've got an extra kilometre, so that's not a problem. I'm going to send that. That's going to transfer the speeds to the PFD. I'm going to keep in mind my VREF is 127, so my final approach speed is going to be about 132. And that's us set up for the approach.
Now, some people might ask, what does VAC stand for? Do you know?
I can't remember that one. Can you remember that one? It's approach climb. It's the approach climb speed. It's like the V2 speed, isn't it? It's single engine, basically the approach climb with one engine out, I believe.
Yeah, I just know that's going to be a question. That, like, well, I see VREF, I see VAC, but I don't see like a VApp. Where's my VApp speed?
Yes, VREF is the one. So VApp is basically 5 knots on top of VREF with an increment for gusty conditions. We should probably put that in an FAQ as well, I think.
What about the Delta VREF? Does that work?
It should do, yeah, I think so. That'll change the distances though, so you could put... hang on, does it have to be on the... Does it have to be on the LFL to do that? Hang on. Let's have a look.
Or is that an AFL thing? I don't remember.
I have used it with Toto before, so I'm trying to remember the reason you would use that.
Hey.
Hey, go ahead.
I just finished with Goran, so what was the issue?
Delta VREF. Crash was asking about the Delta VREF.
Right, Delta VREF is only applied when you have a non-dry runway. I think
that's what it was, yeah. So if I change it to wet, I can go on here and then say no.
Or it might be snow. There was only one set of very specific tables when you can apply the Delta VREF. I think it had slush and water, perhaps that one.
Let's try it.
I can look in the tape.
Excellent. And you'll notice the maximum landing weight for the runway comes down because the runway is not technically long enough to land if it's snow and water and snow and slush. Interesting.
Yes. Yeah. This is basically the entire performance calculator. You have to understand. It's a recreation of the manual tables that you would normally look at those whizzy squiggly tables that you go like from one table to the other, then to the other, then to the other. It's basically that recreated in code. So it saves you having to look up in the QRH. But
Excellent.
it's iterating those exact same tables. So when it doesn't have any data for it, it's not going to let you enter that.
Sure. And the VAC, the approach climb speed reference, that's equivalent to V2 on a missed approach?
Yes.
Yeah. Excellent. There we
I think
go.
you might have said a wet runway.
I set a wet runway. I was curious to see what difference it made. So yeah, it changes the maximum landing weight. Actually, while we're here, let's go back to the slush and water, because that's probably going to show an interesting feature.
Yeah, there are the runway length required and the max landing weight that it indicates there are basically linked together. So it does like a reverse lookup through the tables to say that, okay, if the conditions were like this, then I'm going to be landing at this weight or this runway. What would have been the max weight I could take?
Yes.
And then it also does the reverse for the runway length, is as if I was landing at my current weight or whatever you have set as the landing weight.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to do a reverse lookup backwards through the tables and figure out, okay, what would have been the minimum runway length required to do that.
Sure. And this is an example here where with the landing conditions we've set, the runway length limit is only 16 tons, despite the fact the structural limit is 17.3. So that reduces your landing performance on short runways. And you've got that calculation built into the aircraft as well. That's something that you don't often see.
Seatback Pocket says, wild Toto's on the horn. Don't forget the fuel on nearest airport.
Oh, yes. I didn't know where nearest airports was. I remember seeing it, and it's here. We were asking about this fuel prediction and whether or not...
yes. Yeah, that's something I completely forgot to implement, to be honest, so...
Sure. It's something that it's not going to affect your operation on day one of the aircraft.
This is really meant, the nearest airports is meant as a diversion for emergencies.
Yes.
So if you suddenly absolutely super need to land somewhere, the idea is you just go direct nearest airport and basically pick up the one you want, punch, go.
Sure. That makes sense. But it's something you're aware of, so it'll be on the list of things to look at. Excellent.
Yeah, and it's not really difficult to fix. It's mostly a matter of like take distance divided by current fuel flow. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Just as the viewer count has increased a little bit on the stream, just to remind you, the reason I'm using these pop-ups is in the cruise, I've got a fairly small monitor and an old graphics card running at 1080, so I prefer having the pop-ups to work with just because it's easier for me in the sim. I also prefer doing it that way because having watched a few videos back on an iPad or a mobile phone, sometimes it's a bit clearer to see in the stream when it's in the 2D presentation. You can use the aircraft without the 2D pop-ups. I certainly don't want to give the impression that the 2D pop-ups are required to operate the aircraft. What I will say is that the 2D pop-ups for the CCP and the DCP will make your life easy if you can put the 2D pop-ups in this area here. You don't use the audio panel that much, and you use the DCP and the CCP an awful lot. So those were my top tips for bringing those out. Can I upload my view preset somewhere? I don't know if it's it is saved in a file somewhere, because I know that Pilsner's backed up his views. But it's something you can just build yourself. You basically just bring the pop-up up and put them in place and find something that works for yourself.
So Roko's got a good question, and kind of interested to hear what Toto has to say. The landing perf pages have an option for both or one reverser. Why isn't there an option for no reverse?
Because you're grounded.
There you go.
If you have to use reverse, well, if you have to use thrust reverse, I think you can dispatch, but then you are limited to uncontaminated runways.
Yes. And in dry runways, they don't take credit for the reverses anyway. Is that the case? I'm trying to think.
I have to look at the MMEL. Hang on, stand by. I'm going to get you an answer exact.
My gut instinct, bearing in mind it's been a while since I've been in work, my instinct is that the braking performance on dry runways doesn't account for reverser credit.
It doesn't. Yeah, generally, but I got to check the MMEL just to be sure.
Hey Amy, welcome back. You're here to see me generate 2.5G impact on the hard landing system.
We should really set up like a
league
scoreboard.
Yeah.
A scoreboard on a website somewhere where your HLIS is automatically uploaded by username.
Can I move the checklist to the first left display? Yes, that's possible. So the checklist, what I was explaining previously, is the way these aircraft are operated. You would normally have pilot flying in the left-hand seat. A lot of corporate operators work that way. Pilot flying in the right-hand seat is common in the airline world, but it's maybe more 50-50 in the corporate world. So if you're, let me bring the chart off so you can see the difference. If I'm pilot flying in the right-hand seat, you could move the ICAS display to the right-hand side. And now you've got ICAS here and summary here, and that would let you use the checklist on the left-hand side. So it's all there.
Yeah, the logic there is that the aircraft requires the ICAS to be displayed somewhere, and if it's not displayed somewhere, then you can't display charts.
Yes. You can also have the ICAS in this reversionary form up here, so that you've got both of the MFDs available. That's pretty useful on the ground, but you lose things like the fuel tank distribution there. But all of this stuff is available for you to play with. It's not the abnormal configs, the reversionary configs are not disabled. They're not fictitious. It's all here. So when you get the aircraft, go right ahead and push the buttons. Even things like the tuning. Trying to think, if I inhibit tune on the CDU down here, external control, I can still tune up here, and I can still tune on the number 2 CDU. And this is radio tuning, which is for offline flying, is largely about setting your ILS. Turn the tuning back on, I can inhibit that side. I can even inhibit tuning on the MFD. And if I inhibit tuning on all of them, I'll get, I believe, 121.5 tuned on the radio behind the scenes. So it's got basically, I don't want to say a total because I can't state it's got absolutely everything. It has got the most amount of reversionary modes I've seen in a simulator.
Quick question for you. I saw a button that we had in the G4 as well. Go to the center pedestal.
Yes.
And it's the Wi-Fi button. And it's down toward the bottom. It was right next to the inhibit tune, but in the Ethernet jack, right? That one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, we always make sure that one was on.
Yeah, that one I didn't bother simulating yet.
Yet. I love the teaser yet. EVS RJB 4000. We talked about this a little bit a couple of days ago, and Toto mentioned it in the stream, but for anybody that's not heard about the EVS, Toto really wanted to implement EVS in the aircraft. It's got the EVS knob because that demonstrated the intention to implement EVS. The EVS that X-Plane would support out the box, well, it doesn't support EVS out the box. It doesn't have the ability to do that. To make EVS in X-Plane at the moment, the best way possible to do it is to take the synthetic vision display and then render that as virtual terrain in the heads-up display. But that is not accurate because you don't get the benefit of AVS. You don't get the ability to see vehicles on the apron. You don't get the ability to see the airport environment, the cars moving on the roads on the approach to the airport that you would have with a proper thermal camera. So it's not, it would be a fictitious system, it would be a fake system that doesn't add anything to the operational capability of the aircraft. It would be awesome if X-Plane supported proper EVS, because Toto and Goran would have put it in there. The model that Goran did initially had the EVS camera on the nose, because it was Toto's hope to be able to do it. But with X-Plane, as it is currently, it's not possible to do that. So they decided not to implement the EVS as a fake system and stick with the real capability on the aircraft. That makes sense.
And I sent you a picture from the DTG, from the dispatch deviation guide, and yes, one thrust reverser is required for dispatch.
Oh my goodness, excellent.
Yeah, you have to have a thrust reverser. Not allowed to not.
And there's probably landing performance tables in the real QRH if you have a secondary reverser failure. Yeah.
Probably, yeah, very likely.
Look at this, folks. We're over Ireland. It's been a long haul, but here we are.
It somehow whizzed by. I can't help it.
It feels like we're home, nearly. If I was Oceanic, I'd be home by now. I'm trying to get my bearings. Is this, which one's Lochfoyle? Where are we? We're quite far north of Shannon, actually. Shannon's off the right-hand wingtip.
Check the cabin info.
Yeah, that's there. Oh, hello. Hey, Pilsner, how's it going?
Good. We got 5 minutes.
Yeah, you're a little bit quiet, but otherwise we're good.
I might have to fix that on your end.
I think you're at max already. Try again.
Hold on.
He's readable.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I'll have to add some boost on my side if needed.
So top descent is in 12 minutes. You've got 12 minutes, then a little bit of checklist item, and then down to, let's say, flight level 200 to chat about it. It looks like it, Robbie. Yeah, exactly. This is, I'm guessing, I was looking for the islands in, what are they called? Innismore, Inisheer? I think that's, is that where we are? The Air Aran Islands, I know them as. That might be what's behind us. I guess Lochfoyne's further. Yeah, we're heading up towards basically Warren Point in Newry, and then flying basically towards Blacka, so up directly towards Glasgow from that point.
Would you guys leave the logo light on during cruise? Just out of curiosity.
No.
That's just me being lazy. You see, on the Airbus, I don't have to worry about it. It does its stuff. I never have to touch it.
Really?
Yeah.
The logo light has some sort of an auto position?
The logo light's on the nav position. So it's on nav, on system 1 and 2 on the nav lights. The logo light's on by itself. I think it's flight level 100. I can't remember.
I thought it was
yeah.
on. I thought it was on gear retraction or weight off wheels or something.
I think it's on up until a certain altitude, but can't remember. Just before top of descent, whilst we're in the simulator, I said that Toto didn't add things that are unrealistic and he wanted you to get fully involved in it. I will show you that there is automatically pause 1 minute before reaching top of descent. So if you really, really, really want to go to school or go to work or go to bed and leave the aircraft flying in the background, you've got that option. For
if
me,
you check it, it'll even tell you when it's going to pause.
But for me personally, I would use the airframe manager and save the state and then continue the flight later. Flaps retract on logo light off. That's the one, Martyr. Thanks for that.
Try and show the if you could check it momentarily, it'll show you so people know that they don't have to worry about thinking like, is it actually going to pause? Because there is some conditions, there's some logic in between.
Will pause in 9 minutes. Excellent.
Yes.
There we go.
Because there is some auto logic such that it will not, for example, pause after top of descent. If you reach a subsequent top of descent, it will not pause. Like just somewhere along the path randomly. So
sure.
You've got a nice timer to tell you exactly when it's going to do it.
Oh, good news. How you doing, Pilsner? How's that audio?
Any better?
A little bit. If you speak up, you'll be fine.
I'll try.
So you've been using it with the SciTech panels?
For one, yes. So anybody who's got hardware at home, and a lot of people have sim hardware these days, not just joysticks and rudder pedals, but there's all sorts of hardware available on the market and adding to every day. I have quite the collection, and the job I gave myself on the beta team was to, use my hardware to the fullest with Toto's beautiful systems. And anybody who's flown the TBM knows that it's very cockpit builder friendly, is the generic term, and that's carried forward and gone to the next level with the 650, as everything has. So I have a honeycomb yoke. I'm lucky enough to have been able to acquire this stuff over the years. Got a honeycomb Bravo. I got the TCA Airbus Quadrant. I've got some SciTech panels, switches, radio, so on. Effectively every switch, every button, every lever, every knob has commands for toggling, for pushing, for positions where it's appropriate, and they're all they're all well laid out. Good descriptions. You can find them in the X-Plane menu. You can bind them through X-Plane. So if you've got something that X-Plane can see and bind to, then you can do that. You can see them. And one caveat is the X-Plane search field. When you're looking for a binding, not everybody realizes, but when you search for a term in that search field, whether it's keyboard or joystick, it's searching the name of the command that the developer uses, not the description. It's kind of counterintuitive and annoying. So sometimes you have to try to through a few different text combinations to find a command if you're going to search, but luckily it's all very logically laid out. So maybe when we're down on the ground, we'll remember you can bring it up on the stream and go through it. But not only is every command in place, but there are data refs, multiple data refs. Toto could correct me here, but from what I found there, whenever I've needed to know the position of something, there's a data ref that tells you the position of the animation, i.e. is it from 0 to 1 in an analog fashion. So if the knob is halfway, it's 0.5, or if it's moving from 0 to 1, it will go from 0 through to 1. You can read the exact position. there's also a data ref that tells you kind of the discrete position, I guess you'd call it, where it's 1, 2, 3. It doesn't, it's an integer. It just tells you it's in position 0 or 1 or 2, rather than going through 0, 0.1, 0.2, etc. So, depending on your needs, you can use the data refs. You can set data refs, not just read them. So if you need a knob to change from 0 to 1, you could set that, and it will still maintain the animations. It's not silly like other knobs and other add-ons, rather, where if you set the knob position to 1, it just snaps there. It doesn't animate. Again, Toto, correct me because I'm a little out of.
You're absolutely on the money.
Yeah. Okay. Good. And so, for me, I worked with Toto, and almost every request I made, I'm going to be honest here. Almost every request I had for, can you bind to this custom command, to this default command for ease of discovery? Can you add this type of command that was missing? He has done, and there's only really a couple of little things that I had to kind of build a Lua script for or whatever, and I'm sure after release Toto, we can come back to it, but just stuff that it isn't hard to do in a Lua script. Anybody who's got hardware and has built a cockpit or has a lot of hardware at home knows probably how to build a Lua script or something.
And you've got a publicly accessible Discord with your profile, not Discord, sorry, GitHub with the profiles for your equipment uploaded as well, that people can see.
Yes. So what I will do at some point, I can't promise it'll be tomorrow or today or whatever, and I'm hoping there'll be a place in the forum that makes sense, that isn't general but is at least Challenger specific on the X-Pilot forum. I'll post the links to, I have a GitHub with all my X-Cytec panel configs. Now, I don't do a huge amount with the X-Cytec panel configs, but we made sure the radios work. That was one of the things that we had to change. We, made sure all the buttons for the autopilot are available, and so on, and pitch and wheel up and down, and all those kind of things. They'll be linked on the GitHub. I'll link my GitHub. I'll publish my Honeycomb configurator JSON file for the autopilot knob and the LEDs. The way I like them. After that, do whatever you want with them, but you can see how I implemented the LEDs.
Excellent.
For example,
I'll just interrupt you for just 1 second there, Pilsner, just before we lose track of it. So all I'm doing is I'm doing the descent the sim pilot way. I'm putting the final approach platform altitude in on the altitude selector. I pushed VNAV now, so it's gone into VALT. The little V tells me alt is modified with the VPath. It will come into VPath when it has the opportunity. I'm doing Mach point to 8. It's in blue, so I come down to the performance, and I tell it to resume VNAV plan speed, and now it's set up for a VNAV descent. You see on the PFD it's gone magenta rather than blue, and that tells me it's going to slow down to obey the speed restrictions that are coded on there.
How much time do we got to top of descent?
We've not got long, but you can keep
the hammer down, make a Mach 0.82. Pedal to the metal, man.
82, there you go.
We got fuel to burn, so...
Got the fuel. It'll be easier on the landing. So I'll just give one quick example, Graham, if you're okay.
Yes, no, go right. I've set it up. You'll hear it beep. I'm happy for you to talk all the way down through it.
I can't hear the sim at the moment.
Oh, okay.
So the LEDs on the Bravo, you have to use the Honeycomb, the app that Aerosoft wrote for Honeycomb, I presume under contract, to have it drive the LEDs via a plugin, right, that they provide. It's a bit messy, but that's the way you have to do it. But there's only one LED on my heading button. There's only one LED on my nav button, for example. But on the real machine, there's 2 LEDs because there's 2 systems. So what I've done is basically set up a rule that says, well, if either of those LEDs light up my Bravo. So there's little things like that are all doable with the hardware, with Toto's systems. Now, if you're lucky enough like me to have a Cytec autopilot and a Bravo with an autopilot, you could bind one set of lights to one and one set of lights to the other if you wanted to simulate having two LEDs. Now you can talk about why there's two LEDs if you'd like, but the other thing as well is, we made sure there's commands for the throttles, so that if you have a position in your throttle axis that is a hold position, like a lot of the Cytec or Bravo do, if it's pulled all the way backwards, it will hold the throttle in the cutoff position, and then as soon as you pop it forward, it'll move it to the idle position, as the i.e. when you're starting an engine. So for me, like, yeah, it's basically, I had almost no roadblocks once we've gone through the process of setting it up. So thanks to Toto for everybody on release day. I don't think there'll be any problem. But yeah, like I said, I'll publish my configurations. People can reference them. Toto said he's going to publish some reference documentation for data refs and commands, so people don't have to go searching for them like I did. And then, one other thing. All the screens pop out. They pop out onto external displays. Those positions are saved, so what monitor they're on, what position they're in. You load up in the sim again, boom, they're all right back there. So, we worked on this together. I also have multiple displays, so we worked on multiple displays. So if you've got multiple displays, you can also use PFD, MFD, etc. I think we certainly have some people in the Discord who have taken heart in that. So I think that's all to say, and
Awesome.
Happy landings.
No, thank you. Yeah, so Pilsner's done a lot of work in checking out the hardware on the aircraft to make sure that checking out hardware support for the aircraft, because amongst the team testing it, he's probably got the most amount of hardware there. My hardware experience has been very limited, but even setting it up with the X-Touch, it's been very, very straightforward. It's a joy to set up for that sort of thing. You see that we've gone into VPath descent. It's important here to think that the autothrust is still in speed mode, and that's because it doesn't do an idle descent. It does a descent angle that you can tell at which angle you want to use, but it will use that descent angle. So 3 degrees is normal, and it's close enough to being an idle descent that it doesn't make a huge difference on the fuel burn. Shared cockpit aspects, I don't think we've chatted about that in the stream. Shared Flight, so the developers of Shared Flight are working with Toto and Goran to bring Shared Flight to the aircraft. There's a few things that Shared Flight needs to do to support this aircraft, but this aircraft is built for multi-pilot capability. As far as shared cockpit goes, that's something the community should be able to implement, I believe. But it's not got a profile available at release. A question about the save states for the aircraft if the hardware switches. My experience, Rikoa, is that it doesn't have an issue with that. I've loaded into position with the gear lever in the wrong place. As long as the lever's not overly noisy, as long as the axis is not very noisy, then I think you'll be okay with that. Just reset the position and you're good to go. It will recover. If it's airborne, it restores with the pause set. So the sim will be paused when you come to life. That way you can hopefully reset your hardware as required. The volume thingy, that's a Fly with Lua plugin. Who asked that? Rikoa. Yeah, this is a B2 volume. It's just it lets you control the X-plane sliders without pausing the sim. So I just turned the sim volume down a little bit as Pilsner's microphone was a touch on the quiet side. Rate of descent, she'll go faster than that. She'll descend a lot faster if you want her to. This is using a little bit of power. I'm going to wind the speed up to 300 knots as well.
Just one item that I forgot, Graham, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Someone brought up smart co-pilot. Smart cockpit?
Yes.
I forget what. It's so simple. Anyway, the shared cockpit business. There's one thing that the the power of Toto systems is they're all disconnected from the simulator, but it means the avionics are all disconnected from the simulator. So usually you'd be looking at data refs for, current IAS or current pre-selector, and I'm not sure that stuff's being written back to the simulator at the moment, so it's not accessible. Maybe Toto can confirm or deny that, but last I checked, it wasn't available.
Which data exactly?
Like the selected VS or selected altitude pre-selector, the IAS, things like that, whether autopilot is on or not.
I'm not sure. I don't think we write that back, no.
Yeah, so smart, and there are no custom data refs, more importantly.
No, but Smart Copilot, as far as I know, what it does is it can also just transfer button clicks and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll work, but generally I wouldn't really bank on it too hard.
Yeah, I'm just saying if people want to get really advanced, with custom displays and syncing data refs across the wire and things like that, then there may be some things that are behind the wall, as it were, for now. But that won't be a limitation, with in the future.
We can see we've got JSnap in the chat as well, and JSnap says we'll have support from shared flight, which is awesome. Pilsner and myself have had the privilege of trying out shared flight on other aircraft, and it's an experience that we cannot wait to try on the 650, and Toto as well. Toto wants to fly it, get some hours on the aircraft, actually having fun with it. So it'll be good to see that operating multi-pilot. I'm just going to run the descent checklist.
Shoulder harness.
Yes.
Secure. Passenger signs.
We can leave those just now.
Auto. Pressurization.
We've set the landing field elevation and the pressure.
Fuel quantity and balance.
Ooh, bad pilot. Not checked this for a while. It's still balanced. Pretty good.
Checked. FMS, landing data, charts.
That's all done. I'll just double check. I use 16 tons. I'll maybe update the landing weight performance when we get a bit closer.
Programmed, set. Approach briefing.
That's confirmed.
Reviewed.
Same thing.
ENAV transition flight level.
So this is an interesting one. I need to set that up. Let's have a look. It is on perf. ENAV setup. 180. Where are we? Yeah, that's a bit high for Scotland, so let's say it's going to be flight level 70, I guess. Can't remember it, Glasgow. Well done. Set.
Descent checklist complete. In range checklist next.
Excellent. And these hint images, I said at the very beginning of the stream, if you're new to the stream to watch the descent, those hint images, you can turn those off once you're familiar with the aircraft. You don't need this on all the time. Below 200, I'll put the pulse lights on. We'll have a look at those on the outside, because we've not seen those for a while. This aircraft is retrofitted with the, is it HID or the LED lights? HID. So
high intensity discharge.
That's the one.
In common parlance called the xenon lamps.
That's the one, because if we look in the front end, see if I can get close enough. I might need this view. If you look really carefully in the front, as well as being able to see the radar, you can see the ballast resistors for the HID system. All in there. All modelled. Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? That's the thing, NorCali pilot. That's where business aviation works. Time is money, and you don't spend as much time hanging around the terminal. It's pretty awesome. Has everybody liked what they've seen with the aircraft? Is there all Toto and Gorham want is for you to enjoy the aircraft. They're making an aircraft for you to enjoy. Any feedback that you've got, anything you don't like about the aircraft, anything you'd like to see changed, of course they want to hear it so they can make it a better, or to try and make it a better product for everybody. The standby pilot, John, this is something that's a bug at the moment. That's going to be resolved. Excellent. But yeah, if you get any feedback, positive or negative, it's something they would love to hear. And it's nearly, if you're keen on being a day one customer, I don't think you've got long to wait.
We've got a speed message.
Yeah, we have. It's just getting a little bit fast on the speed I've asked it to fly, but that's fine. I can live with that. It was approaching the 15,000 constraint. It had that, so no big deal. Yeah, I genuinely hope. I mean, we've got a few of the testers in the chat and a few of the testers on voice with you here, and from all of the testers that have been involved in this project, it's been universally it's been a privilege and a pleasure to be involved in the testing of it, because not just the state of the model, but how the development's been approached on it. It's bringing something to the sim. It's bringing something new to the sim that I haven't seen before, that I don't think MD's seen before, and it's been great to be a part of that, even a little part of that. Helipilot can't wait to fly it tonight, which is exciting to hear. As I said, we all hope it lives up to your expectations. Totally and Goran especially.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly excited to see what happens tonight on VATSIM.
Yes, it's worth watching just for that.
VATCAN hasn't they've agreed, right, to provide
I don't know if
coverage
they have
for
a choice.
CYUL. I mean,
I think at this point they might be voluntold.
Right, yes.
Here come the challengers. They'll all be in that one little apron as well. That's going to be a nightmare. Can you imagine spawning in with 50 other challengers on 3 spots in the default scenery? Goodness me.
I'm guessing a 50-50 split between I need to de-ice and YOLO.
Yes, exactly. I best run the in-range checklist as well. So this is another one for majority of FO actions.
In-range checklist. APU.
Yeah, it's enough if you run it like 10,000 feet above the field.
Started.
Excellent.
Altimeters. 3 set, cross-checked. Avionics.
Yes, they're set.
Set. External lights. On. N1 target.
Ooh, I haven't done this because I've just come below 15,000 feet. So performance, you can set takeoff thrust rating if you want. If you want to be a little bit lower energy on the missed approach, put target in of 90, and that'll do as well. Now it's saying confirm up here, and this might confuse a couple of people. What it's got to do next, if you look at the checklist, is the APU PAX transition. It's not a bug, it's not hung, it's not stuck here, it's just waiting for a timeout period. It's waiting for the APU to stabilize. I think it's 2 minutes it waits for. If you forget to run this checklist and you need that PAX transition, push confirm and it'll do it straight away, because that's what you do in the real life aircraft as well. If you're landing at a high field elevation airport, it's nice to give the APU time to stabilize. It's not essential to give the APU time to stabilize. So,
Graham, you can check your messages on Discord, and there's some eye candy you might want to show on stream, perhaps after landing.
Let's have a look. Oh, sick. Yeah, I think we can have a look at those after landing. That looks awesome. A little surprise for you. Model to mimic real life. It certainly is. Yes, I think Helipilot, there'll be more entertainment possibilities with the Challenger. What to keep in mind is that the TBM is replicating the TBM ownership experience. The Challenger is replicating corporate pilot life. Well, not the hotels and not the long hours, you know, generally being at somebody else's beck and call for 4 solid weeks, but it's replicating the experience of being a corporate jet pilot. So TBM pilots, they deal with changing tires and brake wear and everything else. Corporate jet pilots deal with the operational side of things and not so much the other stuff. Until you can nap in the FBO, it's not realistic enough for you.
Completed. APU generator. On. CAS.
That's one for me.
Checked.
Checked.
In range checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
Excellent. So I'm kind of finished with that pop-up there, that pop-up there, this one, and this one. And this is, you know, when I'm not on stream, I'm not trying to show stuff, I'll typically fly it with these popped out because I find it pretty useful flying with these. It supports WebFMC as well. WebFMC works perfectly with all three CDUs, so if you've got WebFMC and an iPad or a tablet, you can use that as well. Oh, there's one thing I didn't show, and I meant to show it all that time, and I didn't show it. We've got time. Let's call Jenny on the sat phone.
Hey guys, just in time for the landing.
Oh, that must be a sneaky Danish.
Oh yes.
Let's have the
Didn't see
van
you
for
come in.
passengers, please, Jenny. Hey, sneaky Danish. No, that's all, thank you. There should be 250 knots below flight level 100. I was too busy messing around with other stuff, but it's no big deal. I came out of VNAV momentarily, so selected speed, and now I forgot about the speed restriction basically NEMOV.
Hello.
It's
Is this
fine.
where all the cool beta testers hang out?
Oh yes, hello Amy. Are you all here just to judge my landing now? Is this is why
course.
we're here? They've seen me crash it enough times, and now we're here.
We've got our scorecards ready.
Excellent. So turning overhead Lanark now, speed 230 knots. It's coming back and it's going into a shallower descent. And this is where I said we'd maybe be radar vectored instead. So one of the things about the arrival into Glasgow runway 23 is if you go all the way down the ILS from the centre fix at 2,900 feet, you're going to be only 1,200 feet above terrain. So it's very common to get radar vectors inside the terrain, even down to a 2,000 feet intercept. So I'll see how I feel, see how it goes. Didn't notice selected speed. I forgot about it, Nemo. Sorry, that's me talking and not flying.
Yeah, I think after the plonker I did into Samadan the other day, like I don't get to judge anyone's landings anymore.
No, it's going to be bad. I feel it's going to be bad. It's been 6 hours and 25 minutes of streaming. It's not going to be the best.
I'm genuinely impressed by this. Flying in the sim for 6 hours feels tiring to me, so the idea of like actually streaming and entertaining an audience for that long.
Oh, I don't know, has it been really entertaining? Captain Crash has been great for joining throughout the whole flight, most of the whole flight. It makes a difference when you've got somebody to chat to as well, and to add some extra information for you guys. Captain Crash obviously has got real corporate jet pilot time, whereas I've always been airline, so it helps to have that insight.
Let's be honest, I'm only good at waxing poetic.
No, it's been great. Must be a greaser, Chalk On says. I'm really confused about why Automod thought the term greaser was something to mod. I mean, we don't live in the 1950s anymore, so I didn't think greaser was a thing. I'm now thinking of the jets and the sharks.
Right.
You have the CA on speed dial just in case.
Yes.
Well, so here's the thing. Like with this airplane, we can't go, oh, that was, the stupid little butter pop-ups no longer have any relevance because we have the hard landing indicator system in the cockpit now.
I'm not going to check that though. I'm going to see how it feels. If it feels okay, it's good.
Well, I guarantee you'll be feeling 1G the entire time. It'll be perfect.
So when I said I used the bearing pointer, you see I've got the distance to the India Oscar now. That's what I'm using to judge my continuous descent approach. So 12 miles, I need to be 4,000 feet. If you don't have the bearing pointer on there, all you've got is the FMS distance. You can see nav to nav has come to life as well. The blue ghost tells me that it will change automatically to the ILS presentation if I leave it in nav or arm the approach mode. That being said, I think when we get a little bit closer, I'm going to put the aircraft into heading mode and basically shallow off this intercept a little bit. I'll be aiming for about a 6 mile point, so just inside the Fox 23 point. And the reason for that, is this terrain here. We want to avoid flying over that terrain if we can avoid it. let's have the lights on. I was going to update the performance. I've been chatting way too much. Approach. Next. 16.1. There. Send. Alright, I'll take the first stage of flaps. And I'll bring the speed back to 180. So your speed profile, 200 clean, 180 with the first stage of flaps, 160 with the second stage and the gear. Right, what I'm going to do is... 12
Have you
miles.
set the reference for the minimums yet?
Yes, yeah, we've got that. So I'm going to put it into, synchronize the heading, that's fine. I'm going to put it into heading mode. I'm going to turn it on to 325, and I'm going to change my nav source there and there, so I've got green needles. And that's why I pre-selected the course all the way back at the cruise, because I wanted to change it manually to green needles. If you don't pre-select the course, the green needles will be at the wrong course for the intercept. So typically at Glasgow, they would not give us a further descent until they saw us turn away from the terrain on the radar. They just won't do it. That being said, I know I'm going to turn. I'm going to set 2,000 feet just to make my life a little bit easier. I'm also going to start the turn onto 265.
2,500.
I've left it just a little bit late, in fact, here. You see we're over the terrain here. Normally you get that vector running up the inside of the terrain here, but it's no big deal. We'll put it into approach mode. So I've got lock, 1, Alt V and GS. In fact, I should have turned off VNAV. There, it was a trap for me, wasn't it? There we go. So VNAV stopped at 29 as requested. Excellent. You can see the approach coming in. There's approach, lock, glide slope, set missed approach, 3,000. And I'll put the... Oh, it's been a long flight. Let's put the gear down. Next stage of flaps. Speed 160. And we'll start the checklist.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever.
And the FO will hold
Down
at flaps
indicator.
45 before you
No
set it, so you
steer.
can start it early
Armed
if
center
you're pressed for
clear.
time.
Anti-skid.
He's pressing the button for me.
Armed tested. Passenger signs. On.
25.
It's really useful for like those 160 to 4 approaches.
Yes, exactly.
On or off. Continuous ignition. On. Thrust reversers. Armed. Spoilers. Stowed auto. Flaps.
It's just waiting for the final stage of flaps. So we're 7 miles out now. I'll take the final stage at 6. And we should slow down nicely. There we go. So you can see now we've got the localizer presented. I've got the DME indication here and here. But airline pilot style, it's worth using the localizer DME on the intermediate approach if you're trying to judge descent as well. And because it's got LibRadio integrated into it, you get the proper indications from the ILS, even when you're in Glasgow or London or anywhere else in the UK that has the same frequency on both ends of the ILS. Final stage, and speed 132 I think we said. That's the
Set.
trim moving.
CAS.
CAS is checked.
Checked. Before landing checklist complete. After landing checklist next.
Excellent.
Now, for those of you watching, you may see the HUD is not perfectly aligned with the runway, but all the indications say he's lined up. That's normal. Part of the inertial reference system doing its thing is that it's not absolutely perfect, and those flight path vectors assume a perfect position.
Yes, exactly that. So when I'm landing it with the heads-up display, I prefer to have the flight directors off, because I find having the FPV target and the FPV indicator itself to be a little bit cluttered where I want to be looking. I also like to have it turned quite dim, because if I'm up here bright, I can't really see the runway clearly through it. So I like to have it as dim as I can get away with for the approach. You can fly on auto thrust all the way down the approach if you want. You can take it into the flare. We are stable, so we'll continue for 230 barrel. You can continue into the flare with the auto thrust if you want, but I prefer to take it out. And on your first couple of flights with this aircraft, you'll find the auto thrust or the pitch response a little bit unusual. So take the auto thrust out first, synchronize your hardware joystick to where the virtual joystick is, and up here, this is your speed trend and your speed deviation. So you've got them right in front of you there on the heads-up display. Just remind yourself that when you're landing, it's a visual maneuver looking at the runway, not at the heads-up display. Also, after landing, I need to operate the flight spoilers manually. I've got them on the little thumb wheel on my T1600. You can have a button for those as well. The ground spoilers will happen automatically, but the flight spoilers we do manually. So autopilot's coming out, flight director's off, and if you're using the heads-up display, remember that flight path vector is a reference, it's not a command. The reference,
500.
look at the attitude, look at where the V-bar is with reference to the horizon, and most importantly, look at the picture. So you stabilize the aircraft by looking at the V-bar, not at the FPV. If you chase the FPV, you'll be all over the place. And as Captain Crash said,
Approaching minimum.
it's quite normal for the FPV not to be quite aligned on the runway. Last scan of the speed, making sure it's in trim.
One 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Nah, did it again. Little crow hop. Spoilers and reverse. It's because of these heavy weights. So I'm not using the toe brakes at all. I'm not using the brakes, just the reversers.
Yeah, you've got something like 3.5 hours of fuel still.
Yeah, there's plenty of fuel, isn't it? And that was full tanks with realistic headwind. Realistic tailwind, sorry.
Yeah, you could have gone like Mach 0.82 and still have plenty left.
So just to come out of reverse, and I'll give it a little squeeze off the toe brakes. And we'll turn and taxi off. The little fail, that's the auto thrust, that's as expected. We'll take that off. Before I reconfigure the aircraft for the after landing, I'll just pop it into replay mode momentarily, and you can laugh at my crow hop once again. So it's a difficult aircraft to get the landing right on. It takes a lot of practice to get the landing right on it. Just something to add to the entertainment. When you get it right, it's awesome. So I think I was rotating into the flare, which was probably bad news. Yeah, there you go. It's a little crow hop. I've seen worse on YouTube with the real thing. I'm happy enough with that.
It's almost like it's the kind of plane where you would want some kind of, let's say, a safe state system where you could say,
yes, try again.
That's
Try
a
again.
AGL and just try the landing again.
Should we push the button? I don't want to push the button.
Yeah, you
Oh,
this
point
product
four.
Push the
had
button.
Kind of safe
That's
state.
alright. 0.4's alright.
You'll
After
find
landing.
it's
Landing, pulse, recognize.
more than twice as good as my Salmon.
Anti-collision lights.
Amy's, what was the
Continuous
flaps 15 landing in the dash?
Windshield heat.
Oh
Off.
God!
Pro.
Oh, that's another. Yeah, let's not just. That doesn't
Off.
exist. That's
Wing
not a thing.
anti-ice.
We do
Off.
not acknowledge it.
Cow anti-ice.
Talk to a dash pilot about what's a flare? What's that you speak
Yeah.
of?
Yes.
On or off.
You know, it's
I believe
Spoilers.
flare is a highly
Pro.
technical term to
Flaps.
use in
0.
for dash pilots for
ATC
adding
decals.
power.
yeah.
Alt on. Radar mode.
I had the opportunity
Stand
when
by.
I was going through my
After
last
landing,
G4
checklist
recurrent to
complete.
take my
Engine
partner into
shutdown
the sim
checklist next.
and have her fly the level D. And I gotta say, through me trying to coach her to fly a G4, trimming the airplane, and getting her set up to land at San Francisco on the 19s, we ended up in a flaps 20 landing, and she did better than me.
Excellent. So it's just gone through the after landing checklist. You see it did most of the actions all by itself. Just a squeeze of the brake because we're a lot lighter than we were on the taxi out. All you've got to do as pilot flying is turn the lights off and stow the flight spoilers, and then you just run the checklist and taxi in, and it's exactly what you do if you're a real pilot on the aircraft. What happens if you hit the runway hard? Does the gear break? That's a good question. Who knows
You'd have
about
to
breaking
hit
a
it.
gear?
X-plane will break the gear on you, but you have to hit it. Well, I mean, you remember that picture of that Learjet with the engine broken off before the gear?
Yes.
That kind of hard.
Goodness me. We don't want
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Put it to you this way. The only time I know of an aircraft breaking the landing gear, quote unquote, was when a G5 came out of maintenance and had a faulty weight on wheels system, and the ground spoilers deployed at 50 feet above the ground. The gear broke, but only in the sense that it went up through the wings. So breaking gear on airplanes is not something that would be considered very common or physically doable.
I'm just going to set the brake momentarily, and somebody's put a light stand on this parking stand here, which isn't quite right. But let's have a look at our park here. You can judge my parking, which will be just as bad as my landings.
Oh, fancy!
I mean, there is a video on YouTube of a 737 landing on the nose gear,
Yes.
breaking that.
You know, all things are possible, but when you get the Challenger, use that state-saving function, and just do landing after landing after landing. It'll keep you happy. Get you to the point you're comfortable with it. Doesn't it look stunning though, folks? We've talked a lot about the systems on this stream, but this is Goran's work you're seeing here, and it's absolutely magnificent.
I was just about to say, as a designer, I used to think the Challenger was a pretty ugly looking airplane.
Yeah.
But especially that, so first of all, in a month of beta testing, I've grown to love it. But especially the view from like 3/4 behind, low to the ground.
Yes.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
It's stunning, isn't it? Right.
Engine shutdown checklist.
Shutdown checklist.
Taxi lights. Off. Parking brake.
Oh yes. On.
Set. Reverse thrust. Stowed. Generators 1 and 2.
So it's already on the APU. Remember, we started the APU in flight.
Engine 2 shut down.
So engine 2, we'll shut it off.
Fuel boost pumps.
Remember all that time ago I talked about those fuel boost pumps about 6 hours ago? We'll switch both the boost pumps
Fuel
off.
system.
We're going to check that we get the right and left fuel pump, which is expected, and the right system, low pressure. That's making sure the left-hand engine-driven pump isn't pressurizing the left-hand side of the fuel pump, the right-hand side of the fuel system.
Engine 1 shut down.
There we go.
Check ITT below 350 degrees Celsius.
It's coming down.
Anti-ice. Off. Beacon.
Oh, I skipped one more. Beacon comes off. And 14 stage comes off. Beacon goes off.
No steer.
That's down here. Remember to switch that off.
ATC TCAS.
It typically goes to 0 and standby. So I go on the tune page here. 0, 0, 0. And we can just click it off with this button a couple of times.
Standby 0. Parking brake if chalked.
I'll leave the part brake just now, because I've got my own chocks.
Off. Passenger signs.
Your fresh factory chocks from Bombardier.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, those you stole?
Cabin differential.
Hey,
no, they come with the airplane.
Oh, yeah. They
Engine
came with the
shutdown
airplane. It was
checklist
new.
complete.
Sorry.
Excellent.
Securing checklist next.
Hey, are all of y'all in Montreal as well?
What's that, sorry?
Are all of y'all in Montreal as well?
Nope.
I'm sitting at the hotel about to go to the airport, pick up my new plane.
Go for it. Right, there we go. So, I was looking for the Airbus thing to work the door, but that's fine.
Immersion.
I know, I was like, wait a minute, there's something I'm supposed to do with a pin here. No, we're good. Right, no slides. So there we go.
Our ride is here.
Oh my
Thank
goodness.
you, Captain. Always such a pleasure flying with you.
Yeah, sorry about the
Have
landing.
a nice rest of your day.
I'll try. Don't forget to download the Challenger. Right, they're off. They're off to the FBO, and we have got the aircraft shut down. Now, on a serious note, if I wanted to go off and do another flight tomorrow without doing the checks, without doing all the checks, I say tomorrow in my sim world, go into Airframe Manager and just say, save a state, transit, Glasgow, save it. And then I get transit Glasgow, and I'm ready just to load back up in this state with all the avionics powered up, everything ready to go. I've just got to go to the quick turn checklist on the MFD and start the aircraft up and blast off again. It's as simple as that. In this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut it down. So I'm going to get my aircraft documentation here because I know that the securing checklist is going to end up turning the generators off. But let's run the securing checklist and see how far we go.
Secure and checklist. Emergency lights.
Off.
Off. AC DC utility switch.
That's going to be this one here. Off.
Off. 3 minutes. Headsets.
Yeah. Sorry, that's Avatab grabbing my mouse there. Headsets off.
Off. Thrust reversers.
We've got to depower the thrust reverser system. Off.
Off. Chocks.
Let's go install the chocks. Let's go install all the chocks that we borrowed from Bombardier. Hey, the aircraft's expensive enough. I'm taking my chocks. There we go.
Good point with the save state of the transit there, Green, because there was something about that in the chat earlier today. If there was any shortcuts to
Yes,
starting up the
that would be
airplane.
my preferred way of doing it. I realised as I was saying that I hadn't provided documentation, or we hadn't provided documentation for the quick turn checklist in the checklist that we've got presented, but they are on the MFD, so it'll be coming to documentation as well, hopefully.
Installed. Parking brake.
Parking brake goes off.
Off. Hydraulic pumps.
Hydraulic pumps go off.
Off. Nav lights. Logo light.
They can go off.
Off. APU generator.
So this is the bit. So you see we've still got some items left on the checklist down here, and you're going to think, okay, I'll do that. Happy, off we go. Back to the checklist. Oh, it's gone. So this is why having the printed checklist helps at this point. APU generator's gone off. You notice that we're going to switch the APU off with the packs still left switched on. It's a Challenger oddity. So APU start goes off. Then we can switch the packs off. And then we can switch the LCV and the isolation valve. APU power fuel, that goes off. Check there's no indication on the APU gauge. Wait for it to disappear. It'll just take a little bit.
Yeah, CL650 Powers explained that yesterday, that it's during this power down that if the APU had any fault codes on it, it would be running them right now to NVRAM. So they're instructed to wait for the gauges to disappear. So they would like start discussing what they were going to have for dinner.
Ah, that makes sense. So once those gauges disappear, we can power off the APU. While we're here, if you're doing aerobatics in your Challenger and you manage to break the APU, you've got in the study menu system here, engines, APU. Is it this one here? It's not this one. Where is it?
Oh, it's actually on the aircraft as well. You mean the APU fault panel,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
It's in ground services for now, isn't it?
It's in pop-up panels at APU fault,
right.
or you can just walk up to the tail of the aircraft. It's just behind the cargo door.
Okay.
Oh my, it's kind of misshapen there. I gotta fix that.
That seems to have changed.
Good thing.
Yeah. It's just we checked that. But yeah, basically in that pop-up panel, you can reset any APU faults you've got.
You can literally just walk out. It's 3D functional and fully there.
Oh,
so.
let's do that then. So what have I done here? We've done that. Master goes off. Then it's asking for the cockpit refuel panel to be off. That was already off. The service light is off. And pins and covers. Well, you know what? Let's go and do the covers and we'll check that APU. I will do the
to get the panel functionally, you have to have battery master on and power fuel on in the cockpit. Otherwise, the ECU is depowered completely.
That's okay. Well, as long as we can see the panel, that's fine.
Yeah.
So
it's by the cargo door, yeah.
I've not seen the probe covers either until this build. So there's the probe covers going on. Are there any other covers we need to put on the aircraft?
It's also on the TAT probes and the AOA sensors as well. So sorry, not TAT probe. Ice detector. I keep mistaking those.
AOA?
Ice detectors.
Oh yes. These are the ice detectors, rotary ice detectors.
No, ice detectors are down there. There you go.
Yes. Sorry.
I'm going to make them sway. It's just one little thing.
There's a little bit of lag, isn't there? So there's the ice detector, and there's the probe, and on the alpha as well.
Yes, sir.
And the secondary or the third alpha pointy thing here doesn't have it.
It doesn't have one yet.
No, that's fine. Excellent.
Are the flags waving in the wind?
I'll make them wave. I just need to like bind up the animation. Yeah.
I just saw they were slightly looked like they might be slightly offset, blowing in the wind, and it was.
Yeah, it's just a little export mistake, export glitch.
APU panel.
APU panel is just behind the cargo door. Not here. The other way around. On the other side.
Of course. This one here.
Stand by. Yep, that one. You got it right.
Oh, I've got some serious lag because I'm way behind.
Hey, my apologies. You guys somewhere?
Here we go. So yeah, if you've got an APU fault, you can reset it on here.
Yeah.
Excellent.
What was that?
Yes, it's streamed on Twitch at the moment. Excellent.
Do you have a link for me by chance?
A minute? Did you say?
I said, do you have a link or something to your Twitch?
To the Twitch. Stand by just 1 sec.
Awesome.
Okay.
So yeah, if you've been doing aerobatics in your Challenger, you'll probably end up with an APU shut-off valve. Make sure you an APU negative G sensing fault. You can reset it in this panel here, just so you're aware of that. Should it catch you out later on this evening? And there we go, folks. That's the Challenger 650 that Toto and Goran have spent years of their life working on. I hope it's something that you enjoy if it's your sort of flying. Close up the door.
Yeah.
Close. Latch it, and we can go back to the APU, or we can finish the stream, or we can have a look at what Toto sent me the link to. So if you just have a look at that lovely aircraft in the picture for just 30 seconds whilst I move some files around, and I'll be right back with you. Maybe Crash, do you want to have a look through the chat and see if there's any questions we've missed, anything we should pick up while I'm messing around with files and the like?
Sure, one moment.
Awesome.
If anyone's got any questions, feel free to pop them into chat while we're waiting. I don't see anything necessarily that we missed. Do you guys see anything? Roka asks, does Jenny have a localized accent like better pushback? Currently, no. That's a generated text-to-speech. And she's consistent. She flies out of Concord to meet you wherever you're going to be going at Hot Start Flight Support.
Yes. Let's save that in there. Let's save that. Yeah, it's been a super project to be involved in, and I'm really looking forward to being able to do some tutorials for the aircraft as well, because there's so much potential for entertainment on this one.
I'm very much interested in getting into the failures and training scenarios, because that's an aspect that has been lacking sorely.
Yes.
In X-Plane and the flight simulator market in general.
Exactly.
You know,
it's not just about having the failures, but it's about having the logic behind the failure to make it believable, to make it realistic, and it's also about having a little bit of documentation to work with as well. Right, let me see if this is going to let me do what I want to do, because you've been hanging on for some pictures. Let's see.
Mr. Culture Shock, no, because the plane isn't simulating. You're essentially having the experience of a business jet pilot. With the TBM, you had the kind of, you own your plane, so you have to handle maintenance and everything. In this case, like in a FBO, you don't really have, the pilot is not the one responsible for making sure that the plane is not broken, basically. So you have failures and failure scenarios that you could use for training, but you don't get the kind of, at least as far as I'm aware, you don't get the kind of like wear on the brakes slowly gets them less effective and that kind of stuff. At least as far as I'm aware. Graham and Crash can probably correct me.
Yes,
no, you're absolutely correct.
Can everybody see an image of a Challenger that looks very similar to what we flew, just with a different registration on it in my stream? Has that come through for you?
Yep.
Okie dokie. Let's see if I'm looking at the right one. Can everybody see a picture of another Challenger that's come through?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Or how
This
about
looks
this
like
one?
the gloss black.
What about this one?
Ah, very cool.
Nice.
So what else can you do with a Challenger? What else can you do with a corporate jet? I mean, it's got to be all like passenger flying and that sort of thing, right? It's just basically A to B with rich people.
Certainly. Almost.
Or you could fly
And
this.
there's the one. Oh,
Is this-
that's
Is
gorgeous.
this the bath plane?
So Toto, are all of these community artwork, or the grey and black one looked like one that Goran had done before?
The gray, except for this one, these are all Goran's work. They were all Goran's works. This one is by Ocean.
Excellent. So this is grey and black, and you've got customizable registrations on all of these. You can have
Yes.
that on the tail cone, or on the nacelle.
In fact, the one on the Canadian Forces livery, that one is, if you look closely, it's actually right under the flag in a tiny little text.
See if I can get that.
On the tail.
I gotcha. Yeah, very good. Excellent.
Lovely.
So you'll have some liveries with the aircraft if you choose to buy it later, which is it's going to help a
More
lot.
to come. Am I
Oh,
right?
it's hopefully
Also?
on release.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That's a nice one. Excellent stuff. So, folks, this has been a fairly long stream. We're just coming up to 7 hours at the moment. As I said at the outset, from my perspective, it's been a joy to be involved in the process, the testing process. I show you the aircraft in the hope that you can make your own decision on whether or not it's the right aircraft for you. If it is the right aircraft for you, I really truly hope you enjoy it, because I love it. I've been having a lot of fun with it. If it's not the right aircraft for you, then thanks for sticking through the stream, and it's a good thing that you've made that decision, because it's much better that you spend the money on something that's right for you. And I don't think any developer should put you in the position of buying a product that's not right because they've convinced you it's something it isn't. The product is something it isn't. So I hope that, having seen the aircraft in this amount of detail, that it lets you make an informed decision on it. If you've got any further questions, I've got another 5 minutes if necessary. We can take it a little bit longer. But I don't know, Toto, have you got anything else you want to say? We've got about 110 viewers at the moment.
I'm going to go and fix some remaining issues that we've kind of hit upon, but in general, I'm really hoping that people are going to be enjoying it.
Yes.
That's all we're aiming for.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly that. I don't think Goran's on the audio at the moment. Who else have we got on
Gordon is fast asleep.
Of course he is. Of course. He's working hard.
As he should be asleep at this time.
Crash, thanks very much for your contributions. Anything else you want to say to the adoring public before we shut the stream down?
No, it's been my pleasure to work with Toto and everyone on the team. I sincerely hope everyone enjoys it, and I look forward to seeing all of the challengers in the sky.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, don't forget to go overload VATSIM tonight in Montreal.
Sneaky Danish, anything you'd like to finish up with?
Yeah, just thanks for streaming this beautiful aircraft and all the explanations throughout the flight, both you and Crash. And,
yeah, no, you're welcome, and thanks for being part of the beta process as well.
Hopefully enjoyed tonight.
Fingers crossed. I hope it brings everybody what they want. And Pilsner, if you're still on audio, thanks very much for looking after the chat, Pilsner and Amy. Anything else you want to?
One final word. That is, send it.
Send it, and YOLO.
Send it.
And you heard a little bit from A. Jonesy there as well, one of the other testers, and also helpful in getting a lot of the stuff for the ground handling on the aircraft sorted out. So thanks very much for popping in and saying hello. Folks, everybody in the chat, thanks for sticking with it on the long stream. Come to the Discord, and just a reminder, just one final time while you're all here, we've had some very generous individuals on the Hot Start Discord who are very keen to gift a couple of copies of the Challenger to people that find themselves in a situation where they cannot justify or cannot afford buying the aircraft. We're looking for people in maybe developing parts of the world, or people where the exchange rates are not in your favor, people who cannot feasibly consider buying this aircraft but think it would make a real difference to their sim experience. If that sounds like you, and I want to reiterate, it's not a freebie giveaway. It's to make the aircraft available to somebody who otherwise would not be able to get the aircraft, then please join the Hot Start Discord and get in touch. As I said, we've got a couple of generous individuals on there. We're going to put any of the applications that you make into a random generator, and we'll get some gifted products out to you. Thanks very much for watching the stream. There'll be a link to the Hot Start Discord in the X-Pilot forums. I'm guessing have a look on there. Take care, enjoy the aircraft, and we'll speak again later. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Graham. Wonderful stream.
No, you're
Thanks,
welcome.
Graham.
Thank
Wonderful
you.
stream. And
Thank you.
Toto and Goran, good luck and amazing work.
Awesome. Thanks, folks. Good night.